Good morning, good morning, good morning. It is, or should I say, hear ye, hear ye. It is day 13 of Massachusetts versus Karen Reed. It is Thursday, May 16th. Why do I keep looking down? Because I can't remember what day it is at this point, because I feel like we have been in trial for a million years. Some of you might have heard me on Carson and Kennedy this morning. They are local in Boston on Mix 105. And I'm going to tell you, I stand by what I said, and I apologize to you for it, because I did say I thought this trial would be at least another 4 weeks, and I do think that this trial will be another 4 weeks. I stand by that 100%. I think this trial will be another 4 weeks. I think it'll be at least another 4 weeks. I don't see how we are not here at least another 4 weeks. The state has to bring in scientific evidence at some point. We are going to hear who swabbed whatever shirt, who collected the shirt, where the shirt came from, if it's the victim's shirt, how it was stored in evidence, cell phone towers. We've got to hear more about the Life 360 at this point. We've got to hear about other cell records. We have to hear about DNA. They say there's microscopic pieces of tail light on the victim's clothes. We need to see that. There was so much science. We haven't heard from a coroner pathologist. We don't know a cause of death. There is so much more we need to hear in this case. And as we are continuing to slog through all of these civilian witnesses, it's just, it makes the point even more clear that there is so much of the story we still don't know, which 13 days in is frustrating. It's frustrating to me because there are so many questions left. So many questions left. And after yesterday, I know a lot of you were like, wait, but we heard from Allison or Allie McCabe, who said Colin wasn't there when John was there. And I've been asked in DMs what I think about that. And I put the same weight on that at this point that I put on the I hit him statement. Does it mean that John O'Keefe was in the house? Not definitively. Does it mean that John O'Keefe at some point was at 34 Fairview? Yes, but we know that. So I'm not putting more weight on that than I put onto the I hit him. I think it's open to interpretation. Unfortunately for the jury, they're going to have to interpret all this after however many weeks when we get there. And it's a lot of information. So I'm just waiting to see until we get to all the context, though it is on the prosecution to bring that context in, and they have not done it yet at all. So what we're left with 13 days in is a lot of questions and a really difficult timeline because everyone is intoxicated and because none of it's been made clear well. It's not the defense's obligation. Words are hard. It's not the defense's obligation to prove that John O'Keefe went in the house or to prove anything at all, in fact. It's their obligation to raise doubt and poke holes in this case. That is their job. It is the prosecution's job to move the marker from presumption of innocence to beyond a reasonable doubt, and the jury instruction in Massachusetts says, and to a moral certainty. That's what has to be decided in this case. It feels at times like the prosecution is running down every single side quest that the defense has thrown up in opening, and I would suspect elsewhere outside of this case and before this case started. It feels like they're trying to cut off all of those avenues, and they have really lost the forest for each of those trees. And I think that's why I'm so frustrating trying to figure out what happened, because we don't know yet. And at 13 days in, all of us have an answer, have a question. And the question is still, what happened to John O'Keefe? I hope we'll get answers at some point, but we know it was snowing. We know people went to the waterfall. We know what everybody except the defendant was drinking. She's the only one charged with being under the influence. And there's just so many questions. There's just so many questions. So let's go to court and see what answers we have for today, or what questions, or what fuckery. Like, let's just, what will be wrought today? I do not know, but it's a half day in court. I've already got coffee. I'm almost done. I'm almost done with trying, to at least have a serving of greens for the day. And we're just going to do this together. So Law Nerds, thank you for being here. Thank you for making this the #1 place to watch live trials and being patient. My kiddo is running late to get to school in the morning. Early trials are hard. It was this, by the way, same when I was working. Same. Except now I get to just not be in suits every day. So that's a bonus. Hey there, I'm Emily D. Baker, the internet's go-to legal analyst, breaking down the legal side of the pop culture and entertainment stories we can't stop talking about. I'm a big fan of the cursey words. I've been a licensed attorney for over 17 years, but this is not legal advice. This is where the law nerds unite to talk about facts, not... Let's get into it. I'm also going to make a note, since as we resume court, we are going to be resuming with Colin Albert on the stand on cross-examination. And I saw quite a lot of not just insults, but accusations, speculation about whether he was medicated or what have you. For those of you that are new here, we don't do that in the chat. He has not been charged with anything. He is not on trial here. We are going to see what unfolds. If we believe the testimony, we do. If we don't, we don't. But we are not going to start doing all of the things. So with all of that, we are going to get into court and again, see what this day brings. So as I miss from other trials, we need to, does everyone miss Judge Newman at this point?
Bring the jury.
Let's go. The jury's not in court yet.
But I do need to be seen about an issue from yesterday.
The defense wants to put something on the record from yesterday. Let's find out what that is.
We don't need to be seen at sidebar, Your Honor, but I do need to be seen about an issue from yesterday.
So you'd like to be heard?
Well, yes, I would.
Okay, I'll hear you. What is it about?
Your Honor, we are not only renewing our objection to the alleged harassment evidence that came in yesterday, but we're specifically moving to strike that testimony and specifically asking the court, before we get started today, to instruct the jury that they are to disregard that evidence. And I wanted to point out to the court that it is our view, we didn't even come close to opening the door to that evidence.
Oh, they argued this at sidebar yesterday.
The witness, if she has turned over those text messages to the state police when she spoke to them on August 25th.
And why she didn't, right.
I asked every witness, when was the first time that they spoke to the state police? That was the first time McCabe spoke to the state police. None of that conversation had anything to do with harassment whatsoever. It was strictly related to the death of John O'Keefe and the investigation of John O'Keefe.
Well, her answer was kind of weird.
Clear of any discussion of harassment whatsoever.
Her answer was weird.
On the federal grand jury and the approach by the state police on August 25. I opened no door. I didn't even approach the door. And yet,
he's like, we don't even know a door.
It led to a moment where, that Mr. Lally, I believe, has been waiting for, which is for a witness to break down on the stand and feel sorry for themselves to gain sympathy before this jury. It was prejudicial to our client. It was prejudicial to our defense. It is error, and we're asking the court to correct it.
All right. What do you say, Commonwealth?
Your Honor, counsel absolutely opened the door as far as the questioning was concerned. It was not just the characterization of the questioning is just simply inaccurate. As far as the questions that were posed to the witness, it was more geared towards why, implying that the witness only provided this after testifying at the other proceeding or being questioned about it in that environment, and that's the only reason that she had these messages, and why hadn't she turned these messages over earlier? And that is in direct response to the harassment that that witness and her entire family, as well as Mr. Albert, had sustained as a result of actions by several different parties, including counsel. So for those reasons,
that's a big accusation.
It was proper. There was nothing, I don't think it was more than 5 minutes of testimony concerning it.
It was very brief.
It was because counsel opened the door to it.
Okay, thank you. All right, so Ms. Giannetti, I
the
remember
court's
clearly
gonna
the
disagree
lines
with
of
that.
inquiry that you initiated.
Because
so
the court
I disagree with you in
that.
the strongest way possible.
Oh.
You've made your record.
Wow.
Your
That's
motion's denied.
strong.
Okay, so let's bring in the jurors, please.
All right, they're going to be bringing in the jury. The court has ruled that they will not strike from the record the testimony about harassment the witness has received. The defense arguing, again, we didn't open the door for that testimony, but the answers to the testimony were odd because they said there was no relevance to talking about when Colin left until later. And it seems the until later is until the defense started accusing Colin of something. So there have been lots of moments that the defense has steamrollered out questions on cross-examination that were inappropriate. So I'm not surprised that the judge didn't rule for this and found that they had opened the door. The prosecution had agreed they would not elicit that testimony. And the judge said, I'm not going to tie these witnesses' hands on that. I'm not going to tell them they can't talk about what they've suffered, and I'm not going to tell them that they can't answer. So I am truly not surprised. I'm more surprised that the judge said I disagree in the strongest way possible. But the defense has definitely thrown out their own insinuations with that, with not harassment, but with you don't even know the examiner from the swabs had failed their testing. I forgot exactly the word that they used. There have been lots of moments like that in this trial, both ways. So I think the judge might believe the defense is reaping a bit of what they sow in this. I'm going to go back and look at that line of questioning. I don't know if I necessarily agree with that. I don't think it's as prejudicial as the judge thinks it is, because I also think it can be interpreted a different way. People could look at that testimony and just be like, oh, so you're crying after you got nailed on the Life 360 information? Sure. So I don't know if it will necessarily bring the sympathy that the defense thinks that it will, but I don't think it's a huge problem. Those of you who are asking if that's reversible error, no, not at this point. Wait, did I turn you down? I did. I missed the hear ye's. That's completely on me. I don't think that that's, I don't think that that's going to be the thing. There is so much more to go in this trial, but I don't think that ruling is going to be the ruling that is a problem ultimately in this. I'm sure many will disagree with the ruling. You can disagree with the judge at all, and all you like. What I appreciate is when the defense makes those arguments and the judge rules, they say, okay, we will go, okay, Your Honor, you've ruled, we've made your record, and we'll go forward. So I appreciate that. I think harassment outside of court in any of these cases is absolute fuckery. I don't think it should be happening at all for anyone involved in any of these cases. But I say that in every case.
All parties having anything to do before the...
No, we missed the hear ye's. Oh, no. There will be moments I will not miss in this court, and the hear ye's are that moment for this trial. It's of utmost importance at this point because it is at least reliable, and I feel like I understand something.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye.
This is all I understand at this point.
Anything to do before the Honorable First Justice Beverly Pannoni, now sitting in the Dedham Superior Court, in for the County of Norfolk, draw near, give your attendance, you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth and this good court. Thank you. You may be seated. For the session.
22117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed.
All right. Good morning, counsel. Good morning.
Day
Ms. Reed.
13, they're
Good
going to ask the
morning,
jurors the
jurors.
same questions.
So I have to ask you those same three questions. Were you all able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we
Something
left
just
yesterday?
dropped.
Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left the other day? Yes or no? Thank you very much. Everyone said no or shook their heads. All right, may we have Mr. Albert, please?
All right, we're resuming with the cross-examination. Well, we're beginning the cross-examination of Colin Albert and going from there. So also, yes, for those of you in the chat mentioning it, the Fed investigation did absolutely pop out. That wasn't supposed to come up either. That's probably more prejudicial to the Commonwealth. Not much they can do about that either. So.
All right, whenever you're ready, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Robert.
Diane, I talked about that at the beginning of stream.
Mr. Albert, who did you talk to in order to prepare for your testimony starting yesterday?
Can you rephrase that question?
Rephrase the
Sir.
question. You didn't understand my question?
No.
Who did
Oh boy. See, the thing is, if you're just absolutely evasive, it's not going to make the jury think you're credible. And when right out of the gate, the thing is, can you rephrase your question? It's not going to go well. It's just not going to go well. It's not going to go well.
Question, please.
rephrase the question? You didn't understand my question?
No.
Not going to go
Who
well.
did you speak to in order to prepare for your testimony yesterday?
My lawyer.
Other than your lawyer, who did you speak to prepare for your testimony yesterday?
No one.
You didn't speak to your parents?
No.
You didn't speak to your mom, your dad?
Nope.
At any time before yesterday about your testimony?
Lally?
Nope.
Did you discuss with your parents their testimony?
No.
So after they got off the witness stand, your dad didn't come home and say, here's how my day went?
No.
Your mom didn't come home and say, here's
They've
how my day
probably
went?
been admonished
The
not
Albert
to.
family just ignored the fact that both of them testified in a court of law before a
They
jury
were
about the
probably
events of
told
January 29th, 2022.
not to discuss
Nothing
it.
was ever said?
No.
Did you talk to Mr. Lally at any point before yesterday in preparation for your testimony?
He should have.
Before yesterday?
He should have told
You
you
said-
not to discuss your testimony. Is what he should have
Yes.
told you.
Tell me when.
Want to say a month ago about
What did you talk about?
I got prepped for this.
Tell me what that means. What does it mean to prep for this?
What I'm going to be getting asked.
Okay. Remember my first question, very first question this morning? I said, have you spoken to anybody in order to prepare for your testimony? And you said no.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's not true.
He said his lawyer.
So it's
Actually, he
loud.
didn't say no. He said he talked to his
Okay.
lawyer.
Yes.
It's not okay. It's yes or no.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh boy.
You said that was about a month ago, correct?
Correct. Around a month ago.
Tell me what, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to.
Around a month ago. That's it.
Tell me what you and Mr. Lally discussed.
The questions I would be asked here.
Can you be more detailed?
I don't remember everything he said.
Did he go over the questions that he believed he would ask?
I believe so.
Did you give him answers to those questions that you believed you would give in response to his questions?
Yes.
What questions did he tell you he was going to ask?
I don't remember.
What answers did you tell him you were going to give?
I don't remember.
That was just a month ago, right?
Yes.
Obviously, you've been thinking about this case quite a bit, haven't you?
Yeah.
Over the last 2.5 years.
No.
How long have you been thinking about this case?
Since people started writing about me on the internet.
How about
I think
since
that's true.
you were at a house where an individual ended up dead on the lawn the next morning? Did that prompt you to start thinking about this case?
No.
Not so much, huh?
Nope.
The victim's
Did you
family
speak
has to
with-
just be
when
appalled
Mr.
with some
Lally
of
spoke
this.
with you, who else was there?
Because nobody at the house seems to care.
The witness advocate, I believe, and
Steve Nelson?
yes.
Who else?
And is it Sergeant Tully, I believe?
Like, how does no one care?
Tully,
How does
I
no
believe
one
so,
give a
yes.
shit?
Anybody else?
Not that I remember.
Sergeant Tully taking notes while you were having this conversation with Mr. Lally?
I do not remember.
Mr. Lally taking notes?
I do not remember.
Do you remember being told by either Sergeant Tully or Mr. Lally that your conversation was being recorded?
I do not remember.
How long was that meeting?
Say 15 minutes, 20 minutes.
Were you given any instructions by either Sergeant Tully or Mr. Lally about your preparation for your testimony?
Can you rephrase that, please?
Probably. There should be
about
instructions.
the preparation for your testimony. How they wanted you to answer questions. The
No.
tone and tenor of your testimony.
No.
How they wanted you to dress, for instance.
No.
There's no way they thought of that. His lawyer might have. The DA didn't. The DA should have given him instructions. And when I say the DA should have given him instructions, the instructions generally go something like, tell the truth. This is going to be uncomfortable. If you don't understand a question, ask the attorney to rephrase it. And yes, that is the words I would use with witnesses. Ask the attorney to rephrase it or restate it, or can you ask me a different way if you don't understand what I'm saying? Do not discuss your testimony with anyone. Those are the instructions that you would give somebody. When people distance themselves from that, it's really odd to me, because unless the DA just didn't, which, I mean, in this case is always possible.
Go. Have you spoken with Mr. Lally or anybody from the DA's office since then, before yesterday?
No.
Who called you to tell you when you were
Covered this
testifying then? Your
case
lawyer?
Online?
It might be.
Nope.
No social media?
No, I don't have social media.
No news, coverage?
Nope.
Nightly news, Channel 25, Channel 5?
No.
He's not in the comment section is what he's
National
saying.
news?
Nope.
Blogs?
Nope.
So literally, according to you, you know zero about the media coverage concerning this case, Commonwealth versus Karen Reed.
Correct.
We know what case it is,
Did you
Alan.
talk to Allie before her testimony?
No.
When was the last time you did talk to Allie before she testified yesterday?
I'd be surprised
remember.
if he didn't. What?
Give me an idea. She's one of your best friends. A week ago.
Is
a day
she
ago,
still
a
one
month
of your
ago.
best friends?
I do not remember.
Could it have been a year ago?
Is
I
she
do not remember.
is she still one of his best friends?
No.
Okay. So it's more recently than 5 years ago that you spoke with Allie.
I don't remember.
So you have no independent recollection as you sit here. The last time you talked to one of your best friends and your cousin about any subject.
No, I don't remember.
That's not
Were you ever
believable at all.
told in preparation for your testimony, if you start to get stumped or nervous, just say, I don't remember.
Nope.
Nobody ever told you that?
Mm-mm. No.
No?
No. Sorry.
It's okay. So nobody ever informed you that you might get nervous on the witness stand, there might be tough questions. The easiest way to get out of that is just say, yeah, I don't recall.
No.
So you just don't recall because your memory is that bad. You literally don't recall the last time you spoke with Cal.
Objection.
Ask that differently, Mr.
Sure.
Jackson.
Sure. Your testimony is you were not instructed to say, I don't remember.
Sir,
You just literally
Sir, we don't believe that you've never
remember.
talked to anybody.
Correct.
It's an issue with your memory, not an instruction that you received.
It's compound.
Correct.
Right. But you do remember 2.5 years ago.
Leaving at 12:10
You
a.m.
left 34
Right.
Fairview at 12:10 a.m., correct? Down to the minute.
Right.
Correct.
Sure.
Did Mr. Lally, during this meeting that y'all had, did Mr. Lally show you anything? Items of evidence, photographs, videos, anything like that?
No.
Did you two talk about any evidence that you might see? Photographs, documents, videos?
Not that I remember.
He didn't show you the series of text messages between you and Miss McCabe, Allie?
I don't remember.
Okay, so you're not saying he didn't. You're just saying, again, you just don't remember.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
And this was just a month ago.
The selective memory.
The month. Correct.
Could have been sooner than a month.
again, there are some things you may genuinely not remember. The selective memory of I've actually never had a conversation with a person literally ever is just way too fucking. It's just way too fucking much. Because again, if there's nothing wrong, there's nothing wrong, right? Of course you're going to talk to your family. You can say, I talked to my family, not about this. We were told not to. It's just you can't greystone testimony, sir. It's not going to make Alan Jackson stop asking you questions. You just cannot completely shut down and not answer questions. That is not an option here. And again, the jury's not going to believe you've never had a conversation with anyone ever. It's just, no. Nope. He remembers what time he left the house, and that seems to be it. And that's just not credible.
Could have been more recently than a month.
I don't know.
Don't know that either.
Mm-mm.
Is that no?
Yeah, no.
So, Mr. Albert, you have to answer yes or no, not just,
All right, sorry.
Where were you when this meeting a month ago took place?
At the DA's office.
Oh, not on Zoom. Well, that's
on Shawmut Road.
that's
Who
refreshing.
contacted you to come to the DA's office?
I do not remember that.
Don't remember that either.
No.
Phone call from Mr. Lally, maybe?
I don't believe that I received a phone call. Maybe my lawyer did or my father, but I don't know. I don't believe I did.
There's a lot of witnesses with lawyers in this case.
And then told you need to go to the DA's office to meet with Mr. Lally. That would be a conversation with your dad about your preparation for your testimony, correct?
I wouldn't say so, no.
You wouldn't categorize that as such?
No.
Okay. Because, of course, even though you went to the DA's office to meet Mr. Lally and a sergeant from the Massachusetts State Police to talk about your testimony, you didn't mention that to your dad.
No.
Didn't mention that to your mom.
No.
And when you got done with that meeting, Dad didn't ask you, how'd it go, son?
Nope.
Your mom didn't say,
That's odd.
how was that meeting?
No.
Because
About
again,
this massive murder case.
there would be nothing wrong with him saying, I had a meeting at the DA's office. It went fine. We talked about the case going to trial and not talk about the details of it. There's literally nothing wrong with that. Again, with a lot of these witnesses, the distancing is the thing that is so striking with all of it. How much they're distancing. It's a lot. And again, people are allowed to have lawyers. I just wonder what the jury thinks of it.
Objection.
Let me ask it a different way. Do you consider this to be a high-profile murder case?
Objection.
stand on relevancy, ask it differently.
I mean, it's
In your mind, this is an important case, correct? Obviously.
Correct.
But according to you, it just never comes up in the Albert household.
No.
Okay.
the witness, and I
You
think it was
asked to
his
look
mom
at
who said, of course we
couple
talked about
text
it,
messages
came across much more credible
Today,
to me.
it's a little bit like this. You seen that before?
Yes.
Do you have a new phone?
When did you see that
Because
before?
I'm curious about that too. And I don't know what he's holding.
Yesterday.
Before yesterday, had you ever seen that before?
On my phone, yeah.
Okay, other than on your phone. when
Must
you
be the text
made
messages.
Screenshot, did you ever seen that before? Mr. Lally ever show it to you?
Not that I remember, no.
So you two didn't discuss that in your meeting a month or less ago?
That I actually believe.
We could have. I don't
I don't
remember.
But again, you
I don't think Lolly talked to them about much, honestly.
No.
Did Mr. Lally tell you why he wanted to question you about those text messages?
I don't remember.
Did Mr. Lally tell you anything about what you might be asked on cross-examination?
No.
Did he ask you about any videos that you've ever posted?
No.
Did he ask you about any comments you've ever made online?
Nope.
Any photos you've ever been in?
That's odd.
No.
He should have.
Any fights you've ever been in?
Nope.
So Mr. Lolly
Who's
asked you
Courtney
nothing.
Proctor?
My she's friendly with my aunt, Jillian.
I'm sorry?
My aunt Jillian, she's friendly with.
When you say friendly with, describe that. What do you mean by friendly with?
I know that they're pretty friendly.
Have you ever been to Courtney Proctor's home?
Yes.
How many times would you say over the years?
4 or 5, maybe.
Her family is close to your family, it's fair to say.
I appreciate that he's not breathing on the
that
mic
close.
at all.
Close though.
So there's that.
When you say not that close, but close though, what does that mean?
I'd say we're more close when I was younger, not when I got older.
Okay. How old are you now? You're 20?
Correct.
May I approach?
Okay.
I have a photo I'd like to show Mr. Lally first. May I?
Yes.
Thank you. Take a look at that photo and tell me if you recognize it. Just look at it to yourself, please. Let me know after you've studied it for a second.
Yep.
You recognize the photo?
Yes.
Who's in that photo?
Objection.
Why? Is there an objection?
The
Yeah,
objection
that's
sustained as to the content of the photos. Did you
why. That's okay.
want to come to sidebar and explain this to me?
I would love someone to explain it to me. There needs to be some foundation for when the photo was taken, who's in the photo. Like there needs to be some foundation for it. But it seemed that foundation could be laid in front of the jury. I realize that the judge doesn't want to get down on side quests of who knows who and who knows what, but some of these relationships are very important for the jury to evaluate witness credibility and how much everyone knows each other. That's absolutely necessary. So let's see how long this sidebar lasts. I just hate that it's all at sidebar and we don't know. All right. For all of you that might know more about this case from the wide interwebs, we don't. We're watching it as a jury. So as Dash just said, Emily, your confusion along with us is heartening. I feel for this jury. They have to be so confused. Just so confused.
Mr. Albert, approximately when was that photograph taken?
Objection.
No, we can get that, but we'll answer that question.
There needs to be foundation.
10 years or less ago, I'd say. I don't.
You were the ring bearer in Courtney Proctor's wedding, were you not?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
I mean,
Correct.
So when you say
that's new information.
friendly, but not that, or we're close rather, but not that close, you were actually close enough to be a member of her wedding party.
I mean, how
when
old?
She was married to her now.
How old was he at the time? Because, I mean, there are a lot of Albert kids, but finding a cute kid ring bearer doesn't necessarily need to be that deep. Like, was he 10? I mean, was he 10? I don't know if that means he's close, but the family's definitely close. Again, it shows how close the family is. But as to him being close to Courtney Proctor, I think it's an overreach. But he's a ring bearer in the wedding. So what, 10 years ago? So he's a 10-year-old?
Husband, correct?
The families are clearly close.
When I was younger, correct.
Well, of course it was when you were younger. It was
Mhm.
10 years ago.
Mhm.
Is that yes?
Yeah.
That's my question. So for at least a decade, your family and the Proctor family has been close enough such that you and Albert were
Yeah,
in the
that's the
wedding,
point.
correct?
Objection.
That's
Ask
the
that
point.
differently, Mr. Jackson.
And that point's
The
very
last-
valid.
Well, at least at that time, 10 years ago, your family was close enough to the Proctor family such that you were a ring bearer in Courtney Proctor's wedding.
Yeah.
Right?
Yep.
Correct.
And who's Courtney Proctor's brother?
Yep.
Michael Proctor.
Betty was
And
at the
is Michael
wedding.
Proctor in the photograph that you're looking at.
Betty was at the wedding.
Yes.
Person on the far left
Correct.
looks like he's in a tuxedo.
So,
Correct.
You were also in a tuxedo.
Objection.
Sustained.
I mean, he should have been in a
What I'm
tuxedo.
getting at is you all were part of the same wedding party, correct?
Yeah, he's the ring bearer. He's part of the
Correct.
wedding
And that's
party.
a photograph of Courtney Proctor's wedding and the entire wedding party, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
I think that shows how close the families are.
Is that a photograph of a wedding party?
Objection.
Sustained.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes.
Your Honor, if it's a photo of a wedding party, it's a photo of the wedding party. The family is obviously close. That, yeah, appears to be a photo of a wedding party based on the white dress that went by. And I don't think that necessarily goes to him as a 10-year-old being close to these people, but it definitely goes to how close their families are, which is absolutely relevant. So we'll see what they say on side. Well, no, we won't see what they say on sidebar, which is so annoying. And this is why I am thankful that we can Zoom. For those of you asking why is it objectionable, I have no idea.
Yes.
Thank you.
I don't think you can introduce the entire photo of the entire wedding party into evidence. I don't think that's relevant. That's going to be a side quest. But
Both you and Michael Proctor are depicted in the photograph, correct?
asking that it's obviously a wedding party and a photo of the wedding party, I don't know what the grounds for the judge's objection or sustaining the objection that has no grounds for are. It might just be relevance. So again, the relevant testimony has come out. Your family was close enough that you're in the wedding party. That's not strangers.
Correct?
Correct.
How long have you known Michael Proctor?
I'm also not sure why Ollie cares so much. They clearly know each other.
Since I was a little kid.
And you've known him well enough to know, I don't want you to tell me or tell the jurors, but you know where he lives.
Yeah.
Which is
You
odd.
consider the Proctor family close to your family.
Yeah.
Obviously.
During the course of, for instance, just as an example, during the course of this event, joyous event at a wedding, you actually sat at the head table along with the Proctor family because you were given the honor of being the ring bearer.
I mean, how big was that table?
Correct.
And you know, of course, that is being in a wedding party is reserved for the most special family.
I mean, if the defense keeps trying to make fetch happen, he's made his point. And when I say it's weird that he knows where the lead investigator lives, I've seen a number of you in the chat saying this is a point well taken. It's a small town. It's not weird. It's weird to me is that this person is still the lead investigator. There's no way he should have been on this case. The lead investigator is too close to this investigation. And that point over and over and over again is resoundingly clear. This witness doesn't have the ability to choose whether that person stays as the lead investigator or not, but the lead investigator should have done something
Members and
for
friends,
sure.
correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
In your mind, was that a special honor?
Objection.
Is that what you thought when you were little? When you were in that?
I'd say so, yeah.
Okay.
And you were never interviewed by Canton Police Department in connection with this case, correct?
No.
How many times were you interviewed by the Massachusetts State Police in connection with this case?
Once.
And that was in July of 2023, correct?
I don't remember exactly when it was.
About a year and a half after the events in question. Is that right?
Around there.
Okay. Would it refresh your recollection?
Amy in the chat said the person above him is at fault too. Proctor's the person above Proctor. Amy, I don't disagree, but I don't know yet because I don't know if Proctor hid that information and never disclosed it to anybody. And I don't know if that's part of why the feds are investigating. I don't know if people knew, and we've heard Boston PD. I don't know how big the state troopers are, but we know Boston PD is over 2,000 officers. I don't know how many troopers there are, and I don't know how big the state police force is. They might not have known how interconnected he was, but I don't know how you recover this investigation, and we haven't even gotten that person on the stand yet. And there are hopeless conflicts here that how could he ever objectively come into this case and ask anyone questions? So when we're looking at nobody ever asked you for these text messages, nope, he didn't, because he wasn't going to ask them any questions.
If you saw a copy of a report,
This is horrible.
just to get the date.
Sure. Yeah.
Congratulations,
Yes.
Samantha, on finishing 1L. Try to relax over the summer.
I may have just a moment.
Just an absolute mess of an investigation.
Look at
But for the
paragraph one,
defense,
it's in the middle of the paragraph.
the interconnectedness is part of their theory of the case. So I'm not surprised that they are going to continue to chat about all of this. I'm waiting.
Got that?
So Amy says,
You
I
saw
keep
the
waiting for the
July
Alberts to go
18
full Caroline Manzo. Let me tell you something about my family. Yes, the connections to the Real Housewives of New Jersey are strong.
Yes.
2023.
Yes.
Does that refresh your recollection that that was the first time you were interviewed by the Massachusetts State Police?
Correct.
May I approach you?
2023.
Who conducted that interview?
Michael Proctor and one of his partners, I believe.
Did his name start with
Michael
the?
Proctor was the lead investigator.
Did his name start with a B?
Correct.
Correct.
That's the same Michael Proctor that appears on the far left of the photo of that wedding party. Correct.
Correct.
Did you find that interview? By the way, how long did the interview last? Michael Proctor.
I do not remember.
I have no
You remember
idea.
testifying at one point that it was about 10 minutes.
I don't doubt that with everything we've seen.
No.
I wouldn't doubt that.
You testified at a different hearing, a different proceeding, not this proceeding, one other time, correct?
Correct.
I may have just a moment.
Yes.
The Proctor stuff is just, it's getting absurd.
Yes.
How interconnected.
I need a foundational question first. I apologize. It's my fault.
Just-
Robert. Do you believe it would refresh your recollection as to the length of that first interview if you were to see your testimony from a prior proceeding?
Yeah.
May I approach you?
Yes.
Thank you.
And for those of you asking, how is the prosecution going to call Trooper Proctor? I don't know. I don't know how they're going to call him, and I don't know how they're not going to call him.
This, and I'm going to direct your attention to line
Which
18 and 19
going to be real interesting.
of that transcript. Let me know when you've reviewed it. Is that yes?
Yeah.
May I?
Yes.
See, Jewel, this
Is that
investigation is a
refresh?
mess.
Yes.
How long was that interview?
Which interview are you?
The interview that you had with Michael Proctor. That's what that question was about. That you just read.
I still don't remember.
You recall that it says that you testified.
Do you recall that you said it?
Objection.
The interview last for.
Objection sustained where his memory is not refreshed. You can do this differently, you know that.
Did this refresh your recollection as to the question and answer, how you answered the question, how long that interview lasted?
Yes.
Okay. Did you say 10 minutes?
Yes.
So during the course of that 10-minute conversation that you had with Michael Proctor, what was the tone of that interview? You understand what I mean by tone?
I do not understand.
Okay. Was it hostile?
Robbie asked the question that everybody wants to know the answer to, me included. The federal investigation is ongoing. Why didn't they pause the proceedings so the feds can finish their investigation? The defense and the prosecution both asked the court to do that, and the court didn't. Which baffles me. Baffles me. The only one fascinated by this kid on the stand right now is my cat, because the I don't know game is just tedious and exhausting, but Fred's completely invested, so we're going to keep going.
And accusatory?
Yeah, was it a hostile interview with
Not that
Trooper
I
Proctor?
remember, no.
Was
No,
it
it was friendly.
antagonistic or confrontational?
Did it feel like this?
Can
Did
you
it-
use different words,
Did
please?
it feel like this?
Was he being mean?
No.
Okay. He was being nice, right?
Professional, I'd say.
Yeah. Because you've known him almost your whole life, right?
Yes.
He was friendly.
At least he didn't distance himself from that.
Correct.
And the interview was comfortable.
Say it again.
More
The interview was
comfortable than this?
comfortable.
Correct.
You didn't feel like you were on the hot seat.
No.
Like you do now. Fred is fascinated. I'm trying to get a picture of Fred and his fascination.
did you find that the interview with Michael Proctor
I'm not moving you.
was consistent with the relationship that you've had with him your whole life? Meaning, he's always been friendly to you. He was just as friendly in that conversation.
Not really, no.
How is he different?
Nick, we don't know the conclusion.
Say more professional.
Okay.
We don't know
Obviously, he was doing a job.
the
correct?
conclusion of the federal
Correct.
When
investigation
you walked in,
or
you
grand jury.
recognized him.
Yes.
He recognized you.
Yes.
You made natural greetings with one another, correct?
Correct.
Questioned you about a few things.
Correct.
He didn't look at your phone. He didn't ask to take your phone away from you.
No.
He didn't ask to seize your phone or seize any other physical items from you.
No.
You weren't asked to come down to the police station and sit in an interview room or an interrogation room, were you?
No.
Matter of fact, where did the conversation take place, those 10 minutes?
In the DA's office on Shawmut Road.
DA's office on Shawmut Road. Who else was there other than Trooper Proctor and his partner at the time, Trooper Clark?
There was a different trooper at the
Can you
time?
can you
Who else
repeat?
was there? Was it just Trooper Proctor, Michael Proctor, and Clark?
Was Lally there?
Yes.
Okay, so it was just the three.
Yes.
And Trooper Proctor was the one that was sort of leading the conversation.
Yes.
And when it was done, he said, "You're free to go."
Correct.
And he didn't take your phone.
Nope.
Correct.
He didn't ask you to look at any text messages.
Nope.
He didn't look through your phone.
Nope.
He didn't take any screenshots or videos of your phone or the contents of your phone.
Nope.
Just let you walk out the door.
Correct.
Your Honor, may I publish the photo?
Why don't you come over here for just 1 second?
I'm telling you the way this cat is invested right now. I think he's waiting. I was watching Christine from Simply Neological from Holo Taco play a cat video game yesterday as I was doing my wrap up from court, and he was absolutely riveted by her video game playing. And I was jealous because at this point I would like to play video games. There was a great question in here from Griffin T. Emily, could the federal investigation lead to issues for this judge for failing to recuse herself or grant postponements? I don't have enough information to tell you exactly what they're looking into or if it is related to this judge. The failing to grant a continuance when both sides asked for it could very much come up if there is a conviction. It also is potentially an issue for whomever the targets are of that investigation. If any of them are witnesses in this case, then there's more testimony that will be used against them. And if any of them have to plead the fifth in this case, which we haven't seen, I don't know if we will, but if we do, how's that going to look to this jury in this courtroom? It's just so not good. It's not good all the way around.
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Albert, I want to shift gears for a quick second. On July 27th, you and your attorney appeared at a hearing in a separate proceeding, correct?
Nope's an answer in this case.
I don't.
Let me ask it a different way. You testified at a different proceeding, not this trial, but a different proceeding.
Correct.
Okay. You're put under oath. You appeared with your lawyer.
That's the federal grand
You
jury.
gave testimony, and that's part of what you looked at a second.
I keep forgetting to
Correct.
embiggen myself.
But when you met with Michael Proctor, you did not feel the need to take an attorney with you. It was just you, Michael Proctor, and Investigator Clark, correct?
Objection.
That's sustained.
You were asked yesterday about certain texts with your cousin, Allie, correct?
Correct.
Allie is obviously family,
Yes.
but she's more than family. She's also a good friend of yours.
I was
Correct.
curious where he was
As a
going
matter
with
of
that.
fact, she's one of your best friends.
Correct.
He just said he hasn't talked to her and he doesn't remember the last time he talked to her.
And at your age, this is not meant to be pejorative, but we're in different generations. At your age, your most convenient way of communicating is through text messages, correct?
Correct.
I mean, if you're going to,
Kids these days, Alan, with the texting. Are you telling me he's not also Snapchatting? Because I don't believe that he's not Snapchatting with his friends or Discord.
grab a buddy say, let's meet at the such and such ball field or whatever, you're going to text them.
Wait,
probably,
kids still
not
leave their
call.
house? What assumptions are we
Either
making
or.
here?
Okay. But texting is pretty common between you and your friends.
Yes.
Texting is certainly common between you and Alan. We've already seen evidence of that, right?
Yes.
And that's generally how you like to communicate with Alan.
I'd say so, yeah.
In fact, when you reached out to her for a ride, there were like 8 text messages back and forth just for a pickup, correct?
Oh, Caitlin, absolutely not.
Correct.
I don't think he knows what pejorative means. I think he's just trying to get done with cross-examination as fast as possible. I'm just making a joke since my kid rather be at home on Discord voice chat with 1 million people playing video games. I was making a joke.
I just want you to have that in front of you. Your Honor, with the court's permission, can we place Exhibit 81 on the screen?
Okay.
I think we're getting to the questions. I also think that this, I don't, oh, they're approaching.
I need to use the Elmar instead of.
Okay. Is there an
I think
objection
using
to that?
the Elmo is better.
No, no.
Right.
I'm really, really
Can I have
glad.
that back?
I thought
He-
you meant approach over here.
Yeah. He said he had no social media. I thought he was talking about now. Like, I have no social media now. Because in the course of time that Alan was talking about, he was asking, have you been watching what's going on in this trial now? And he, I think, was saying, I have no social media at this present moment in time, which wouldn't necessarily surprise me, but I don't think it means he has no social media then. So we'll see. And it wasn't clarified. He was saying, I'm not watching the trial. I don't have social media now. He might still. I don't know if they're
Do you
going to
want
know.
the Commonwealth to pull it?
No,
Mr.
he,
Jackson, do
he
you want the Commonwealth to pull it up for you?
no, he doesn't.
I'd be happy to, Your Honor. It's fine.
Yeah.
He doesn't want the digital version. He wants to show them
Thank
the
you, Ms.
paper
Young.
version on the Elmo. That's the point. The digital version looks weird AF. So I don't think he wants the digital version. So I think sometimes there are not clarifications to some of these things that are tough. And it leaves
You
vagueness.
see what's displayed on the screen?
Vagueness is better for the defense and the prosecution. So the vagueness for them is not a huge problem.
Yes.
It's only part of the text string, but does that look like it's an accurate representation of what you're looking at?
Yes.
And this is a series of texts on or about January 28th and 29th of 2022. Is that right?
Yes.
And Mr. Albert, you needed something as simple as a ride. You were just asking Allie to give you a ride. Is that right?
Yes.
Yeah,
And
he's going to
it's
ask why the
because
gap.
you said that it's common for you guys to text back and forth. You just texted her, hey, you can get me now. Is that right?
Yes.
And then you texted if it's easier. And then she said, okay, I'm dropping people off. And there was an exchange back and forth. Is that right?
Yeah.
And there were at least 8 texts between the two of you, if you just count them up real quick, just about getting picked up.
Yeah.
But if you scroll down a little bit, after the end of that text string that ends at 12:10 a.m. and it says okay. You see the next date?
If I fall
Yes.
off my chair doing
What
this,
date is
it's
that?
all on me.
February 20th.
That's nearly a month later, correct?
Chat.
Correct.
So there was a gap after January 29th, 2022.
It's a long
you found
gap.
out that a man had ended up dead on your uncle's lawn,
It's a striking gap.
and you and Allie did not text each other for a month,
I don't believe
not
that.
once.
Objection.
Sustained is to that form. Ask it differently.
Isn't it true that
And they might have
January
texted and deleted
29th,
it. They might have texted on other
later in
apps.
the day you found out about John O'Keefe and his condition, the fact that he died?
Objection.
Is that true? Did you find out that day?
Yes.
Okay.
So you were well aware of We can take that down. You were well aware.
Well
Mr.
aware
Albert,
that somebody was dead
that
on the
something
lawn.
very tragic had happened at your uncle's house, Brian Albert's house, right?
Correct.
And you were aware that you had been at your uncle's house that night, right?
Correct.
You're also aware that, according to you, Allie McCabe was the one that picked you up and took you from that location.
Correct.
According to
And
her, too.
notwithstanding the fact of this tragedy, you and Allie didn't text each other one time for a month. Is that right?
I don't think that's correct.
Somebody needs
So where
water.
are those texts?
We text on other platforms too. So I'd say other apps.
So is there a reason why you decided for the next month to just switch platforms to maybe Snapchat?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No reason.
Are you sure that you switched platforms?
I'd say so, yeah.
Why did you switch platforms?
We go back and forth, I'd say, between platforms texting.
You switched platforms because you know that Snapchat deletes all communications,
I
correct?
mean, they don't
Objection.
really.
Ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
Do you know that
Do you know?
Snapchat has an auto delete function on it?
If your app is set to that, yes.
Your app was set to that, wasn't it?
I do not remember that.
So again, your memory is failing you.
Can you rephrase that?
Sure. Once again, your memory is failing you. You just don't
Objection.
remember.
Objection.
Ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
Isn't it true, Mr. Albert, that you either switched platforms or deleted the texts because you did not want your text communications with Allie McCabe to be discovered?
Objection.
Overruled.
Is that right?
That's not true.
So where are those communications?
I do not know.
Can't produce them right now, can you?
I'm not sure.
So in the days, the hours, and days and weeks following the death of John O'Keefe, your communications with your best friend, Allie, the person who gave you a ride home that night, they're just gone. Right?
I'm not sure.
You testified that you provided Exhibit 81, what we were just looking at and you're still looking at in front of you, as a screenshot of your communications on January 29th, 2022 with Allie McCabe, correct? It was a screenshot.
They haven't asked
say
him
that
if he
again?
upgraded his phone
You
yet.
provided
I
that
want to
item
know that
as
too.
a screenshot, not as an actual text to law enforcement. Is that right?
Yep. That's right.
I don't believe so.
Okay, do you know what a screenshot is?
Yes.
What's a screenshot?
When you take a picture on your phone.
He
That's a picture from
genuinely
your phone.
Yes.
looked
Okay,
confused
so it
about
is a
that question.
screenshot.
Yes, it is a screenshot.
Okay, that's my question. When you met with Michael Proctor in that interview that lasted 10 minutes, Michael Proctor did not get the actual texts underlying that screenshot, did he?
No.
He never looked for those actual texts, did he?
No.
He never asked you for those actual texts, did he?
No.
And you never volunteered to give him those actual texts, did you?
I think I volunteered to, yeah.
On that day?
Oh, no, not on that day, no.
Not on that day. You know what a phone extraction is?
Not familiar.
Okay. Have you ever heard of a phone imaging
didn't watch
or
the
phone
Murdoch case.
extraction or a forensic extraction? Any of those words sound familiar?
Not really, no.
Michael Proctor
believe
never
him as
asked
to that.
you, I think it's fair to say now, given that answer, Michael Proctor never asked you if he could do a phone extraction of your cell phone, did he?
No.
He never asked if he could take a forensic image of your phone, did he?
No.
Do you know what metadata is?
Nope.
You know the dates and times. You take a photo on your phone. Sometimes, well, not sometimes, all the time, it'll capture the date and time of the photo. You know that?
Objection.
I'll hear this
He's-
answer and it may end your inquiry. Do you
He
know
can
that?
be asked if he knows.
Pretty sure I do, yeah.
Have you ever heard of that data, the dates and times and geolocations? Have you ever heard of that referred to as metadata?
No.
Okay, so I'll just use the word date and time.
Okay.
You know that on your phone, if you pull up a text, you can go behind the text and see the date and time that it was actually sent or received, right?
Yeah.
But on a screenshot, you're left with just what's on the screen. You can't go behind the screenshot, right?
Yeah.
Okay. You provided just the screenshot, ultimately, not the actual text, correct?
Correct.
But in September of 2023,
I bet you that's
Michael
all he was
Proctor's
asked for.
partner, a man by the name of Yuri Buknik, you know that name?
Did he ask for something else?
He contacted you and said he wanted to talk about your text messages, correct?
Well, I'm very interested to hear that.
I don't remember.
Do you remember that you told Yuri Buknik when he asked about the text messages,
Trooper
you
B.
did not have the screenshot anymore. You sent it to your father, Chris.
I don't remember that.
Do you recall telling Yuri Buknik if he wanted to get the screenshot, you weren't going to give it to him. He'd have to get it from your dad.
Do not remember that.
Do you remember Trooper Buknik agreeing with you and saying, sure, I'll just call your dad and get it from him?
Don't remember that.
You don't remember you certainly don't remember ever giving Trooper Buknik a copy of that screenshot.
No, I don't remember.
Because you didn't, did you?
I do not remember.
But you did give it to your dad, right?
I do not remember.
Do you remember anything about this case?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll withdraw.
Chat, I see all of you asking the exact same question. He
To
remembers
this day, you've never
certain
been required
things.
to present your phone to any law.
And that's what's so hard. This is not a blanket, I don't remember. Because when he was trying to remember things about other things that he was being asked about, he looked like he was genuinely trying to be like, do I know this? Do I not know this? Do I know this? Do I not know this? But then as we get into, did you turn this over? Were you asked for this? Then it's all in the nope.
Enforcement agent had it.
Nope.
Right.
It was never imaged. It was never downloaded.
I believe that.
Nope.
You still have the same phone?
Yes.
Oh,
If you had
surprising.
the actual texts on your phone, why did you provide law enforcement with just a screenshot?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
That's probably what they asked for.
I'm not sure.
I'm actually surprised he still has the same phone at this point.
You were shown a photo yesterday of you in February of 2022 with your aunt. Remember that photo? Mr. Lally showed you that photo,
Correct.
and he said he wanted you to pay special attention to your face and hands and extremities. Asked you if there was anything unusual about that.
Yes.
You said no. In that photo, absolutely nothing unusual in February of 2022 about you, your face, your hands, fists, nothing, right?
Correct.
Are there other
I want to draw your
photos?
attention to February 26th, same month, less than a month after the incident. You were at a place called Fenway Johnny's with your buddies, weren't you?
Correct.
I bet that's near a baseball stadium. That's just a wild guess.
Your Honor, I have two documents I'd like to mark for identification with the court's permission to show Mr. Lally.
Okay.
1 and 2.
ABQ Cat asked, do your kids, or at least the oldest, know what metadata is? I don't know. I'd have to ask. This morning we were discussing the fact that his teacher had asked him to do an assignment that I thought was awesome. And so we were discussing that. And if you would like to know what the awesome assignment is, it is that they have just finished reading Julius Caesar, and their teacher asked them to identify song lyrics that essentially captured the vibe of Shakespeare's Julius Caesar. And we were going through the different song lyrics that he found might go directly to Julius Caesar. I think it is a fantastic assignment. So I'm interested to see what these photos are, but I will ask the kids about the metadata. So his English teacher has been amazing this year.
Okay.
Present these to the witness.
Yes.
The assignments are very
May we approach?
very on point. So
I may as well see them. I'll end up seeing them in the rest.
that's facts. So he's riveted by which song lyrics he feels best embody Shakespeare's Julius Caesar, and we were between a few different songs. So when he decides, I will let you know. I'm gonna zoom because I'm riveted as to what these photos are. For those of you asking why doesn't somebody WD-40 the chairs, I have no idea. And I don't know which chairs they are. I don't know if it is the judge's chair. I don't know if it's the chairs in the witness box. I don't know, or if it's the chairs in the jury box. It's probably not the pews. The pews are probably not the
So
problem.
you're putting it in evidence before you display it?
They cut something off of it.
Approach one more time.
I just wonder what. I am Ken Ross said it still has the phone, but not the text. I don't know if he doesn't have the text. I don't know if anyone ever asked him for the text. It seems It seems that Buchnick asked him for the text, and he was like, "You have to get them from my dad." At that point, so it's interesting.
Those two documents.
Yes.
Taking a look at the one that's got multiple documents on it, I don't want you to tell me what's on it. Just tell me if you recognize the picture that's in the middle to the right.
Yes.
Okay. And then looking at the second document, which I believe is marked EE for identification at this point, does that appear
Evelyn,
to
it's
be
a fair
true
question.
and accurate enlargement of the first?
Me, Mary D said, "Glad they brought scissors. They learned."
Yes.
And
They
this was
learned.
taken on February, that photo was taken on February 26, 2022.
Oh, 2/26, 2022.
I think it's called Finway Johnny's, right?
Correct.
Okay. May I publish the
Put it into evidence
Sorry.
first.
Move for the admission of just EE.
So you need to get it to the court reporter.
May I? I'm sorry,
Didn't he just do that?
May I approach?
Yes.
EE or FF?
Let me have it. FF.
Okay, give it to Madam Court Reporter to put the exhibit number on it.
The exhibit 85, Your Honor, excuse me,
This court reporter has done so much work trying to keep
Yes.
stuff organized.
You see that photograph that's being displayed?
Yes.
Are you in that photograph?
Yes.
Which person are you?
In the middle.
And about what time of day was it? That's you in the middle?
Correct.
Okay. About what time of day was this taken?
Not sure.
Was it at an event of some sort or just?
I mean, he's got a wristband.
Just at a bar.
Okay. I want you
Is
to
that
take
not a
look
wristband? Is
at
that a bracelet?
Your right hand. Can you see from there clearly your right hand?
Yes.
What do you notice about your right hand?
Your knuckles
cut
look like
up.
shit.
Your knuckles are injured, correct?
Correct.
Now, you didn't take this photo, did you?
Nope.
That photo was never
Clear.
on your phone.
Clearly.
In other words, it wasn't a friend of yours that took the photo, correct?
No.
This was taken by an event staff member, is that right?
Correct.
It was later posted on social media, isn't that right?
Correct.
You could not access the metadata, you couldn't access the time and date of that photo, correct?
What event?
Not sure what you mean by that.
You couldn't manipulate the time or date this photo was taken?
No.
This photo is completely sort of out of your control, isn't that right?
Correct.
And it was
His knuckles
controlled by
don't
the
look-
event staff at Finway Johnny's.
Chad, I see a lot of you saying his knuckles look bruised. They don't look bruised to me. They look scraped over and healing, not bruised, but scraped up. So that does not look like bruising to me. It looks like healing scrapes,
Correct.
And on February 26th,
if that helps.
less than a month after the incident at Fairview, that's what your right knuckles look like, correct?
Correct.
And this is a true and accurate depiction of your condition on or about February 26th, correct?
Correct.
So are they going to ask what happened, or
How'd you get those injuries?
there we go.
Robert, we can pull the lights up.
I was at a party, a house party my senior year, and I remember it being icy out, and it was kind of like a steep hill of a driveway, and I was walking up the driveway and I slipped down the driveway and I tried to catch myself, but I had something in my left hand. So I had tried to brace myself with my right hand and I ended up sliding a little bit down the driveway.
What'd you have in your left hand?
Probably a beer.
If I remember, it was either my phone or a beverage.
So according to you, you fell on ice and injured your knuckles.
And put your hand down this way?
as we just saw
Not
in
this
that
way?
photograph, right across the top of your knuckles.
Correct.
So you fell onto what, pavement, asphalt,
Yes.
and you braced yourself when you fell, your entire body weight, by putting your right hand down in a fist, and you injured your right fist,
And not-
just the top of the knuckles on your right fist when you fell down.
Correct.
What?
Seriously?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
I'm not even mad about that.
Palms
I'm
down?
not even mad about that. There are times
No.
when Jackson's snark is too much for me, but I'm not I can't be mad at that because it's the exact same thing that was in my brain. Like, seriously? You didn't brace yourself with your hand out slipping on ice? Anyone who has slipped in ice in the chat, just because we have like 25,000 of you here, can someone please tell me if you've ever braced yourself just on the tops of your knuckles, and how that would actually happen? Anyone?
Seriously?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
You didn't put your palms down when you fell?
No.
You fell your entire body weight on your right fist and just injured the top portion of your knuckles, correct?
Correct.
That makes no
Those
sense.
injuries to your knuckles look an awful lot like the type of injuries that you would get in a
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
You ever
Have you-
been in a fight, sir?
Have you ever been in a fight? He's allowed to lay the foundation for it. He needs to lay the foundation for it. He remembers nothing except that he braced himself after slipping on ice on a driveway on the top of his knuckles. But that doesn't even make any sense.
Other than with my brothers, no.
You've never been in a fight
Nope.
your entire life.
Other than with my brothers, no.
Never hurt your knuckles before.
Not sure what you mean.
Never hurt your knuckles in a fight.
No.
Has he
In
ever
this case, when you
boxed?
fell down on the asphalt, it was only the top four knuckles of your right hand, correct?
Correct.
You right-handed or left-handed?
Right-handed.
You box?
Nope.
I'm sorry, you don't box?
Nope.
You've never boxed?
Never.
You ever practice boxing?
I've hit the bag for like cardio, but other than that, no.
When you hit the bag, is that considered boxing?
Not to him.
I wouldn't say so.
obviously.
Not
It's not jumping
really.
rope, is it, Mr. Albert?
No.
I
It's
mean,
not doing curls,
that's making much
Nope.
out of.
not doing push-ups or calisthenics.
Okay.
Nope.
It's hitting a bag, correct?
But not everybody
Yeah.
would consider that
That's
boxing.
right?
I'd say yeah.
Can we get back to how weird the knuckles story is? Because the argument over whether he's ever punched a boxing bag is totally different to me than the knuckles story. The knuckles story
When that
is
photograph was
fucking
taken
wild.
At Fenway Johnny's, those knuckles look like they had been re-injured from a prior injury.
I agree with you, Chat, that hitting the bag is not
No.
boxing.
No.
Just falling on the asphalt.
Correct.
Any other?
The thing, this frustrates me, and lawyers can get kind of tunnel visioned into the thing. Again, there is so much here in this case that if the reaching offends some of the jurors, everything is going to feel like a reach. And there is stuff in this case that isn't a reach at all. The knuckles story is fucking wild. It makes no sense in like physics. But some of the reaching thing is just.
Cuts or scrapes from that terrible fall on the asphalt?
We'll see where it goes.
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll rephrase it. Any other cuts or scrapes or injuries from that fall?
I don't remember.
Just
Did you
right
break
now.
your phone?
Yeah.
I mean, I've definitely wrecked myself slipping on snow and slipping on ice, but I've never directly hit the top of my knuckles.
You said you've never been in a fight before.
Nope.
He said he kind of qualified it other than messing around with his brothers, but I'm real interested where they're going with this because
You post a video. You threatened that you're going to.
Objection, Your Honor.
The objection sustained. I'll see you at sidebar on this. I
feel like I was going to say, I feel like there might be more. I wonder if they're excusing the jurors for the morning break while they argue about this because it looked like people were coming back.
Wasn't early enough for me to get you coffee and bagels. I apologize for that, but we'll be a little bit. So
we'll be a little bit.
All rise for the court, please. Follow me.
Shit, that was louder than I thought. I am so sorry to everyone wearing headphones. I am so sorry. I am so sorry. They're excusing the jury, and the court said it wasn't early enough for me to get you coffee and bagels. I like that this court feeds their jurors. Not all courts do that. I'm real interested. I'm real interested to see what we are getting into with this. Because we are, whatever it is going on the record right now. I'm going to swoop. I'm going to try to not interrupt, and I'll probably fail, but I'm real curious what they're getting into outside the presence of the jury. I apologize for how loud the air horn was. I really didn't intend for it to be that loud. That is my fault. I've not well balanced my soundboard.
All right, so
sorry.
Mr. Albert, you stay right where you are. We're going to see a couple of short videos, and then
We're gonna
Mr.
voir dire.
Jackson will ask you questions, and then Mr. Lally
Fred's
will ask you
fascinated.
questions. Then I'll hear from the lawyers, and then I'll take a break, and you'll get a break before we go back. Okay?
Yeah.
Did you have a lawyer present?
No, I do not.
Okay. All right. So the
We are on
first
another
one,
side
they're
quest.
both on the same. They're separate.
I separated us.
All right. So let's mark them each for identification.
The one I'm holding in my right hand,
Bring it up.
I'll call advantage.
Okay.
That would be GG for identification.
Thank you.
So we're marking things for identification so that they can voir dire on what they are.
The one in my left hand, with the court's permission, this is, I'll call this bang bang.
That would be HH for identification.
All right.
What are
thank
we
you.
getting into?
All right. So play GG first, please.
He named them Advantage and Bang Bang. I don't know which one GG is.
Yo, your advantage boys, I will beat all your asses. I promise you, I will fuck you all up. Pull up, bitch.
Okay. And the next.
Pull up, bitch, with Adele blasting in the background. Seriously? Also, seriously?
Next one, please.
That was Advantage.
You're a bitch, bro. Fuck you now. Fuck you, pussy. You go, boy, you be knocked out. KO. Bang, bang.
Okay.
I heard knocked out, KO, bang, bang. That's all I heard at the end of that one. I have no
May I
idea
borrow
what
that?
happened at the
Yes.
beginning of it.
I'm going to take those two videos one at a time. I'm going to call one the advantage voice and one the bang bang video. For purposes of my questioning, Mr. Albert, specifically regarding the
For the powers that be at YouTube, I am not trying to play Adele in the background. Things happen in court that we cannot control. My apologies to Adele, who would like to be excluded from this trial. I didn't think we would get to Adele at trial. But you know, nothing goes harder than Adele.
the advantage voice video, did you recognize it?
Yes.
How did you recognize it?
What do you mean by
How
that?
do you recognize it? Is that you?
Yes.
Okay. When was that taken?
Maybe my sophomore year in high school, around.
Where were you?
Don't remember.
Okay,
Where?
so your sophomore year in high school, that's about 3 or 4 years ago?
Yeah, around.
You indicated on cross-examination you've never been in a fight,
No,
indicating that you have no violent tendencies and no violent proclivities.
No, he said he's never been in a
Nope.
fight.
What were you saying on that video?
that I would beat them up.
Who?
Did you say you would beat them up, or did you say
I'm going to need, and Chad, I am not asking for all the tea from y'all. I'm asking for Alan to elicit the tea. I'm going to need who he's talking about, who he's talking to. I'm going to need what the beef is. But also, I'm going to need them to ask how much he had been drinking, because it seems like that is a contributing factor into all of this.
I will fuck you up?
Alan, you are way too excited, sir. Did you hear how happy Alan is? We're going to just take a moment to listen to how thrilled this attorney is right now, because
What do you mean by
How do you
that?
recognize it? Is that you?
Yes,
Okay. When was that taken?
maybe my sophomore year in high school. Around.
Where were you?
Don't remember.
Okay,
Where?
so your sophomore year in high school, that's about 3 or 4 years ago?
Yeah, around.
You indicated on cross-examination you've never been in a fight,
No,
indicating that you have no violent tendencies and no violent proclivities, right?
Nope.
What were you saying on that video?
that I would beat them up.
Did you say you would beat them up, or did you say I will fuck you up?
so happy. He's so happy.
I said I will F you up.
No, you didn't say I will F you up. What did you actually say?
He's so awkward right
That I
now.
would fuck them up.
You also said something about beating somebody's ass, right?
Correct.
What did that mean?
That I would beat them up.
So when you said I will fuck you up and I will beat your ass, was that a friendly invitation?
No,
That was a threat, correct?
I don't know if I would call it a threat.
Don't?
I'm not sure.
Really?
Someone walks up to you.
Well, the thing is, Alan, somebody's not in his face. Because I actually might believe that when someone is in his face, maybe he wouldn't, unless we know and have evidence that he has been in fights and he is known to be in fights, which is a whole different side quest. Is he all talk on social media? Is that the point here? Is that what we're getting to?
I'm not going to do it.
Or not?
If someone did, walked up to you and said, I will fuck you up. I will beat your ass.
Alan is
You think
having the
that's
most
correct?
fun in court right now.
If they walked up to me, yeah.
You
But if they
did
didn't
say
walk up and just shouted it across the street and stood there and said, I will fuck you up.
You did say
I will
roll up.
beat your ass. That's not a threat.
I'm going to pause because I don't know where this is going, but I just wonder if this is the time when they need to also voir dire on internet harassment. He is saying that he didn't start thinking about this case till people, quote, started talking about him on the internet. And we saw his friends starting to talk about him yesterday. And he's saying the things I'm saying on video aren't a threat. Well, I'm wondering if he honestly feels that way, that if he feels that things said on the internet aren't a threat. I have a lot of questions about that, but Alan is literally living for the drama of this body right now. But again, he's telling people pull up, but he also is one of the names on the list to have people excluded from court. So does he feel under threat by things said on the internet or not? And I'm curious if they go there with this or not.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think you are sure, sir.
All right, so that I'll strike at the Commonwealth standing up and objecting.
Were you threatening these
Who?
advantage boys, guys, whoever they are?
Yeah, kinda.
Were you threatening them with violence?
Kinda, yeah.
Yeah. In the second video, you said, fuck you a number of times. And then you said, KO, you said, pull up.
He said pull up in
KO,
both
bang,
of them.
bang. Right?
Correct.
Explain that to me.
Yeah. What did you mean?
I'm not sure. Like, explain what I said.
Is that a threat?
Yeah.
Pull up, bitch. Right?
Yeah.
Who are you talking to?
Yeah. Who are
Those
you telling?
same advantage kids.
Who are you telling to pull up? Who
So
are
you're
the
threatening them
advantage?
yet
kids?
again a second time.
Yeah.
What does pull up mean?
Like come by.
Yeah, meaning get over here.
Mhm.
Right?
Yep.
Because when you do, I'm going to fuck you up, right?
He's so happy.
Yeah.
Meaning I'm going to fight you and I'm going
Question, Alan, has he ever fucked anybody up? Can we ask that question? Because I've got questions.
to put you down, correct?
Correct.
That was your
Bang, bang
threat
means-
to them.
Correct.
Can we get a time on this second one?
Of course. When was the second one, the bang bang threat
Gotta
made?
keep calling it.
Before or after the Advantage Boys?
I want to know if he's fucking around in these videos,
I'm
if he
not
ever
sure.
After?
found
Might have
out.
been this same night. I really don't know.
Well,
Who
you
are
dressed
the-
completely differently, so it's probably not the same night. You would agree with that.
Unless I could have changed my shirt. I do that often.
Okay.
Why?
So you changed your
Why are you changing your shirt so often?
shirt and on the same night. You just decided to threaten the guys twice.
Why does he do that?
Is that what you're saying?
Maybe.
You're not sure?
I'm not sure.
Did you have beef?
Is it around the same time frame?
Around, yeah.
All right.
What is the
fact of
beef?
matter is, Mr. Albert, you do like to fight, don't you?
Where's the beef?
Nope.
The fact of the matter is, you showed up at another hearing, at another proceeding,
What now?
to testify, and you showed up with busted knuckles then too, didn't you?
What?
Do not remember.
July 27th, 2023, do you remember being at another hearing?
Yes.
Do you remember being questioned by some attorneys?
Yes.
Do you remember the question about the condition of your fist? Literally at the hearing?
Yeah.
It was obvious to the person that was questioning you that you had an injury to your fist, correct?
Objection.
Well, that's sustainable.
Yeah, that calls for speculation. Ask it a
My
different.
apologies, Your Honor. You were asked questions by the questioner
They could
about
see
the
it.
condition, the physical condition of your fist, weren't you?
Correct.
Then they must have been able to see it. The reason
You
it was
claim
calling
at
for
that time-
speculation is
Well-
because Alan said it was obvious to the other person. And he's like, how the fuck would I know what's obvious to them? They asked him about it. Is there pictures?
Back up for a second, ask a different question. They were asking because you had open injuries on your right knuckles yet again, didn't you?
Correct.
You said, I must have been hitting a heavy bag, right?
Yeah.
Boxing again.
Hit in the bag, yeah.
Just working out, right?
Yep.
Didn't have any injuries on your left hand, though, did you?
No.
How many times have you hit a heavy bag?
I'm not sure.
How many times have you worked out with a heavy bag? That's an unfair question. I'll ask a better one. How many times have you worked out on a heavy bag?
I'm not sure.
When you
Yeah.
work out on a heavy bag,
Fascinated
you wrap
to
your
hear
hands,
this.
don't you?
I
Yes.
do not know.
Why?
So only your right hand gets injured over and over and over and over again,
Why aren't you wrapping your fingers? Why aren't you wrapping your knuckles?
I'm not sure.
even though you punch in the bag with both hands.
You trying to toughen your knuckles up? Like why are you trying to toughen your knuckles up and that's why you're not wrapping your hand? I have questions.
I'm not sure.
Yet again, you're right-handed, aren't you?
Yes.
So when you throw a haymaker, your hardest punch,
That's,
that's with your right fist.
that assumes a lot of shit.
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Is that right?
I would say they have equal. They're equal. I don't know. Not
That's
sure.
all I have.
All right, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Have fun, Lally. Is Lally chat? Is Lally gonna say fucking court?
Mr. Albert,
Lally, those are the red flags, buddy. We can hear them loud and clear. Lally, they're trying to warn you, buddy.
when those videos were made, you were a sophomore in high school, is that right?
Around that, yeah.
How old were you when you were a sophomore in high school?
16.
Waiting for
16
Lally
years
to be
old.
like, sir, are you an
So that would
asshole?
have been at least a couple years before January 2022, correct?
Yeah.
And
A couple years?
as
A year?
far as
He was 17 in January of 2022, so 16 to 17 is not a couple years. I'm a lawyer like you, Lally, and I am very bad at math, but that one I've got handled.
Within those videos, well, as far as timing, so those videos were around the same time, both sort of same time period within your sophomore year?
Correct.
Yeah, nobody asked about his drinking.
Relatively close to each other, is that correct?
He did not look sober in
Correct.
those videos.
And who or what is an advantage?
It's a club hockey team.
And
Are you going to fucking tell me that you're telling an ice hockey team to roll up and you've never been in a fight? Bro, what? They're a club ice hockey team. Well, this just gets more interesting.
what, if any, relationship did you have with that club hockey team?
None.
And so, as far as what videos you were made and sending, were there any videos from that group that were made and sent to you?
Text messages.
And with regard to those text messages, generally speaking, what do they say?
Just name calling me and my friends, calling us like pussies and stuff like that.
So this was sort of a back and forth, is that correct?
Correct.
And do you even play hockey?
Nope.
And were these people around your age at that time?
Yeah.
And were they kids from the same town or different?
I don't even know where they're from.
Did you even really know these kids or what the names were or anything like that?
Not at all.
Then how are they texting you?
And
Then how are they
was there
texting you?
ever any sort of physical fight or even a physical interaction with these other kids?
Never.
Did you ever even meet them face to face?
Never.
I have so many
And
questions.
With regard to Mr. O'Keefe, your neighbor who lived at the top of the street when you lived at Seven Meadows, you ever threaten him?
Never.
Did he ever threaten you?
Never.
Did you ever have any sort of back and forth exchange similar to what was up on the screen?
Never.
I have nothing further on that.
Okay.
Your Honor, may I, very briefly? You indicated, Mr. Albert, that this was your sophomore year in high school. But you were asked that exact same question under oath, the time frame of these videos in that other hearing, weren't you?
Oh,
I believe so, yes.
so you've been asked about these videos before. This is not your first rodeo on all of that.
You indicated under oath in that hearing that it looked like it was your junior or senior year in high school, correct?
Maybe I'm not sure
Not sure.
exactly what I said.
Your senior year would have been what year, sir?
2022. 21, 22.
Same year John O'Keefe died.
Correct.
They have money on.
Yes.
I'm so confused.
That's all I have at this time, Your Honor. Thank you.
There is so
All right, I will hear you.
much more here.
Your Honor, if we can make the argument outside the presence of the witness.
Yes, I'm sorry. I'm going to ask you to sit
Yeah,
down.
he needs to leave. There is so much more here. I'm very curious as to what it is. And I want to know how the kids he doesn't know are texting him. Unless he meant on Snapchat.
Hold on.
Oh, I'm sorry.
But when you call that messaging or DMing, not texting? Questions.
Yeah.
He might have been on
Yeah,
social.
you cannot hear in that background.
No problem. I appreciate you giving us the opportunity. Your Honor, it's very clear that these videos are highly, highly relevant, given the sanitized testimony that this witness has tried to present to this jury. He's indicated that he's never been in a fight, doesn't have any violent proclivities, he doesn't have any violent tendencies. It's not in his countenance to do this. Mr. Lally opened this
So
door.
you only got that through the voir.
He definitely didn't say countenance, Alan. Fuck yes. Countenance, no.
Sanitized testimony that this witness has tried to present to this jury. He's indicated that he's never been in a fight, doesn't have any violent proclivities. He doesn't have any violent tendencies. It's not in his countenance to do this. Mr. Lally opened this
So
door.
you only got that through the voir dire.
Understood.
Okay,
Understood.
so the violent tendencies only came in through the voir dire.
Well, that's not true. When in front of the jury, he said, "I've never been in a fight."
Okay, but that specific question, you said violent tendencies, it was unobjected to, but that was voir dire.
Understood. Mr. Lally clearly opened this door yesterday. He presented a photograph or a series of photographs with this witness's family. His arm draped over his aunt. He's with his mom, looking very family-oriented, etc. And Mr. Lally went further than that.
I mean, he is a
specifically said, "I
teenager.
want you to take a look at your face, and your hands,
He did
and
say
your
that.
extremities. Do you see anything unusual or odd about that?"
Yeah, Lally keeps own goaling by trying to thwart the defense at every turn instead of just proving his case, which is on Lally.
That's why I believe the court allowed, based on the testimony today, allowed the photograph in February of 2022 of the actual photo that cannot be manipulated. It's in the hands of a third party of the busted and injured knuckles on this witness's right hand. He then said, "I've never been in a fight." Those two videos belie that testimony. There is no way to look at those two videos and say, this is not relevant to the issue of whether or not he has been in a fight.
Well,
But tell me how whether he's been in a
He might still not have been in a fight. He might actually just be all talk. So we're going to have to see. And I think that's where the court's starting to go.
fight is relevant to an issue in this case. That's what you have to do.
Because the police should have, the Massachusetts State Police should have, if they
There's
were
a lot
doing
of things
their
they should have done.
diligence, they should have investigated this young man. They should have investigated
Should have
every
investigated
single
a lot
person
more.
in that house, in or around the home of where John O'Keefe was found, the Albert home, and they didn't. They did nothing to investigate whether or not there was someone in the house who tended to fight, who wanted to get in physical altercations, who had a propensity to get in physical altercations, who was a fighter by nature, who threatened to fight, who threatened violence. That's what this young man has
don't know
indicated
how
he
the
does
court's gonna take
constantly.
this.
I'm surprised he didn't show up in this hearing with busted knuckles.
So does this go to your third party culprit defense?
It goes to both. It certainly goes to Bowden, but yes, it also goes to our third party culprit defense as well. This is a focus of, I believe, this should be a focus of the jurors' attention in terms of, is there a third party who could have done this that evidence points to that may have done this? Absolutely. This evidence, what we now have, points directly in that it's focused in that direction. So yes, both it should have been investigated and
Agreed.
Colin Albert
That there should have been
somebody that
a better
the jurors
investigation.
should focus their opinion on or their attention on to determine whether or not he could have or was involved in the death of John O'Keefe.
All right, Mr. Lally?
Yes, Your
I
Honor.
don't know what the
Commonwealth
court's
would
gonna do with
submit
that.
did not open the door in reference to this, showing a photograph of someone and what they physically looked like. There was no suggestion. The only questions that were asked about fighting or anything of that nature were by counsel. So counsel thinks he opened his own door. I don't think that's exactly how that works. This is nothing more than rank speculation. It has nothing, bears no relevance whatsoever to this case. You're talking about something that is dated at least a year, if not two, prior to the incidents in this case.
But what if it's as
Were they?
As Mr. Jackson
Yep.
pointed out, the prior testimony, his senior year, which is, of course, is much closer.
Right.
Well,
Were they?
I think
Were they, Lolly? And how do
Even
you know that?
assuming
Were
that-
those videos dated 2 years before this? Also, you were the one who asked, do you have any injuries on you? You asked multiple witnesses about that with regard to Colin Albert. So, yeah. I'm going to see what the court does.
As far as relevance is concerned, Your Honor, there
You
is
asked.
no evidence here of a fight at all. There is no evidence that this witness was even present at the house at the same time as the victim. There's no evidence of any animus between this witness and the victim. There is no evidence whatsoever, as I stated, that he was even present at the same place at the same time on the night with John O'Keefe, on the night that John O'Keefe was killed. There is no evidence from even these videos of any physical altercation having taken place. So whatever juvenile beef that he and his friends had with individuals from another town, there's no evidence whatsoever of physical altercation. There's no evidence
But will
that
there be?
there's a physical altercation even in this case.
But will there be? Because we haven't seen any pathology yet. So we don't know yet.
So to allow counsel to introduce this purely for prejudicial reasons and to invite the jury to speculate as to what it is essentially does nothing but divert the jury's attention away from the facts of the case and what the evidence of the case is, and more so is just there's no evidence of anything in this case.
Well, Lolly, I think we agree on that at this point. Don't think that's how Lolly meant that to come across. But what the prosecution just said is he's trying to wrap up his argument is there's no evidence of anything in this case. Lolly, what? I want to wait.
So away from the facts of the case and what the evidence of the case is, and more so is just there's no evidence of anything in this case.
May I begin briefly?
Yes.
In terms of evidence of a fight, I don't know what Mr. Lau is talking about. He says there's no evidence of a fight in this case. John O'Keefe looks like he had been beaten.
We don't know that yet. That's the problem, Alan. Here, maybe we're going to get a little bit of what they think the evidence will continue to show, but there's no evidence of it yet because Lolly hasn't put any of it in.
Briefly?
Yes.
In terms of evidence of a fight, I don't know what Mr. Lau is talking about. He says there's no evidence of a fight in this case. John O'Keefe looks like he had been beaten to death. He's got two black eyes, a laceration over his right eye, a laceration over his nose, a giant wound on the back of his head, and he doesn't look like he was hit by a car. He looks like he was in a physical altercation. It's as plain as the nose on your face, and we have evidence that we have witnesses who are going to propound that evidence and present that evidence. So Mr. Lally and the Commonwealth can take whatever position they want to. If they think those injuries are consistent with being hit by a 6,000-pound truck, they can knock themselves out. That is not the state of the case, and they don't get to dictate the state of the facts. The facts speak for themselves. Second,
the facts should speak for themselves.
Whether or not Mr. Albert was home that night or at the home that night in a position to be able to engage in a physical altercation, which, by the way, takes about that long, that is predicated on his own family members covering for him. Every one of the witnesses who testified basically are friends and families of the Alberts. And keep in mind, Your Honor, I don't think it's lost on anybody that Colin Albert was hidden, specifically and intentionally hidden from all of law enforcement for the first several months of this investigation. Nobody was willing to even say he was at the house. That is highly, highly suspicious. Given the gravity of what we have now, I would take an issue with one thing Mr. Lally said. He said this diverts the jurors' attention. I would agree it diverts their attention. It diverts their attention to somebody who possibly could be involved with this, who was not properly investigated. And I'll submit.
Okay. So may I have those 2 flash drives, please? Yes. No, I was asking that in court before. All right. So I will. Why don't we take a 15-minute recess?
The court's taking that under submission.
And we'll come out.
I'm not sure what the court's going to do here. What we just finished up with here, let me zoom and see if we, let's see where we get onto real time because I want to see what the court is going to do. But I think they're still on break. Let me just refresh this. I think the court is still on break. The court is still on break. Okay, so the court is still on break. Let's take a minute to chat about what just happened in court. I'm going to leave this volume down a little bit. All right. That was an interesting morning. It's been a busy morning now at the morning break of day 13 of the Commonwealth versus Colin Reed. The morning started out with the defense putting on the record again their objection over the court allowing Allison McCabe to get into a brief, and it was fairly brief, testimony about suffering any harassment online or in connection with this case, things that have been said in connection with this case. She started to talk about her and about Colin Albert, but that was objected to and then shut down by the court. It was fairly brief. The defense made their motion saying that it was prejudicial to their case and made a thorough record about why they don't believe they opened the door for that information to come in. We are now partway through the cross-examination of Colin Albert, and the defense is arguing that the prosecution has opened the door for two what look like Snapchat videos. They could be Instagram videos, but two videos that seem to come from social media. We don't know where because they never said. The chat is saying, did I say Colin Reed? Oh my goodness, I probably did. Day 13 of the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed. It's this case, man, is we're on a side quest, so I'm not surprised. In the cross-examination of Colin Albert, the defense brought in a photo that is not marked in evidence, but was shown to Colin Albert as part of his cross-examination, where he is the ring bearer at the wedding of Trooper Proctor's sister. He said about some 10 years ago. And again, I don't think it goes to anything this witness has done wrong, but it goes again to how close in time, and not in time, how closely connected these families are and how interwoven Trooper Proctor is with everyone involved or connected to the location of 34 Fairview, which is a huge problem for this investigation because it seems that Trooper Proctor should not be investigating this case at all. But I think that's one of the things in this case that's actually fairly clear. How he ended up investigating the case, less clear to me. Then we got into photos of Colin Albert from an event. It's unclear what type of event, but that was from February 26th, where he very clearly has scraped the top of his knuckles, and they look like they are scabbed over and healing. When asked what happened, and mind you, throughout Colin Albert's testimony, he does not know, he does not remember, he does not recall. He very clearly recalls that he had slipped on some ice and had something in his left hand. And then when he fell with his right hand, he fell on the tops of his knuckles. And that is how he stopped himself from falling. And that is how he scratched the tops of his knuckles, which is just one of the oddest things I have ever heard. It just doesn't make any sense at all that the tops of his knuckles are scabbed over because he caught himself on a driveway fist first and didn't do any other damage to his knuckles, his wrist, and they weren't split. They are scraped. They are scabbed over, not split knuckles, scabbed. Then it comes up that at a hearing, and it seems like this was during the federal grand jury, he was questioned about the fact that when he showed up to that federal grand jury in July of 2023, that he had scraped or split knuckles at that hearing and was asked about it at that hearing. So then the defense started to ask how often he fights. And he's like, I've never been in a fight in my life. And that started a colloquy of, you've never been in a fight in your life. And that's where we got into the knuckles. And he's like, well, I've punched a bag, but I've never boxed. And then the jury was excused and we got into a voir dire. Again, a process where the witness is questioned outside the presence of the jury to see what evidence will be allowed in or kept out. After the witness is questioned about it and was confronted with those two videos that seem to have come from social media, though nobody has made clear which social media, where he is telling someone to pull up because he's going to beat their ass. Alan Jackson loved getting to do this questioning on this voir dire. You could hear it in his voice where he's like, you didn't say that. You say I'm going to beat your fucking ass. It seemed that the videos were directed at Advantage, which this witness described as a club hockey team. So I don't know why he is seemingly to me under the influence threatening an ice hockey team. That does not seem like it's going to go well. But he said they were texting him and calling him a pussy. So that's where we're at when we get to the break as to whether these videos will come in, whether or not this witness has ever been in a fight. And the court is going to try to, I imagine, rein this in from being a side quest. But if this witness is leaving the impression that he has never been in a fight in his life, which is what he said on the stand, but at least 2 occasions he has knuckles that are clearly scabbed over on only his right hand, then can he be impeached on that, saying, okay, but in this video, you're clearly threatening people to be in a fight and you're telling me you've never been in a fight? If the defense opened the door to the testimony about the internet harassment of Allison McCabe, it would seem that the prosecution asking Colin Albert in photos right after January 28th, 29th, 2022, and saying, do you have any scratches or scrapes? Do you have any injuries? It seems to me that the prosecution asking about those injuries would open the door to this line of questioning. We will see what the judge does, but if that's where the judge sees the door being opened, then I think we get to ask about it. But again, I find it hard to believe that the knuckle injuries in the photo from February 26th are from slipping on ice and catching yourself on the top of your knuckles. I find that very difficult to even conceive of as someone who has slipped on ice. I don't think I've ever seen anyone injure themselves slipping on ice that way. But court's just about to come back. I'm not sure what this judge is going to do. We're going to find out.
I wasn't sure this was coinciding.
Why are we going to sidebar? Don't go to sidebar. Don't go. The last thing anyone wants you to fucking do is go to sidebar.
I actually will see counsel at sidebar. I wasn't sure this was coinciding.
Nobody wants this to be at sidebar. So, for those in the chat asking, and I see you asking, and we are a little bit more on a delay today because I wanted to give people the opportunity to turn on their own closed captioning if you wanted to. So I will see stuff a little bit on a delay. So I want to know if that works for you, chat. Those of you who've turned on closed captioning on your end, let me know if that is working better for you, because we will moderate it. It seems after the amount of language that is dropped in this case that people stop turning closed captioning on, but we're doing it. I say fuck anyway, so I don't really care.
Oh, actually, they'll need to be passed down to Nancy. Thank you. Sorry.
Everyone in the chat is saying the last time I slipped on ice, I landed palm out. Yeah. And broke one of my wrists. Make the explanation make sense.
Oh, the witness can take the stand,
Wouldn't you
please?
even break a knuckle? I don't know what the court has decided to do. So thank you all for...
Remind you, you're still under oath.
All right, so Mr. Jackson, Madam Court Reporter has 2 marked for identification. Are you moving to introduce those into evidence at this point?
With the court's permission, yes.
Okay.
Those videos are coming in.
So let's wait a minute.
So the jury is coming back in. Those are marked for identification. Those videos are coming in on cross-examination. And those videos are coming in to evidence, not just to be shown to him, but coming in as evidence. Different than some of the photos that were marked for impeachment that did not come in evidence.
Thank you.
Remember, I know a lot of you disagreed with how I saw the photos to impeach Katie McLaughlin. The reason that it's different here, the photos showed to Katie McLaughlin, she doesn't know who took them. She didn't know who posted them. She didn't know when they were posted. She didn't take the photos. These videos were taken by this witness. So it is different because this witness can be cross-examined about when did you take the videos? Why did you take the videos? What did you say in the videos? So these two things are different. They're both side quests, but they are different side quests in this case, going to different things. So these videos are coming in, and I think to allow the more full exploration of this, again, you might not agree with all of a judge's rulings, but if they found that the defense opened the door yesterday for the harassment, I think the prosecution opened the door for this. It was like Judge A in the Depp Heard case. I didn't agree with all of Judge A's rulings, especially on some of the hearsay stuff, but the rulings were consistent. And I think at times having consistency is incredibly important. And we are seeing consistency on this point with where the judge sees the doors being opened. I can see from the chat that surprises many of you. This is why I appreciate coming into a case without watching a ton of it, because I just want to see how it unfolds in trial. And this is what we're seeing.
Mr. Albert, before we took a break, you had mentioned that you've never been in a fight.
Correct.
You stand by that testimony?
Correct.
I'd like you to take a look at a video. It's been marked for, sorry, it's evidence number 86. I'm going to play this short video for you, and then I'm going to ask you a couple of questions.
Yo, you're Benton's boys. I will beat all your asses. I promise you, I will fuck you all up. Pull up, bitch.
I stand by my earlier statement that nothing is quite as hard as threatening to beat somebody's ass and telling them to pull up while people are karaokeing to Adele.
Did you recognize what was depicted in that video?
Yes.
The jury is here
Me.
now.
Approximately when was that video taken?
Around my sophomore year in high school.
Sophomore year or senior year in high school?
Say around my sophomore year in high school.
Why do you say your sophomore year when you previously, well, let me ask it a different way. Did you
Yep.
previously testify at a different hearing back in July of 2023?
Yes.
You were asked about this video, weren't you?
Yes.
You were asked about another videos at the same time, correct?
Correct.
And in that hearing, you said you believe that was taken closer to your junior year or senior year in high school, correct?
Correct.
And that was under the oath,
Correct.
same oath that you took here.
Correct.
Closer in time to the events in question, and at that time you said your junior year or senior year in high school, correct?
Correct.
If it was your senior year in high school, what year would that have been?
21, 22. So 2021, 2022.
Going into 2022.
Where did these videos
correct?
come
The
from?
same year that John O'Keefe passed away.
Correct.
Nobody seems bothered about the victim passing
What did
away.
you mean by
The testimony about the victim passing away has been so oddly cold in this case, except from the very early witnesses, the victim's brother and sister-in-law, his friends, the Kolakithises, his other friends, their last name starts with a C and I am blanking on, the My Two Dads friend. After that, it has all been so cold.
I'm gonna fuck you up?
That I was going to beat them up.
Actually, you didn't say beat them up. You said, I'm gonna beat your ass, didn't you?
Yes.
That was a threat, wasn't it?
Yes.
It was a threat directed at some other individuals with whom you had some sort of a beef or a problem.
Can we ask what the
Correct.
beef is? What
And
is the
your
beef?
resolution of that problem is, I'm gonna fuck you up, I'm gonna beat your ass, right?
Correct.
Did you?
But you've never been in a fight.
Never.
Thank you, the Cameranos.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, could we play evidence number 87?
Yes.
Benton's, bro. Fuck you. Yeah, fuck you. Yeah. Clean cold, boy, you be knocked out. KO. Bang, bang.
What? May I inquire?
Yes.
Mr. Albert, who was that in that video?
Me.
Was that taken around the same time?
Yes.
You indicated you're a bitch, bro. Right?
Correct.
Was that a threat?
I think it's more of an insult.
Yes.
More of an insult?
Yeah, more of an insult.
Calling someone out?
Yep.
Making them feel bad?
Yeah.
Prompting them to maybe fight?
Pull up.
Objection, Your Honor.
Yeah, I'll ask that question differently, Mr. Jackson.
Jackson, just say, are them's fighting words? Just say it. Are those fighting words? You want to say it. Are those fighting words? Because we're going to get into the fact that on Voir, this kid said that they were texting him that he's a pussy. And we know apparently that is just untenable. So are we going to get to, are those fighting words?
Also called him a pussy, didn't you?
Correct.
Derogatory.
Too much emphasis, Alan. I get to be entertaining.
Objection, Your Honor.
Yeah, I'll ask that question differently, Mr. Jackson.
I had to back it up and do it again.
Also called him a pussy, didn't you?
Correct.
Derogatory comment?
Correct.
I mean, it
And you
depends
said-
on the comment.
KO, bang, bang. Right?
Correct.
What's KO mean?
Knockout.
Alan is going
what does
so
bang,
hard
bang
on
mean?
these questions.
I'm not sure, honestly.
You were just talking about knocking somebody out.
Correct.
And the bang, bang just sort of flowed.
Exactly.
Was that a threat?
Yes.
I want him
And
to
these
ask, were
threats
you
we just
armed
talked-
at that point? You're saying bang, bang. Sir, are you armed? Are you armed? Are you with something other than a beer can?
That we've just seen. These are threats of physical violence, right?
Correct.
You're not threatening to hurt their feelings or send them a mean text.
I think he was
right?
hoping to hurt their feelings.
No.
You're threatening to kick their ass, right?
Correct.
To get physical, right?
Yes.
To ball up your fists and beat the shit out of them.
Objection.
Can you answer that?
Well,
Will
they
you
weren't.
answer that,
They
please?
weren't going to slap
Yeah.
fight.
Can you repeat the question?
Probably shouldn't. You were threatening to ball up your fist and beat the heck out of them.
Objection.
I'll allow it. Is that what you were threatening?
He
to do?
rephrased.
Yes.
He rephrased shit.
When you testified in a separate proceeding in July 2023, you actually showed up for questioning live, correct?
Yes.
And you showed up at the time in July of 2023.
This is wild
with your
for me.
knuckles busted up again, didn't you?
Correct.
And you were asked about your knuckles at that time, correct?
Correct.
And that time you said, oh no, I didn't fall down on black ice and slip and
Did he say-
break my fall with my knuckles like you said here. You said, oh, I hit a heavy bag and busted my knuckles up on a heavy bag, right?
Correct.
So that heavy bag was you practicing boxing, right?
It was me getting cardio. Yes.
Which is in a form of fighting,
In a form. Yeah.
punching a bag.
Yep.
That's how you choose to do your cardio.
Sometimes.
And you're right-handed,
Yes.
and it was your right hand that was busted up.
Correct.
So when you throw your hardest punch, that's with your right hand, isn't it?
I'd say, I'm not sure. I'd say they're equal.
Really?
You're equally strong with both hands.
I'd say so.
So in your words, you could fuck somebody up with either hand, right?
Objection, Your Honor.
Can you answer that?
I think that's a fair question.
No, I'm not saying that.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Lally?
I think that's a fair question.
Your Honor, just before I begin, may we approach?
Okay.
For the love, Lolly, why are we approaching? Lolly still hasn't said fuck yet. It's one of the things I'm waiting for at this point. Because at this point, Lolly's got to be like, so when you said you were going to fuck somebody up, did you actually fuck them up? Like at this point, he's got to get into it a bit. Are they still at sidebar? So, all right, let's see what, if anything, Lolly's sort of going to ask about what, if any, beef there sort of might be with what, if any, other, at the time, teenagers. All right. Even the feed is not sure if Lolly's going to ask a simple and easy to follow question. And it's mad at me. Why is it mad at me? No. Did I just freeze my feed? Jackson said, fuck so much. The feed just froze. I'm not throwing any shade Alan Jackson's way. There are moments in court where you get to say all of the things, and I will never fault anyone for taking those moments, because I may or may not have been the attorney that would also take those moments on occasion. The emphasis was strong on some of that, but he's making his point. Whether that point lands with the jury is yet to be seen. It might feel overblown or overreached. It's really going to depend on how the jury is feeling about this witness and these attorneys. Some of you in the chat feel like it's a reach. Some of you are looking at it going, no, that's a fair point. Some of you are somewhere in between, and I get it. Oh my God, I can't hear Lolly ever.
Mr. Albert, just to be clear, Allie McCabe is not your cousin, correct?
Correct.
She's a friend of yours who you have relatives in common, is that correct?
Wait, we're starting with Allie McCabe and not the videos? That's a choice. Okay. Now I can hear better. I'm still surprised that I think it's another DA in court is not that they are not switching off with some of the testimony.
Albert, just to be clear, Allie McCabe
It's a
is
lot.
not your cousin, correct?
Correct.
She's a friend of yours who you have relatives in common, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, when you and I and other individuals met prior to your testimony in this case, it was just one time, is that correct?
Correct.
Did we talk about something called sequestration?
Not that I remember.
He doesn't remember that word at all.
Talk about having conversations with other witnesses.
This is a good point of questioning. I think I would have started with the videos and then backed up to this. But talking about not talking about your testimony with anyone, I think it's fair that Lolly gets into, did I give you those instructions? Because on cross-examination, it seems like Colin is full of shit when he's like, I didn't talk to my family about anything. I didn't talk to my friends about anything. The DA is going to try to get into a little bit, I told you not to talk to them about your testimony.
While the case was pending or going on.
No.
Now, you
That was a weird no.
case, it was just one time, is that correct?
Correct.
And did we talk about something called sequestration?
Not that I remember, no.
Did we talk about having conversations with other witnesses while the case was pending or going on?
No.
Interesting.
You testified when you were asked on cross-examination that you haven't had any conversations with any other witnesses.
I think the prosecution is surprised by that answer.
Correct?
Correct.
Was that at my instruction?
No.
Is that something?
I think the prosecution is like, you don't remember me telling you that? Seriously? I think even the prosecutor's surprised at this point.
That you've done at any point in time as far as talking to any other witnesses, including your parents?
No.
Okay.
Now, you were asked some questions on cross-examination about your family's relationship sort of with the Proctor family, correct?
Correct.
And taking the Proctor family as it was put as sort of an entity, what I'm going to ask you about is purely about Trooper Michael Proctor. How many times have you seen him in your life?
Maybe 5-6 times.
And when
Was one of those times
when
at the
about
wedding?
would those be, and what would the nature of those interactions?
Other than when I got interviewed last time with Trooper Proctor and one of his partners. Other than that, I didn't see him for years, I want to say, since I was a young kid.
And when you were a young kid, just so we're clear, as far as young, how young is young?
Can you define young?
Maybe saw him. I could have seen him at like a football game or something, but other than that, like pretty young, like 12, 11, 13 years old.
And whereabout, or what was the context in which you would have seen him? Was it you and him together, or was it a group setting, family? How would you have come into contact with him?
We've been over the grandmother's house a couple of times, but that's pretty much the only time I would see him.
Whose grandmother?
Now, as far as the photograph that you were shown, as far as a wedding was concerned, you were a ring bearer in that wedding?
Correct.
And that was over 10 years ago, you said?
Yes.
But how old would you have been in that particular photograph or in that particular wedding?
If I had to guess, 8 or 9, maybe around there.
Do you have any independent memory of that wedding or anything about that wedding?
None.
Do you go to, I mean, I can't as I was going to say, do you go to a lot of weddings? But then again, we've seen how many family members there are. So that might be a yes all the time.
Family as an entity. Is your family close with all of the Proctors?
I don't know who the grandmother is.
Proctor, or is your family close with Michael Proctor?
When he said the grandmother, I don't know if he means Michael Proctor's grandmother or if he means Michael Proctor's mother, but it is still the families being quite intertwined. But
Mostly
it's
just
not clear
like
whose
my
grandmother.
aunt and my mom's friendly with Courtney, I'd say. Not really close with Michael.
There are some questions about the text messages that were up on the screen yesterday and up on the screen today. As far as sort of gap between January 28th and February, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, you indicated that
Just ask
there
him
were
if he
other
deleted
means
text.
by which you would have communicated with your friend Allie McCabe. Is that correct?
Correct.
Is that consistent with? Is that only Allie McCabe, or is that consistent with other friends that you would communicate with?
All my friends.
You would sort of switch between call, text, Snapchat, other apps, things like that.
Exactly.
And the top of that screen was the text messages
Does he
regarding
still
picking you
do
up from 34 Fairview on January 28th or 29th, correct?
Correct.
Do you have any idea when the last time was? The text before that? Was it days, weeks, months?
Not sure.
That period sort of
Thank you.
I love the
period
judge.
sort of,
The judge is just, I
January
don't love
28th.
it. The judge is just interrupting the prosecutor's questions to be like, can you just give that back to me?
So February, is that, how would you characterize that? Is that a normal gap between times that you would have text communications with Allie McCabe?
On iMessage, yeah, I would say so. Yeah.
And from the photographs that you were shown yesterday during your direct examination, when I was asking you questions, those were photographs from February 11th of 2022, correct?
Lolly, your
And
questioning
this
is going to
became
make me
the resident
wrinkle.
house for your cousin Jack coming home from the Marine Corps as well.
Correct.
My
You saw her on
eyebrows,
February
Lolly.
11th, correct?
Yes.
I'm too old for
Now,
the
other
permanent what the
photographs
fuck
that you were
face,
shown
Lolly.
today at some sort of bar or establishment, were those taken before or after the time at your uncle's house when your cousin Jack came home from the Marines?
After.
That was a
And
fast
after about
answer.
days, weeks, if you know.
Weeks.
Remembers that clearly.
Now, with regard to
I mean, I think
questions you
that's an
were asked
evidence,
about
but
injuries to your hand. Those are two separate incidents, one in February when you slipped on ice, is that correct?
Correct.
And one in July when you had struck a heavy bag, correct?
Correct.
And when you struck a heavy bag and got sort of injuries on your hands, were you wearing anything on your hand when you hit the heavy bag?
Nothing. Nope.
Have you received any sort of training in boxing, taking classes, anything like that?
Never.
Was
Where's
something
the
you do
heavy-
as part of your workout, correct?
excuse me, where is the heavy bag?
Correct.
And you're an athlete, correct?
I'd like to say so, yeah.
You played sports in high school, correct?
Yeah.
And at least at the beginning of college, you played sports in college, correct?
Correct.
What sport?
Now, you were asked about things about that.
Jesus Christ, Lolly, you've asked everybody what team they're on. You've asked if they were on varsity or JV. You've asked which teams were coming over for dinner. And all of a sudden, you're not asking this witness what sport he plays. You basically know I'm surprised we haven't heard the Canton High fight song at this point, Lolly. And all of a sudden, you're not asking this witness what sport he plays.
February 26th photo at
Really?
it was Fenway Johnny's, is that where it was?
Correct.
And you were asked about control over the photograph, correct?
Say that again.
You were asked different questions about your control over what you could do or alter with respect to the photograph, correct?
Yes, correct.
Ultimately, though, you were in control about whether or not you were photographed, correct?
Yes.
Nobody forced you to go up and pose with your friends or anything like that?
Nope.
Lots of nopes.
Now, as far as those...
It's like nope and sure
videos,
instead of yes and
you
no.
just shown, how old were you?
Around 16, I'd say around 16 years old.
So you believe it was sometime in your sophomore year of high school?
Yes, that's what I believe.
And so that would have been a couple years before your senior year of high school, which you were in January 2022, correct?
Correct.
And this video, as far as you recall who you were referencing in those videos?
An advantage club hockey team.
So a club hockey team, were they about the same age as you?
Yes.
And did you know any of those people?
So many
Nope.
questions.
And
Did you know any of them? Nope. Then how do you have beef with them if you have no idea who they are?
were they the club hockey team? Was that within the same town as you were?
I'm not sure.
Did you play hockey
Nope.
at any point in time in high school?
Never.
And
Then why do you have
was this
beef
just
with them?
you sending them videos, or was this some sort of argument or something going back and forth?
Yeah, can you
It
explain?
was an
what the
argument
fuck?
going back and forth.
So what, if anything, did you or any of your friends receive in regard to from that club hockey team?
That's
We
vague.
received texts like being name called, like calling pussies and words like that.
Why?
So do you recall which came first, as far as the text or the video?
Or the chicken?
I do not recall.
But similar, the text message that you received from this club hockey team, were they similar in nature to the videos that you posted?
Correct.
Why are you beefing with a club hockey team who you've never met? That doesn't make any sense to me at all. There's more to that story.
What the argument was about with this other group of kids from this club hockey team?
Yeah. It was the girls in our friend group. A couple of the girls in our friend group like hung out with them a few times. So like all my guy friends got a little salty about it. So that's why we kind of sent videos back and forth.
Well, that makes a little bit more
So you're
sense.
teenage kids arguing about girls, correct?
Exactly.
And at any point in time, did your friend group and this club hockey team ever meet up at all?
In defense of the girls, have you met hockey players though? I mean, you know.
Never.
Also, yes, chat. These memories are very, very clear. These memories are very clear. It's like, oh no, we were at a house party. The girls were hanging out with these other dudes. We were super salty about it. At least we have a little bit of context. That I believe. However, the memory of what the fight was about, super clear.
So like all my guy friends got a little salty about it. So that's why we kind of sent videos back and forth.
So you were teenage kids arguing about girls, correct?
Exactly.
And at any point in time, did your friend group and this club hockey team ever meet up at all?
Never.
Any sort of physical altercation or anything like that?
Nope.
And you indicated that you've never really been in a fight except for with your brothers, correct?
Correct.
And when you would get in a fight with your brothers, how old were you then?
Younger, I'd say. Yeah, younger.
Younger, like as young as you were when you were a ring bearer in somebody's wedding?
Yeah.
Now, with regard to John O'Keefe, your neighbor who lived a couple doors down, you ever threaten John O'Keefe?
Never.
John O'Keefe ever threaten you?
Never.
You ever get in an argument about girls?
Nope.
Any
That's
animus or any
a strange
conflict that you
question.
can recall ever between yourself and Mr. O'Keefe?
Never.
Now, you were asked some questions on cross-examination regarding whether or not you've been thinking about this case for the last 2.5 years. You recall that?
Yes.
And you indicated that you had not, correct?
Mm-hmm. Correct. Sorry.
And you had indicated in your testimony in response to that questioning, essentially not until people were writing things about you on the internet, correct?
Correct.
Expound upon that. Can you explain to the jury sort of when that occurred? And
Expect an
what were the things that were
objection.
written about you on the internet?
I'd say about a year.
I'm surprised there wasn't an objection to that. He was saying, can you expound on people writing about you on the internet? And again, with these cases that gain attention either nationally or locally, at some point, it breaks the fourth wall and the internet enters. It happened in a number of the other cases that I've covered. The internet somehow finds its way into the testimony. And I'm truly surprised there wasn't an objection here.
Expound upon that. Can you explain to the jury sort of when that occurred and what were the things that were being written about you on the internet?
I'm surprised the
I'd
DA
say
elicited
about a little over a year. It started when people on Twitter, Instagram, social media were just coming at my family, calling us murderers, harassing us, showing up to our doorsteps, our sports games. I mean, we couldn't leave the house without people taking pictures of us, and it's very terrible.
And how long has that gone on for?
The past year and change, a couple months. Past year and a couple months, I'd say.
To be clear, that night that you were at 34 Fairview Road at your uncle's house, January 28th and the 29th, at any point in time did you see John O'Keefe at that house, come into that house, around that house, at any point in time that you were there?
Never.
Nothing further.
Well, the DA is like, we're just going to wrecking ball that. No one objected to it. I don't know if eliciting that helps the prosecution or not. We'll see down the road where it goes, but it's in court now, and that I'm surprised the DA. I'm surprised the DA elicited it. I'm just surprised all the way around. Okay. For those of you saying, but he says he doesn't have social, again, remember that question was regarding now. So the past testimony might be why my words are just like, might be why cannot be one word, might be why he does not have social at this moment. So I will, let's see where the defense is.
Okay.
And Alan Jackson's like, I got nothing further.
All right, Mr. Albert, you're all set. I think that piece of paper goes back to Mr. Jackson.
I am so
Did you leave
surprised.
something on the witness stand?
I am just, okay.
All right, Mr. Lally, your next witness.
Yes, Your Honor, the Commonwealth call Mr. Matthew McCabe to the stand.
Okay.
We're going to get to Jen McCabe this week, chat. Interest. It's going to take me a minute to process all of that. Okay. I'm surprised.
Watch the step. Remain standing and face the court. Do you solemnly swear the understood the court and jury in the case?
Miguelino, will you let the app crew know?
I do.
I think the app crew will be very interested. I think most of the app crew is probably here, but just in case.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Oh, hey, Andy made the point in the chat. If you were being harassed on social media, would you be on social media? Not more than I had to be, and this kid doesn't have to be. So no, I think the testimony immediately clears up why he's saying now he's not now he's not on social media at this point in time, but was then. So nope, not surprised.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Good morning.
Could you,
I forgot which witness number we're on. I'll find
Matthew
it.
McCabe, McCabe.
Witness 38.
where do you live, sir?
38 witnesses.
Canton, Massachusetts.
A lot of
And
questions.
how long have you lived in Canton?
Be 20 years this coming June.
And during the time that you have lived in Canton, have you lived at the same place or have you lived at different places?
Different places.
So where do you live currently? How long have you lived there?
Currently, I will be 10 years this June.
And where did you live prior to that?
Prior to that, you want the physical address?
Yes.
Sarah,
15
I'm sorry
Sutcliffe
for that
Ave.
experience.
I was there for 10 years as well.
And with respect to both locations, who, if anyone, do you live with?
I live with my wife and my 4 daughters.
And what is your wife's name?
Jennifer?
And how long?
Oh,
have
we
you
know.
and Jennifer McCabe met?
2022, so 23 years in August.
That was funny.
And you have 4 daughters, is that right?
I'm
That's
at that
correct.
point where I have to
And
count
how old are
too.
you?
I'm 49.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, my daughters?
That's okay. Your daughters, how old are your daughters?
20, 18, 16, and 15.
And your oldest daughter is Allie McCabe, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And do you work, sir?
Yes, I do.
What do you do for work?
I work for a information technology solutions firm.
And how long have you been doing that?
2000.
What do you know about metadata, text messages, Google searches? I have all of I am rife with questions.
I think I'm coming on 15 years.
And does your wife work?
No.
What does your wife do?
Stay at home, raises the
Sir,
kids.
I just told you I have 4 daughters.
Homemaker.
If I could turn your attention to January 28th into January 29th of 2022. Do you recall those days?
Yes, I do.
Do you recall what days of the week?
Friday into Saturday.
And did you work that day on the Friday?
Can you just tell us how you set up your Life 360? Can you just tell us how you set up your Life 360? I have questions.
Yes, I did.
And at that point, do you recall, were you working in an office or remotely?
I don't recall if that specific day I was in the office. Sometimes I'd go in, sometimes I'd work from home. So I don't recall if I actually was physically in the office. Sometimes I'll go in for a few hours. So I don't recall exactly if I was home or in the office that day.
So regardless, at some point you sort of wrap up work for the day, and where did you go?
Yes, finished up work and met some friends at a restaurant in Canton.
Would that be the waterfall?
Before my daughter's basketball game.
Oh, you went out before the basketball game.
So on that evening, your daughter had a basketball game, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And who did she play for at that time?
She played for Canton High School.
Varsity or
Is that the
JV?
varsity game?
Yes.
And which of
We
your
also know who won
daughters
this game,
was
Lolly. We know who won the game. You've elicited it from 3 witnesses who won this game. Like, can we skip to whether he went to the waterfall and what time he left?
ages concerns? Which of your daughters was playing basketball for Canton High School?
My brain's
That would be
power
my
down.
second oldest, who's
I'm sorry, go ahead.
my second oldest.
And so you, after work, had met some other people at an establishment in Canton, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Where did you go?
The establishment was called the Canton Junction Pub or Canton Junction. I don't know the full name, but just went by the Junction.
And who, if anyone, did you meet there just in general?
Before the basketball game? Doing
Handful of
hair?
folks that play whose daughters play basketball on the same team with my daughter.
Or just sort of a group of parents who had kids on the basketball team?
Yes, that's
Well, that sounds lovely and fun and very people-y. Lolly, who they went out to dinner with before they went to the basketball game, before they lost in a close game that I think might have gone to overtime, before they went to the waterfall. We don't need to know. When did you go to the waterfall? When did you leave the waterfall? Nobody cares about the pregame.
correct.
Chat, for those of you asking me why it matters, I don't know.
At that time as well?
Yes, that's correct.
And about how long were you at the junction?
Oh my God, till the game started.
Game 6:30. Give or take hour and a half.
And girls varsity basketball, was there sort of like a typical time that that game would start or game will be scheduled for?
Yes.
And what time is that, generally?
Typically 6 or 6:30.
Yeah, Lolly, you're getting sped up. I can't today. I can't today.
Would be the normal time. I don't remember if it was a 6:30 start that night or actually I think it was a 6:30 start, but typically 6 or 6:30.
We're now at 1.25 about the
6 or 6:30,
basketball
you mean,
game.
That is correct.
And in that, I mean, was this a home game, a road game, if you recall?
That evening it was a home game.
Do you recall anything about the game as far as who they were playing or if they won or anything like that?
Yes,
Your Honor?
They were playing the town of Foxborough High School.
Your Honor,
And
can you please
they
tell
did not
them
win.
that nobody cares about the basketball game between Canton and Foxborough at this point, and that it's not relevant and that it's cumulative? Can someone please move him along?
Did she have as far as with respect to the kids in basketball?
It's grown as like the youth years. Jennifer was a basketball coach and coached throughout the years. Coached a couple of my daughters.
So she coached, and with respect to the daughter that was playing at the high school game that night, was that one of the daughters that she had coached?
Yes, that's correct.
Fair to assume she had also coached several of the girls that were on the varsity basketball team with your daughter, correct?
Yes, a few of them. Yes.
Just ask her.
Now,
Jen's
when
going
you
to
get
testify. Ask
from high
Jen.
school to the basketball game, is there sort of a typical area where you would sit or people you would congregate with while you're watching the game?
Yes. we
How does
sit
this
up in the
matter?
bleachers. Usually, the parents from the home side would tend to sit in the same area.
Where were you sitting?
So you sit there, you watch the game. Game is over, and then what is sort of the plan from there?
Feeding my
Where do you go?
Snorlax. I can't.
After the game, I drove my younger two daughters back home.
So, Chad, after they get back home and everybody's having a hockey dinner also at the house, I'm just going to remind you that if you go ahead and download the Lawnerd app, I will message you when we get to cross-examination on this witness or when we get to something that actually coincides in time when anything
Most likely
happened.
with the other students.
So you drove your two daughters home, and then
LawnerdApp.com.
After dropping my daughters off, my wife and I proceeded to the waterfall in Canton Center.
That's
And,
helpful.
do you recall what you were just in one vehicle when you left the house and went to the junction and went to the high school game, back to the house and to the waterfall? Was it the same vehicle?
Yes, we were in the same vehicle.
And do you recall what kind of vehicle it was or whose vehicle it was?
It was
Probably
the family vehicle. It was my
Nicole's.
wife's vehicle. I don't know, what was it? I don't know if it was a Suburban or a Yukon. I forget what brand it was.
Some kind of SUV? Is it?
Yes, a large SUV.
And why did you go to the waterfall?
We went to the waterfall. My wife informed me that her sister was at the waterfall with her niece and a few other people, and we went to go meet them. My understanding, it was my nephew's birthday, either that day or the day after, and they were going to meet out at the waterfall for his birthday.
Thank you, B2.
Just to be clear, as far as we're talking about your wife's sister, what's her name?
Nicole Albert.
And is Nicole married?
Yes, she is.
And what's her husband's name?
Brian Albert.
And the niece that you're talking about that was out there with your sister-in-law, what's her name?
Her name is Caitlin Albert.
And the nephew of yours whose birthday it was or was going to be, what's his name?
His name is Brian as well.
So essentially Brian Albert Jr., maybe he's not.
Yes, I believe he's a junior, yes.
Now, with regard to the basketball parents and the other people that you had been with at the junction and then at the game, what, if any, communication was there amongst sort of the basketball
It doesn't
parents
matter. It
that
doesn't
evening?
matter. It doesn't matter.
So we had a group text with the basketball parents, a handful of us, where after some of the games, we would meet up afterwards. This evening, I know I sent a text out saying where we were going because we were obviously meeting her sister. And a few of the parents responded where they were going. We kind of split up, except for one couple decided to meet us at the waterfall out of that group text.
And the couple that decided to meet you at the waterfall, who were they?
That would be Nick and Karina Kolakisis.
That was louder than I anticipated.
Nicole
Yes, Kolakisis is like, I'm
you're
never
looking
going
at
out
the front
again.
door of the waterfall, we were parked in the parking lot down the left.
Where were you parked? Cool.
And the waterfall sort of shares its parking lot or its establishment with the condo complex. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Do you know what their lease arrangement
Correct, I
is
parked in the
to
parking lot,
use
yes.
the common parking
when you
lot?
came
Are
into
there
the
any
waterfall,
easements on the parking
anyone
lot?
see that
How
when you were-
wide are the lines on the spaces?
When we walked
of
into the
parking lot?
waterfall, we identified where Jen's sister and their party was sitting.
Where were they sitting in relation to the waterfall?
When you walk in the front door, I believe there's 3 long tables that are set up. We passed, they were in the 3rd table, long table closest to the bar.
But was it a high top?
Across from, there was also a band. They were right across from a little band.
There was a live band there as well.
Yes, there was.
Now, prior to you and your wife entering into the waterfall, you recall what, if anything, you did, or who, if anyone, you were talking to in the parking lot?
Yes,
What?
on the car ride from my house to the waterfall, and while I was in the parking lot, I was talking to a friend of mine on the phone.
And do you recall just generally what the conversation was about?
Yes, I do.
And what was it about?
It was about my daughter, my oldest daughter, Allie, who we mentioned. It was about her hockey team and her hockey coach. I was talking to one of the hockey coaches.
And when you were talking to this person, this is inside the car, is that correct?
That is correct.
And despite
I would like to know how much time Allie, Colin Albert's best friend, and her hockey team were spending with the Advantage Club hockey team. I would like to know how much time those 2 hockey teams were spending together. I have questions because Allie's hockey team was having like a team dinner over at the McCabe residence. I would like to know more about that.
being sort of wife's car, was your phone?
We're never going to get there, but I would like
was
to.
there Bluetooth or anything like that?
I don't
Did the
know if
car
I
have
connected mine to the
Bluetooth?
Bluetooth or not. I don't recall if I was connected to the Bluetooth or not. I know my phone connects, so possibly. I don't know for sure if it was 100% connected that evening.
Now, with respect to it being your wife's car, is there, when both of you are in the car, is there sort of a default as to which of your phones would connect to the Bluetooth, yours versus hers?
If look at it that way, it would be my wife's because it was her car.
So the car would probably recognize her device over your device, correct?
That is correct.
Oh my God.
Now,
Actually, I started the call definitely on my phone because my kids were, I was on the call for a while. So I think I had the kids still in the car when I was dropping them off. So I wouldn't have them listening to the call. So I must have been on, again, I don't remember, but I must have been listening on my, holding it in my hand.
Sir,
when you come into the waterfalls, you're called.
of all the motor vehicle violations in this trial, though, I am maybe the least offended by him actually be. Also, we're in the same generation somewhat, sir, because you've made your phone with the phone hands instead of holding your phone like this. Why does it matter?
What time that is?
He didn't want the kids to hear his
9
phone
o'clock,
call.
give or take a couple minutes.
Why does the
And
phone
then
call
you come over
matter?
to a table closest to the bar, and who's in the group when you get there?
When we arrived, it was Nicole, Caitlin, Caitlin's boyfriend, Tristan, Chris Albert, and Julie Albert.
Any of you guys play Pokemon
We were
Go
also
Sleep?
joined by Nick Kolakisas, who I mentioned. I just don't remember if Nick was already in or if Nick walked in right after me, but we were,
Don't forget to
Nick and I,
relax.
we got there similar times. I just don't know if he was already sitting in the bar or standing there when I walked in, or if he came in right after.
Is Nick the most
in
fun
general,
out of the whole group? Because the chat decided that he is.
People that were with you at this high top table in this sort of group, either them that you're talking about or throughout the course of the evening, these were people that were either sort of family or friends of yours or your wife's.
Oh, yes, that's correct. Yeah, family and friends, correct.
And so whether or not you and Mr. Kolakisas came in at the same time or slightly staggered, at some point he came in as well, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And with respect, obviously you were out and you were at a bar, correct?
Yes.
And from what you recall, you were drinking and most, if not all, of the other people were drinking as well?
Yes, yeah, everybody at the table, to my recollection, was drinking.
And do you recall specifically what you were drinking on that night?
I do.
And what were you drinking?
I was drinking vodka with water and a splash of Crystal Light.
Sir,
is that-
what bar is serving you a splash of Crystal Light? Sir, I'm trying not to judge, but I have so many questions. We don't know what the defendant was drinking yet, though.
Something that you would normally drink?
No,
And why were you drinking that on that day?
I was in a diet competition with other people in the town. So I was trying to stay away from any beer, which would be what I typically would drink.
And as far as your observations of the other people there throughout the course of the night, did you note anyone in your group, either at that time or subsequent in the night, to be sort of overly intoxicated or drunk or anything like that?
No.
And as far as the other people in your group, as far as drinking was concerned, at that time or any time later in the night, was their drinking sort of commensurate with the amount that you were drinking?
I wasn't paying attention to see who was drinking, how much they were drinking. I don't even know how many I had. Maybe at least 3, maybe 5. I don't know for sure.
At least 3, maybe 5.
But give or take something there. But again, I wasn't paying attention to see if anybody was drinking faster than somebody else.
He's like, I figured the Crystal Light would neutralize it.
In that sense, sort of, how long were you at the waterfall then?
Got there at 9.
You have asked every single person in this case what they were drinking and if anyone seemed intoxicated, keeping in mind that the defendant is in fact charged with operating under the influence, causing death. Do you know what we don't know? That the defendant was drinking, how much the defendant was drinking, who served the defendants the drinks. The bartender already testified. You know what the bartender didn't get asked? If they served the defendant any drinks. Every single one of the prosecution's witnesses had said no one seemed overly intoxicated. So at what point was the defendant drunk? To the point where they were driving intoxicated. Also, I don't think I have had Crystal Light since college, and I definitely didn't mix it with drinks. I drank it the next morning. And cannot drink it any longer. But I am so confused. Also, what bar just has Crystal Light at the bar? Chat, let me know.
And left a little after 12, so a little over 3 hours.
So roughly 9 o'clock to about midnight or so, correct?
Yes, a little. I recall leaving a little after midnight. Correct.
Now, the initial group that you walked over to around the time that you got there, did that group expand or contract? Did people come or leave? Or can you explain sort of the order of that over the course of the evening?
Yes.
Maybe
shortly after
Teresa,
we settled in,
it's a skinny girl lemon drop.
Nick's wife showed up.
With the Crystal
Could have been
Light
15,
in
20
there.
minutes. I don't remember the exact time, but Nick's wife, Karina, came. And give or take 45 minutes, an hour after that, Brian Albert Sr. and Brian Higgins showed up. And
we have more questions about the Crystal Light.
around 11-ish, give or take. I don't know the exact time.
Drop that drink order on us.
Karen Reed and John O'Keefe showed up as well.
Let me ask you a little bit about some of those other.
Chad, he might have brought his own Crystal Light packet.
As far as Caitlin,
no one
Ford,
asked.
Morris, how long was he there then?
I don't recall how long he was there. I do know he left. He had mentioned something about working that evening. There was obviously a snowstorm coming in that evening, and he had mentioned that he was going to go home for a little bit before he had to go out and.
How is that not
I don't know if he was
hearsay?
plowing or shoveling or doing something, but he was.
How is what Tristan told you about his plans, A, helpful to the prosecution, B, even important at this point? Because Tristan has testified already, and C, not hearsay. I think the defense has just tuned Lolly out at this point, and they're just like, whatever. You just.
He was going to.
Good luck, buddy.
Be going out that evening to plow, I believe.
And Christopher Albert and Brian Albert, their brothers. Is that
And
right?
yes, Dr. B was
Yes, that's
looking in
correct.
the office to
Albert, like,
look at the
Julie
bird
Albert,
feeder.
Yes.
And she is also friends with your wife, Jennifer McCabe, correct?
Yes.
And been so for years, as far as you know.
As far as I know, yes, they've been friends for years.
Now, you mentioned someone by the name of Brian Higgins. Did you know Brian Higgins prior to that?
Squirrel.
Yes.
And how did you know?
I had met Brian a few times, social settings. I recall meeting him at the Junction one evening. I believe I met him at a graduation party. I don't know how many times I met Brian, but I met him maybe 3-4 times. I don't know exactly how many. So I knew who he was.
You knew who he was as far as he was friends or friendly with your brother-in-law, Brian Albert, correct?
Yes.
And that's how you knew him, was through Brian Albert?
Yes.
And do you know where Brian Albert Sr. and Brian Higgins had been prior to them coming to the waterfall?
Yes, I was informed that they were in New York,
hearsay.
coming back from New York from a funeral. Of
You don't have
New York
personal
police
knowledge of
officer.
this.
And both of them, as far as you knew, Brian Albert Sr. and Brian Higgins.
All hearsay.
Law enforcement, is that correct?
Yes.
That he probably
Now,
knows.
You mentioned that at some point around 11 or so, John O'Keefe and Karen Reed came into the waterfall, correct?
Chad, I'm sorry I
Yes.
can't help you.
And,
I
to
don't
be
know
clear,
why
when you
he's
speak of
asking all
Karen
these
Reed, that's someone that
questions.
you had met prior to this evening as well.
Yes, that's correct.
And clarity purposes, for the record, do you see Ms. Reed in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
Could you just describe as to where she's seated or an article of clothing?
She is seated at the table with her attorneys. You want me to describe her clothing?
If you could.
Black, I don't know, sweater, I'm not sure, dress.
Just ask for the record to reflect that identification and by the way.
Yes.
Now, with regard to Mr. O'Keefe first, how was it that you knew Mr. O'Keefe?
I've met John O'Keefe when he started.
He could have started with, on this night, did you go to the waterfall? Had you been out before? And then when you got to the waterfall, who did you see? And that's it. We don't need the interrelation of everybody. We know at this point, and we don't need him to reiterate hearsay of testimony he's already elicited from other witnesses.
To be the caretaker for his niece and nephew after their parents had passed.
Oh, I'm going to rant.
And
I promise it'll be quick. Everyone in this community seemed to have known of John O'Keefe taking on, or they say taking on, but caring for and becoming guardian of his niece and nephew after his sister passed away from cancer and his brother-in-law passed away like 2 weeks later from a heart attack. Everyone seems to know this. Everyone seemed to have respect for him. And yet, the testimony is so odd that people are just like, yeah, weird. I mean, at this point, the victim has been lost in this entire trial on side quest, and I'm just so impatient about it today.
Referring to Patrick and Kaylee Furbush, is that correct?
That is correct.
So their mother and father tragically passed away, and Mr. O'Keefe then became their guardian, correct?
That is correct.
And when you met Mr. O'Keefe,
Wolf
is that when you
Kira,
were
when I
living,
was asking the questions, I didn't think they were boring.
Yes.
And where was that house in relation to where Mr. O'Keefe initially lived with his niece and nephew?
A couple hundred yards, 2 different streets. It's a neighborhood with multiple streets. My house was on Sutcliffe. Drive down Sutcliffe, maybe pass 1, 2, 3, 4 houses. Took a right, and that was John. That was the street that the kids lived on. Maybe 4 houses up on the right.
So they live near each other.
With reference to, you mentioned that you had 4 daughters, is that correct?
Yes.
And were any of your daughters around the same age as John's niece, Kaylee?
Yes, my third daughter is the same age, same grade as Kaylee.
And about this time that John had moved in this house close to the house you were living on Sutcliffe, about how old was your daughter and his niece, Kaylee?
Ooh, I believe it was kindergarten. How old would you be in kindergarten? 7? I don't know.
I think kindergarten suffices. So fair to say they were very young, correct?
Yes.
I'm not mad at the kindergarten.
And, with reference to the kids, what, if any, beyond sort of being neighbors, what, if any, relationship did either you or your wife have with regard to Mr. O'Keefe and specifically his niece and nephew?
I'm sorry. Just the door. I was trying to. No, the door was shaking, so I couldn't hear the end of it.
So around that time that Mr. O'Keefe moved in with his niece and nephew and took over guardianship of them.
Yes.
What, if any, relationship beyond being neighbors did yourself and or your wife have with respect to Mr. O'Keefe and the kids?
Oh, yeah, we had a good relationship, especially my wife. She was having the kids the same age, Kaylee, and my daughter. She was very involved with helping him out, whether it's rides to various events. Throughout those years, I'd also coached Kaylee myself a couple times in soccer, and my wife also coached her in basketball. So play dates, things of that nature. Various times would go out with John, where he would meet up somewhere where we were. So a friendly relationship where, John was, in essence, acting as a mother and a father, and so you do a lot of communicating through my wife.
Yes, he was a single parent after becoming the caregiver of his niece and nephew, and yet everybody seems to just...
In regards to needing help and things of that nature.
And
Melanie, thank you for the gift of memberships. That's incredibly kind.
Age, were they friends?
Yes, they were friends.
And about how close were they, particularly around that younger age?
Thank you.
They were
Cindy.
very close in the young age. Kaylee would spend a lot of time at our house.
Hey, Tinsley, thank you.
Spend a lot of time sleeping over. So they were very close.
And Kaylee in particular, was she, how close was she with your wife, Jennifer?
Kaylee was close with Jen.
This is actually relevant.
Kaylee was mature, well beyond the other girls.
She lost her mother and her father in a 2-week span. That will definitely change the childlikeness of a kid who has been through some shit. But I think these are questions that are better asked to Jen, not to her husband.
In regards to just, she was bright and
That's
she just,
some of the-
she was very articulate. So she could have conversations with the adults much better than the other kids. Having 4 girls, she was a bright kid.
Who has
At some
been
point,
through some
Mr. O'Keefe
trauma.
and Kids moved from that house, and you also moved from the house on Suffolk, correct?
No,
That
2
is
weeks,
correct.
not 2
Recall the
months.
order of that? Was
Did
you
I
moved from-
was it, I thought it was less than a 2-month span. It might be a 2-month span. I will have to take a look. It was very, very close in time.
First day to move first?
I'm pretty sure I moved first. Yes.
And about how far away from the house on Sutcliffe was your new house?
It's right up the street, driving in a car, 2 minutes. I don't know, mile and a half. I'm not sure the exact distance, but not far away.
And where did John and the kids move?
They moved a little further away from, they're probably a couple miles away, 2.5, 3 miles. I don't know the exact distance. Not far. That side of town, everything's fairly close.
And specifically, they moved to a house on Meadows Avenue, is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
And the nature of your relationship, you and your wife's relationship with John and the kids and your daughter and Kaylee, did that sort of continue throughout after each of you moved from the original neighborhood?
Yes.
Sure.
Now, with respect to the defendant, Ms. Reed, when was it that you first met her?
It's COVID 2020. We met her summertime of, I think it was a COVID year. I think it was 2020 summer.
Can you recall the circumstances of that or how you came to meet her at that time?
Yes, I do.
Could you explain to the jury what were the circumstances? Where did you meet her?
John had reached out to my wife, Jen.
Some of this is
It
relevant.
was on a Saturday. I don't know if they connected that Saturday or the Friday, but they connected. John asked if he could come by the house with the kids. We have a pool, so he wanted to come by with the kids swimming and wanted to introduce Karen to us. Specifically wanted to introduce Karen to my wife, Jen.
You know why that was?
Yes, because they were dating, and
That's all-
he informed my wife that Karen had
Hearsay.
MS, and my wife has MS. So he thought it'd be good for the two.
That makes a lot of sense. But this is hearsay that should come in through Jen. But that makes a lot of sense as to why, and that's the answer is why the defense is not objecting.
For them to
because
get to know each other,
both of them have MS.
could have conversations with each other. Obviously, both suffering from MS.
How long has your?
I didn't know that about Jen McCabe. We had heard that about Karen.
I'm gonna say I think she's been suffering for a while, but I'm gonna say her diagnosis, maybe 9 years. I don't remember the exact date. I'm gonna say about 9 years.
And so, Mr. O'Keefe, Ms. Reed, the
Ask
defendant,
her.
and the two children came over the house that day. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And about how often did you see Ms. Reed from that summer of 2020 until about the time of January 2022?
I would see her. There was a couple other times that John and Karen came by the house with the kids, and also see her at sporting events, whether it was soccer, whether it was basketball. Would see her at events, whether it's practices, picking somebody up. I would see Karen around.
Because she was very involved in the lives of the kids.
And as far as you knew, or what, if anything, let me ask you this. As far as your relationship with Mr. O'Keefe, is someone he was dating or what was going on with someone he was dating's relationship, is that the kind of thing that the two of you would discuss?
You're asking John and I if he would. No, John and I don't recall ever having any conversations about his relationships with me directly.
And that applies to the defendant, Ms. Reed, or applies to any other relationship you had while you were friends, correct?
Correct.
It's like, yeah, we're not talking about
Now-
that like that.
Turning your attention back to the waterfall on the evening of the 28th, when Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant come in, where is it that they went in relation to the group at the high top when they first came in?
They came in and immediately made contact with us, walked right over to our table.
And when they came over to the table, what if anything happened when they came over to the table?
We said hi.
Hi, shaking hands, hugging. How you guys doing? Good to see you. Typical meet and greet when you see somebody that you're friends with.
Friendly hellos.
And if you recall,
Is this
was
sped
there a
up
particular
enough?
sort of side of the table, or where were you situated in relation to the table? With anyone
I hesitate
around?
to go faster.
Yes, if I was to be looking at the table, long table, I spent most of the time at the end of the table, kind of in the corner on the right side. Nick Kolakisis was right next to me. There was a wall. It's kind of thin. The table ends. There's a little space and there's a wall right behind you. Nick was there. I was there. Jen, Karina were on this side most of the time. Brian and Brian were on the opposite side of the table, my recollection. I mean, there was obviously some movement around, but
Just video of all this.
I spent most of the time, again, if the table's coming across, standing on the end. I did sit down for a little bit, if I recall, but definitely on the edge of the long table.
I'm on the edge of my patience, if that helps.
Besides yourself and your wife?
Fair to say, they obviously knew who John was. They have a daughter as well, the same age as Kaylee. I don't know if they hung out with them, but fair to say that obviously it was my family and was there, Jen's family. So yes, I'd say in general, correct. You get water.
Now, sir, if I could ask, as far as Mr. O'Keefe was concerned, do you recall anything about what he was wearing that night?
I recall a baseball cap, and he tends to brim it over a little bit, and shirt and jeans. I don't know exactly what he was wearing.
Do you recall seeing him at any point in time with any kind of winter coat or heavy coat or anything like that?
Not that I recall. If he had one on, he had one on. I don't recall it.
And as far as his person, his features, what you could see, what if any injuries you could observe on him at that time?
I did not see any injuries.
And do you recall what John was drinking that night?
I believe he's drinking Bud Light beer.
Is that pretty typical for him?
Majority of times I saw John, yes, he was drinking Bud Light. I do recall when he came to my house for that first meet, he was drinking Bud Light Limes, which I thought was interesting, but it was at a pool. And maybe it was a summer drink for him. I'm not sure.
Fair enough.
I think I gave him a hard time.
I didn't even know
reference to
Bud Light Lime was a thing.
What, if anything, did you observe?
Does it want to be Corona? What is happening?
She was drinking a clear liquid. I just assumed it was a vodka soda or vodka something.
And as far as the absent to Crystal Light, which I'll leave that alone for now, but absent to Crystal Light was a similar.
Look, you guys, Lolly actually made a fun in court. Aside from the Crystal Light, which I'm going to leave alone for now.
You were having that night?
Yes, could have been vodka water. Exactly, I don't know.
Now, do you know where the two of them, being Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant, do you know where they had come from prior to coming into the waterfall?
John had said they were came over from across the street
Chat
from
is-
CF McCarthy's.
Chat is vehemently divided on the propriety of Bud Light Lime.
Now, let me ask you, as far as you were going to the waterfall, or your understanding was that...
As long as we're not slandering White Claws,
Brian
yeah.
Albert Jr.'s birthday, correct?
Yes.
And was he
We're
on the
all good.
waterfall any time that you were there?
No.
And at some point, did you learn where he was?
Yes, I learned he was still home.
And was there any conversation, or do you know why he was still home?
My understanding is I thought we were waiting for him. He never showed up. My understanding was he chose to stay home. I had a couple friends over the house.
Brian Albert
Now,
Jr.
from
This is
the
all
time that
hearsay.
You were in, time that you were in the waterfall, how would you describe sort of the...
Brian Albert is his
demeanor of
nephew.
sort of the group at large?
Everybody was just having a good time, hanging out, socializing, talking. As I said, there was a live band playing for a little bit, and just a normal evening.
And as far as the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe were concerned, from what you could see or your observations, was there any sort of fighting or arguing or anything like that you observed between the two of them over the course of the evening at the waterfall?
No, I did not.
So again, the testimony is that the victim and the defendant were having a lovely time.
That you had left the
That
waterfall sometime after midnight, is that correct?
there was no discord
Yes, that's
between
correct.
them, and that everything was great. Okay.
Over the course of the evening at the waterfall, did you have occasion to have conversation with either Mr. O'Keefe or the defendant?
Yes, I did.
And with you both?
Chat.
Yes.
And starting with Mr. O'Keefe, what, if any, conversation, generally speaking, do you recall having with Mr. O'Keefe?
You know, I try to stay out of beef with other content creators. I normally just let stuff go, but Runkle and I are going to have a chat about this. We are going to have a further discussion about the slandering of the White Claw.
I believe that night I think that night he was out because Kaylee.
I was being facetious.
Maybe they just got the acceptance from Kaylee. He was excited about her acceptance to what's the school? Bishop Fian, a local high school.
And that was something that you were aware of that you applied for to get into that school, correct?
Yes.
She got into private school or to a private high school,
With respect to,
and they were excited.
What, if any, conversations you recall in regard to her?
Normal conversation. She, hi, how you doing? Good to see you. She made a reference to myself asking how Jen and I do it. And I said, she was talking about with the 4 girls. How do we do it? How do you raise the 4 girls? You guys look happy. And I actually joked to her. I said, well, we're at a bar. Considering, it's obviously any marriage will tell you have your ups and downs. A brief conversational, nothing of any substance. Just good to see you.
Now, this time that you're talking about that you're leaving shortly after midnight, is that around the time that sort of the bar was winding
So
down?
the evidence is people had pleasant
Yes.
conversation. They were friendly.
Were they still playing? Or had they-
No,
No one was drunk, and people
they
were
had
having a
stopped
good time.
earlier, before 12. I don't remember the exact time, but they definitely stopped earlier. There were some people there, but our table was definitely the last table to wrap it up. Well, some people left before me, but the band was packing up packing up all their equipment.
Okay, so in that vein, if you recall, can you tell the jury sort of the order of people from your group and when they left and things of that?
Yes. So Brian Albert, Brian Higgins, and Nicole were packed up, leaving before us. Then my wife, Karen, Karina, John and Chris, they started leaving before us. I think John was delayed, but they walked out, and Nick and I were the last 2 at the table. I recall us picking up some of the empty glasses and beer bottles, and because I said the bar was right behind us, so I recall picking up the glasses and some of the bottles and bring them to the bar, as well as a couple of the members of the band were sitting on the edge of the bar, and just some brief conversation with them. Good job, guys coming back, things of that nature. And then Nick and I walked out.
Now, over the course of the evening at the waterfall, while you were there, what, if any, conversation was had amongst the group in regard to any plans or where to next, or where people were going after what?
Well, it seems
Yes,
his wife was inviting everyone back to
as
her
mentioned-
sister's place. His wife was like, we're all going back to my sister's, because she was ready to keep hanging out. So
And thought we were going to meet my nephew. He didn't come out. We found out he had a few friends at the house. When Brian and Nicole were leaving, they had mentioned that Brian was at the house with a couple friends.
they're like, we're
And we were
going.
welcome to come back and have a celebratory drink for his birthday. So he had extended an invite to the table. Like, hey, who's ever around wants to come back?
And they're
You're
like,
welcome.
yep.
So that was sort of extended to the entirety of the group, is that correct?
That is correct.
And so what was your understanding, at least as far as your plan, you and your wife? Jennifer,
These adults were thrilled that they
That
didn't
we'd be
have to
stopping
take
by,
kids to 4 different
Brian and
activities
Nicole's
the
house.
next day.
And so prior to that discussion regarding stopping by your brother-in-law Brian Albert's house, what, if any, discussion was there in regard to your to his brother Christopher Albert? Let me ask you, what, if any, other discussion other than going to your brother-in-law Brian Albert's house was there at the table in regard to places to go after?
Yes. There was discussion about going to D&E Pizza. That's a pizza sub shop that Chris Albert owns in Canton Center, which is 100 yards, whatever, across the street from the waterfall.
And can you describe sort of what was the substance of that discussion and who was involved in that discussion?
Is it
Yes,
all
the
hearsay?
discussion is we've done that in the past where we've wrapped up for the night. We've gone over there and turned the ovens on and have made some pizza. In this particular instance, Karen had asked if we could do that. She wanted to go to D&E. She wanted to make pizza. Chris and I were adamant that we were not going to D&E because we were on this diet and we were not going to go subject ourselves to late night pizza. So
He's like, look, man, here's how the man diet challenge math is working. I am going to drink vodkas with Crystal Light. But you cannot take me after I've had vodka with Crystal Light to the pizza shop because the wheels will come off. So what we're not doing is going to get pizza. But it does sound like the relationship between Karen Reed and John O'Keefe and Chris Albert was good enough that she felt comfortable saying, hey, can we go back to the pizza shop? That sounds fun. And the reason they said no is because the two of them were on some charity weight loss diet challenge, but it doesn't seem like there was any bad blood there with anybody, because if there was, you're not going to say, hey, can we go hang out at your pizza place? That is not something you ask someone who you are even neutrally or minimally friendly with. You ask someone that who you are friendly with, and there's a reason why they said no, and all of this makes sense, but we've heard all of this. Though he did order potato skins because, look, the math was mathing to him, Chris Albert, that the potato skins somehow were fine, but the pizza was not. Look,
We said no, we're not going to D&E. Though we had conversations, kind of wanted to go, but we kept saying no, we're not going to go.
When you say you kept saying, is that something that the defendant raised?
I mean, Chad, I don't know. Potatoes are a
More than
vegetable.
once.
I don't know how that math worked.
You and Mr. Kolakithis, and you walk out of the waterfall, you go over to your car in the parking lot, is that right?
Yeah, yes, that's correct.
And again, by your car, I mean your wife Jennifer's car, is that right?
Yes.
And where was she in relation to the car when you did?
I mean, the vodka's potato, the potato skins are potato. I think it just cancels out. I'm pretty sure that's how that works.
She was already in the car.
Not diet advice.
So let me ask you, as far as where was she seated within the
Oh, sorry. She was in the driver's seat.
So you get in the front passenger side, is that right?
That's correct.
And when you get into the car, what, if any, communication did you become aware of between your wife and Mr. O'Keefe?
Chat.
When I got into the vehicle, my wife received a
Monarchs.
text from John, and it said, where to? I think he was looking for the address. I told my wife we were starting to drive out of the parking lot. I told her just call him instead of texting him back.
So rather than text while she's driving.
This is why he was asking whose phone connected to the Bluetooth earlier. So, Lolly, for the disparagement of that line of questioning, I apologize. It seems that it's going to become relevant with how they contacted John O'Keefe to tell him to go to 34 Fairview, which is why his testimony is here. Could we have zoomed to that part? Yes. Lolly could have. Did he? No. So I'm going to go back to regular speed on that because this testimony is relevant, and it seems that the Law Nerd chat has, in fact, told Runkle of the Bailey to pull up it. Runkle, I have been told that there was disparagement of the White Claw, but I feel like since we're going to get to see each other in person, we can probably hash that out. As you're saying in the chat, White Claw tastes like sadness. Look, man, I can't drink beer. So sometimes when you want a canned beverage that is not malted, White Claw is your best option to have something that is alcoholic when you are out and still be able to partake in a canned beverage at like a concert or whatever. Or, you know, it is a delightful summer drink, Runkle. It does not, in fact, taste like sadness. It tastes like summer and watermelon.
And when you get into the car, what, if any, communication did you become aware of between your wife and Mr. O'Keefe?
When I got into the vehicle, my wife received a text from John, and it said, where to? I think he was looking for the address. I told my wife we were starting to drive out of the parking lot. I told her just call him instead of texting him back.
So rather than text while she's driving, you advise her just call him back.
Correct.
And did she call him?
She did.
And with respect to that Bluetooth that we were discussing earlier within the car, this call from your wife, Jennifer, to John O'Keefe, was that using the Bluetooth technology?
I'm assuming it was.
Could you hear it?
I don't recall, but I knew he was on the phone asking what the address was.
Let me ask you this. Could you hear both sides of the conversation?
I could hear him, yes.
So you heard your wife talking and you heard John talking, correct?
Yes.
And as far as that...
He actually does to me seem, this is why I slowed this back down. I want to double check that I did. A bit emotional getting into this conversation with John, which is of everyone who's going to testify, if Karen Reed doesn't testify, I think some of the last conversations he had, and I think that's appropriate that we're actually hearing someone have some emotion about this.
Communication with reference to where to or where to go or the address. You described to the jury sort of what that conversation consisted of.
Conversation was the address, 34 Fairview. And I actually was definitely mumbling stuff from my seat saying, come out, take a right, take a left on Sherman and 34 Fairview. And that was that initial call, was just giving him the address and telling him to Sherman's easiest way.
And so when you say that initial call, was there a subsequent call while you were still en route to 34 Fairview?
Yes, it was a call a few minutes later. Somehow, I don't know why, but somehow they didn't know where the house was. I recall, again, my assumption would be they'd come from Sherman, from Chapman Street. My wife referenced a friend of Kaylee's who lives off of Fairview. And we said, well, you know where this child lives? He said, yes. Okay. Drive past her street and the house will come up on the left.
And the friend of Kaylee's, what was her name?
Her name is Bella.
So someone, you recall whether it was you or your wife that made reference to Bella's house?
I think we both did. I think I said it, and then I think my wife repeated it.
And that was someone, the Bella child was someone who was friends with both your daughter
The
and
Bella
Kaylee, is that
child?
correct?
Yes,
Around the same age?
exact same age, same grade.
Now, when you were talking on this second conversation, again, you could hear both sides of the conversation, is that right?
That's correct.
And as far as Mr. O'Keefe's side of the conversation, what, if anything, did he say as far as who was coming or who he was with at the time?
He didn't make any reference to, you're asking if he made reference of anybody else? Is that what you're asking?
What I'm asking is,
He
when
doesn't know
was,
what he's asking.
Saying as far as looking for the house, was he?
Oh, we're on our way. Okay, great, we're on our way.
And from, obviously, the earlier interaction that you had with him and him saying we, who did you infer that we to be?
Karen.
And
There
at
will
any
be-
point in time during the conversation,
There will be phone records of these times, so at least we're going to get at some point some times of when these phone calls happened. We don't have them yet, of when these phone calls happened, to at least a better degree of certainty from the phone records as to these calls happening with John saying we're on our way to 34 Fairview.
you had where you were hearing both sides. Did you hear Miss Reed in the background at any point?
I do not recall hearing Miss Reed, no.
Now, about how far a drive is it, or how long a drive is it, roughly from the waterfall?
Everybody says 5 to 7 minutes.
The way I would go, 4 minutes, give or take, 5 minutes. There's multiple ways, but depends on how you go, I guess.
And the way that you go, as far as what you're talking about, is that your recollection of how or where your wife drove that night?
Yes.
Now, as far as when you arrive at the house, where did your wife park the vehicle in relation to the house?
She pulled the vehicle into the driveway.
And you're obviously familiar with the address or the residence at 34.
What other vehicles were in the driveway?
Yes, I am.
Been there several times before this evening.
Yes, I have.
And essentially, there's 2 garage doors on the house. There's one on the left, one on the right. Is that correct?
Yes.
Do you recall whether or not your wife parked on the left
What
side
other-
of the driveway or the right side?
But what other cars?
I believe it was the left, but the driveway is fairly wide. It kind of widens out, not just the 2 doors. So I don't know if she was right on the left where the walkway is, or if she was, one kind of more in the middle, because that driveway you could pull up even on the right of her, but somewhere, I don't know exactly, but she pulled into the driveway.
So she pulls in the driveway, she parks, you guys go in the house, correct?
Yes.
When you get inside the house, who, if anyone, do you observe there?
When we entered the house, we observed
He can't say
Caitlin.
we. It would be him.
Brian Jr. Brian had two friends there, Julie Nagel and Sarah Levinson, Brian Higgins, and Brian Albert Sr.
And where? in
Did
the
I say
house-
Nicole?
No.
Nicole. I don't know if I said Nicole.
And where in the house were they situated?
When I recall, everybody was congregated when you walk in the front door, to your right, there's a table, and then there's an open floor where it goes right to the kitchen and the room of the table. They just flow into each other. So people are surrounding either the island in the kitchen and or the table area.
And from your recollection, is that essentially where people mainly congregated throughout the course of the night?
I moved me down so we could see his
Yes.
descriptors with his
About
hands.
how long a period of time were you there at 34 Fairview that night?
Got there, I'd say a little over an hour. No, got there about 12:20-ish. Left 1:40, 1:40. I don't know the exact time, 1:40, 1:45-ish. So
You got there somewhere closer to 12:30 and you left somewhere closer to about.
He didn't say
1:45
12:30.
a.m.,
Lolly,
correct?
he didn't say 12:30. He said 12:20. In a case where timing matters, it frustrates me when the DA is trying to reframe the time in the answer. I don't know why the defense isn't objecting, because that's not in evidence, unless at some point it comes into evidence. But Lolly is rephrasing backwards a little bit from 12:20 to 12:30, which is frustrating. So he says he got there around 12:20, left around 1:45. Some of you in the chat said he didn't name that Colin was there. From all the testimony we have, Colin has left at this point, and the McCabes came in after everyone else got home, which is what all of the testimony has been.
Left somewhere closer to about 1:45, 2 a.m. Is that correct?
got there about 12:20, give or take, and then left about 1:40, 1:45. I don't know the specific time, but somewhere around there.
And similar to the question I asked you about the waterfall, as far as the, how would you describe sort of the mood or the demeanor of the group in the house when you got
Why are we going back to the waterfall?
Everybody was hanging out. I know Julie was excited. We just showed up. Good to see us. Brian, excited that we came by. Normal.
So, fair to say no tension, no arguments, nothing like that while you
Can
were
we
at the
go
house?
back?
No.
Can we
recall
go?
sort of what you were doing while you were at the house, or what the group was doing?
Yeah. When I got to the
Kinda
house,
hanging out, talking, sitting around the table, engaging. Music was on. Just having a good time, just hanging out, talking, enjoying each other's company. I do recall my wife put on a foolish video that she wanted to show the kids at the table. But other than that,
I have questions.
just socially hanging out with each other.
The foolish video that you're talking about, do you recall what that was?
Yes.
And can you describe that to the jury?
It was a video for the song It's Raining Men.
And
What?
do you recall, generally speaking, what was in the video, or why it was a foolish video as you described?
Well, it's
Relevant?
in the family. It's one of Jen's sisters had put on a show before with an umbrella. So at some point, my wife came across this video, and it was people just dancing around. So she was showing my niece and my nephew and the friends the video so they could see. So we're kind of picking on my sister-in-law.
And you have another nephew by the name of, I'm sorry. Are you familiar, you mentioned that earlier at the waterfall, there was Christopher and Julie Albert, is that right?
Yes.
Familiar with them, your wife is friends with Julie, correct?
Chet, I don't know how It's
yes.
Raining Men is
And you know their
relevant,
children as well, is that right?
but
Yes, I do.
And
No.
specifically, you know their middle
It's Raining
child,
Men.
Colin?
Hallelujah.
Yes.
And at any point in time in the evening when you were there at 34 Fairview Road, was Colin Albert there at any point?
No, he was not.
You didn't see him that
God,
night
I
at
really
all?
hope it's the Tom
Never
Holland
saw her.
video if it's raining.
And obviously, you know your daughter, your oldest daughter, Allie, correct?
Yes.
I'm going to back this up as I'm talking about Tom Holland dancing along to Umbrella. But he hasn't asked this witness if it's snowing.
You have another nephew by the name of, I'm sorry. Are you familiar, you mentioned that earlier at the waterfall, there was Christopher and Julie Albert, is that right?
Yes.
Familiar with them, your wife is friends with Julie, correct?
Yes.
And you know their children as well, is that right?
Yes, I do.
And specifically, you know their middle child, Colin?
Yes.
And at any point in time in the evening when you were there at 34 Fairview Road, was Colin Albert there at any point?
No, he was not.
You didn't see him that night at all?
Never saw him.
And obviously, you know your daughter, your oldest daughter, Allie, correct?
Yes, I do.
And at any point in time when you were at 34 Fairview, did you see her or vehicle or anything? Did you have any knowledge that your daughter, Allie, was there at the time that you were there?
No, she was not.
She wasn't there. You didn't see her there. You didn't know if she had been there before you or anything like that.
Correct. Correct.
Now, turning back into the house, as far as the group that you were with, was there any point in time that anyone from that group left that sort of general area of the dining room and the kitchen that you recall?
We were in that room. There's a room right next to the kitchen with the doorway that you can walk through. I was seated at the table, but you could walk through the doorway. You know, I know Julie Nagel went into that room because she was looking out the door. Other people could have walked in and out of that room. It's right there, right next to us.
At any point in time over the course of that evening, did you see anybody sort of go upstairs or downstairs to the basement or anywhere else but that general area of those three rooms in the home?
I did not see anybody.
Now, at some point, you mentioned that Julie Nagel was looking outside for something. Is that correct?
He
Yes,
said
that is
looking out
correct.
the door.
How long was that in reference to after you arrived and then when that happened?
What?
Again, I don't know the exact time. I'm going to say could have been 3 minutes, could have been 5 minutes.
From when?
Somewhere in that vicinity. We arrived, said hello, good to see everybody. And shortly after, she had mentioned that her brother was there to pick her up.
Now, as far as the Levinson and Miss Nagel, they were friends of your nephew, Brian Albert Jr., is that right?
That's correct.
And did you know them at all at that time, you know, when you arrived there on the 28th?
Miss Levinson, I did not know. First time I met her. I definitely had met Julie before. She had, Brian and her hang out. So I definitely met her. I think she's been to I don't know if it was previous to this or after this, but Julie has, helped my nephew Brian, when we go on vacation. We have a dog, and Brian would usually be the go-to to, let the dog out, et cetera. And I know Julie has helped him. I just don't know if that was previous to that or after. But I definitely met Julie before, yes.
You had met her before, but essentially met her as a friend of your nephew.
It's fairly nice to see a witness that isn't saying, I don't know anyone involved with all of this. He's like, I know her. We've met her. This is my nephew's friend. She dog sat for us, but in time to when this happened, I don't know if it was before or after. It's easier to follow the testimony when the testimony, again, doesn't feel like everything is a battle, but also the answers just are, I know who I know. I saw what I saw.
Right.
Yes,
Not someone that you knew particularly well, is that fair to say?
correct. Didn't know her well.
So after about 3 to 5 minutes or so after you arrived, you observed Ms. Nagel looking outside, correct?
Yes, she was going out the door, correct.
And do you know why she was going out the door?
She said her brother was there to pick her up,
Hearsay,
but she didn't want to leave.
And at any point in time, did either yourself or your wife extend an offer to either Ms. Nagel or
Is
Ms.
that
Levinson
hearsay?
or both in regard to getting home?
Yes, Yes, we informed, my wife informed them that if they wanted to stay because we just got there, we would be more than willing to drive them home.
And fair to say at this point in time, you didn't even know where Ms. Levinson or Ms. Nagel lived, is that correct?
No idea.
You didn't really know what you signed up for as far as traveling home, is that correct?
Well, Canton's not that big of a town, so I
think his
wasn't
wife signed him up for it.
too scared. But yeah, I didn't know exactly where they live. I knew they were from Canton.
Now, at some point when Ms. Nagel goes outside, what, if anything, drew your attention to the outside of the house?
When she went outside, or when she was opening the door, her or somebody referenced that there was another vehicle out front.
And so upon hearing that, where did you go?
Upon hearing that, we just assumed that was obviously John and Karen. So I don't recall if I looked out the window first or looked out the door first, but I looked out to see the other vehicle out in front of the house.
So you saw it.
Just to be clear, when you say window and when you say door, like which window and which?
So you saw it.
Well, I was sitting at the table and right behind me is a window. Or if I stood up and took 5 steps, there's the front door of the house. So again.
In addition to sort of the regular front door, is there like a storm door or something that you would have been able to see through? Is that?
That would be the front door, I would call the storm door. That yes, I could see out the front. There's another door. If you're looking at the house, is your front door, windows, and then there's another door. Julie looked out or went out through that door. I either looked out the window or walked over to the front door, which would be the opposite door.
Regardless if you looked out the window or you looked out.
So this witness knows that they're waiting for John O'Keefe because of the phone calls and looks out and sees Karen's SUV. And then they just don't wonder where he is?
The storm door at the front door. When you looked out, what if anything did you see?
I noticed the big SUV parked in front of the house.
And do you know what color the SUV was?
At the time, it was dark. I didn't know if it was a black SUV, a dark green, or dark blue, but it was a dark SUV.
And at the time, were you familiar with either or both of the vehicles of Mr. O'Keefe and or the defendant, Ms. Reed?
Yes, I knew Karen drove a dark SUV. I didn't know the make and model. I just knew she drove a dark SUV. I'd seen it at pickup and things of that nature.
And did you know what kind of vehicle that Mr. O'Keefe drove around that time?
I think he had a smaller SUV. I don't remember the make.
Remember what
He had a. No, I don't remember the color of his
I don't
SUV.
think the SUV is in
And
controversy.
another car too that he drove around. I remember that. That's about it.
And when you're looking out from either the window or the door, where was the dark SUV in relation to the house?
If you came out that front door, pretty much right in front of the house, parked in front of the house.
Now, you mentioned that Ms. Nagel had left the house through the other door and gone outside. Is
So
that
right where the mailbox
That's
is,
correct.
it sounds like.
When you looked out, could you see Ms. Nagel or where she had gone?
No, there was another vehicle, again, coming out the front door. If you go to the left, there's a driveway. There was another vehicle over there. I don't know if it was on the street facing this way, if it was pulled in. I just looked out the front door and noticed the car to be like, oh, that's John. That was my
that's
focus.
John.
I didn't look for Julie.
So
As far as
you see the SUV, you think to yourself, oh, that's John. And then what?
the other vehicle, did you observe at least enough to know whether or not it was behind the dark SUV, in front of the dark SUV, or something else?
Yeah, it was to the left. It was equivalent to where the driveway was. And then after the end of the driveway, there was a Jeep. And after the Jeep was the SUV, the dark SUV.
There's a Jeep?
And with respect to, just from your perspective, you're looking out, so the driveway would have been to your left, is that right?
Correct.
Are you familiar with any other sort of like landmarks or anything else in the front yard area of your brother-in-law's house?
No one else saw a Jeep.
Yes. So you look out, the driveway's to the left. If you look to the right, there is an island of like maybe rhododendrons, something, bushes. There's a flagpole right there. There's a utility. I believe it's a green utility box. I'm assuming it's utility, kind of on the edge. There's a fire hydrant. All that stuff was to the right side of the looking out the front door.
And Chad, I moved myself to the top because he's describing it with his hands, and I wanted to make sure you could see it.
You look out this initial time and you see this dark SUV sort of right in front of the door. Was that the only time that you looked out, or did you look out on subsequent occasions?
Nope. I looked out again because it'd been a few minutes. Again, 2, 3, 4 minutes. I'm not sure how long, but it'd been a few minutes, and we thought it was weird they hadn't come into the house.
I bet.
Looked out and saw the SUV again.
2, 3 minutes later?
When you looked out for the second time, where was the SUV in relation to where it was the first time?
The SUV had moved up the road from the front of the house. It went from spot A to spot B. Now it was further up, more in sync of where the again the flagpole, the utility box, more in sync with that. It had moved up the road. Thought it was weird that they hadn't come in.
Now, as far as the times that
And
you're
nobody
looking
checked?
out, did you happen to make any note of sort of, let me ask you this, taking it back to the waterfall just for a second. When you were driving, or your wife was driving from the waterfall to 34 Fairview, what, if anything, did you observe as far as what was the weather doing?
The snow had started to fall.
And at that initial time that you're
Weather
going
was
from the
weathering.
waterfall to Fairview Roads, was it sticking to the pavement or anything at that point?
I believe there was a dusting. It was definitely falling. I don't think it was on like the main roads, but definitely a dusting of snow was falling. Correct.
Everyone has said a
And from
dusting of
that
snow.
time after you arrived at the house and shortly thereafter, when you observed this dark SUV out in front of the house, had that changed at all as far as the accumulation or sticking to the pavement, roadway, grass, anything like that that you saw?
Yes. At some point, at least on their road in their grass, you could see the snow had started to, it definitely was sticking on that road.
Now, you observe it initially in front of the door, then about 3 or 4 minutes later, you observe it further up towards the flagpole, correct?
That's correct, yes.
And each of these times, you're not just standing at the door or standing at the window staring out the entire time, correct?
No, just looking out, being like, what the hell are they doing? And going back to my seat.
That seems like a reasonable
And
thing to think.
Other than those 2 times that you've already testified about, was there any subsequent times after that?
Yes, I definitely looked out a third time out the door.
And the third time that you looked out the door, where was the dark SUV in relation to where it had been the second time?
It had now proceeded further up the road, past the flagpole, past the utility box, past the fire hydrant, more in line with between the yards. I believe there's bushes and trees that separate the Albert's residence to the next residence. So it was actually past the Albert's residence and a little further up. I'd say more on the edge of the property line of the, if you're looking out of the neighbors to their right, if I'm looking out of their house.
Now, this distance between the second time that you saw it and the third time that you saw it, do you have any idea about how much distance that was or how many feet?
Hey, I'd be guessing 30, 40 feet. I don't know. I have no idea. I'd have to measure it.
Wouldn't it be nice if
Now,
someone
with
did?
respect to the snow that had fallen on the ground, as far as the vehicle was concerned,
I have so many questions.
From one point to the second point, to the third point, do you observe any sort of tire marks or anything in the snow out on the road when you looked out?
Yes, I did.
And the tire marks that you observed, do they essentially lead up to the back tires of the dark
That's
SUV
leading.
you saw out there?
Leading AF.
At some point, I looked out and noticed tire marks that would have started before the Jeep. So if the Jeep was here, so where it's just a weird, like a wave. It was a weird wave in the road. You could see the tire marks.
And was that before or after? So at some point, Ms. Nagel goes out to some other vehicle and then comes back inside the house, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
You know about how long she was outside of the house for?
I'd be guessing a minute. I'm not sure.
Not terribly long time.
No, not at all.
And so the time that you observed this sort of abnormality in the tire marks that you see out there, was that before or after she had come back inside the house?
That would have been after.
So you don't know if that was from the dark SUV or whatever vehicle she had
That's
met.
leading.
You have no idea.
Objection.
No, can you answer that? Well,
That's
before the
leading.
question, it's sustained then.
That's leading.
Do you know which vehicle left those abnormal tire marks you saw?
Based off of where the tire marks were, they came off the curb. My assumption was it was the SUV.
I withdraw.
Okay,
I heard the answer, I withdraw.
okay.
Which SUV?
But you don't know, correct?
No, I didn't see no.
And that was my next point. As far as when you saw the vehicle, as far as each of those 3 times, it was stationary each time you saw it, correct?
The first 2 times, definitely stationary. The third time looked stationary. If it was going a half mile per hour, I'm not sure, but it was further up the road. It looked to me it was stationary, but like I said, if for some reason it was moving, it could have been moving. But
What?
Now, each time that you saw the vehicle, was it in the same sort of position with respect to the house? By that I mean, as far as was it on the Alberts, was it on the 34 Fairview side of the road or the other side, or where was it positioned with respect to the road?
yes, same position, parked parallel to the Albert's house, heading forward as if you were going to leave Fairview to head up to Chapman Street, heading away from the house.
And so each time that you observed the vehicle, you were looking at sort of the passenger side of that vehicle, correct?
That is correct.
And at any point in time, either of these 3 occasions that you observed the vehicle, did you see anybody outside of it?
I did not.
Did you see any footprints around the vehicle or leading away from the vehicle or across the yard or anything like that?
I did not.
And were you able to see inside of the vehicle from where you were, either from the window?
Did you ever
or
see the
from
dome light
door to
on?
front door?
I could not, or I did not see anything inside.
And further to that point, at any point in time that you observed this vehicle in front of the house, you see any sort of interior lights on inside the vehicle?
I'm glad he asked that.
Not that I noticed.
Now, you saw it at point 1, point 2, point 3. Were there any other times that you looked outside?
You didn't wonder?
I'm assuming I looked out because at some point the vehicle was gone. So I must have looked out one more time because there was no vehicle there anymore.
And you didn't
And again,
wonder?
I don't know if I just peeked out the window and said, oh, they left. Again, we didn't know where they were.
And do you know whether or not there had been any attempt at communication by anyone in the house to Mr. O'Keefe at any point?
Calling for hearsay?
Yes.
And who was doing that?
My wife was trying to communicate with John, letting him know that
That's hearsay.
let him know he's here.
I'm going to let that stand.
And at any point, do you know whether or not Mr. O'Keefe communicated back to Ms. McCabe while they were out front of the house?
Objection.
Do you know? Not how you know, but do you know?
Do I know if Mr. O'Keefe communicated back to Jen? Is that the question?
That's my question.
No.
No, she didn't, or no, you don't know?
She did not, or no, you don't know?
Oh, no, sorry. No, she did not. Sorry.
I'll strike that.
Right. Bad questions
Now,
get bad answers.
Ms. McCabe, with regard to this, from the first time that you sort of get up and either look out the window or look out the door and see it in front of the front door, to the time that you look out and see it for the third time, or let me ask you this, from the time that you see it in front of the door to the time that you see that there's no vehicle there anymore, you know how long a period of time that was?
I'd say at least 10 minutes, could be 12, 13, 14. I don't know the exact time, but it was out there for a little bit.
And so let me ask it this way. As far as from the first time to the second time, you testified it was about 3 or 4 or 5 minutes, somewhere in there, correct?
Correct.
Were the timing in between the times that you looked out, were they relatively consistent with each other?
Yes, they were.
So you look out 3 or 4 minutes, look out again, 3 or 4 minutes, look out again. Is that?
Yes, that would be in line. Correct.
And nobody went outside and was like, you guys coming in? There's just a dusting of snow. You're not traipsing through feet and feet of snow. You're not even traipsing through inches of snow. Nobody went outside and was like, guys, it's this house back here. You're coming in. What?
And at some point around 1:45 or 2 a.m., somewhere in there is when you leave Fairview Road. Is that correct?
Yes,
Do you recall who drove your wife's vehicle home that night?
I drove.
And who, if anyone else, was in the vehicle, and where were they seated within the vehicle when you left?
So we were driving Sarah Levinson and Julie Nagel home. They were in the back seat of the vehicle, and my wife was in the passenger seat. I don't know who sat behind the passenger, who sat behind the driver, but they were in the back seats.
Your Honor, if at this time with the court's permission, I'd like to publish for the jury and for this witness exhibits 71, 72, and 73.
These are going to be the photos of the house that we've already seen. But nobody goes out and says, where are you? If he doesn't text back, nobody looks. And then you're telling me that Julie Nagel in this car said, you guys, isn't there something in the lawn? And after they were looking for John and said that they never saw him, nobody stops the car. Okay. I'm so confused.
So, Mr. McCabe, on the desk in front of you, there should be a laser pointer there. If you just click that button and point at the screen, if when I or anyone asks you to do so. First, just with reference to what's up on the screen as Exhibit 71, do you recognize what that is, sir?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize?
34 Fairview.
And absence on the snowfall.
Heather, I disagree. If I was waiting on somebody and I saw their car outside the house, I think I'd go out and be like, are you guys coming in?
Yes, that's correct.
I think I absolutely would.
And if you could, with relation,
Especially if they seemed like they weren't sure where to go.
And the storm door that you were talking about, that you were looking out from the house, could you, using the laser pointer, show the jury where that is?
Because they didn't know which house it was. It's dark.
Is that working? That would be the window. That'd be the storm door.
And with respect to the first placement, the first time that you look out and see the dark SUV in front of the house, is that visible in this photograph?
Wait, can you repeat that? Sorry.
First time that you look out and you see the dark SUV in front of the house, is that position, is that visible in this photograph?
I'd probably catch the very back end because there was a Jeep parked right here. Right here. So
There was a Jeep parked at
Be
the
right there.
mailbox,
Ms. Gilman, if I could have Exhibit 72.
which nobody else saw.
Again, sir, do you recognize what's up on the screen?
Yep.
So another photograph of the residence of 34 Fairview, is that correct?
Yes.
That's not true.
Using that laser pointer.
No, I'm not talking about the testimony. I'm talking about my own memory. Brian Albert said that Brian Higgins parked the Jeep, but the car with Ricky and everybody, nobody saw a Jeep. I'm very confused.
Demonstrate to the jury where that vehicle was the first time that you saw it.
Say right about here. In this general area.
The second position.
None of that's being marked for the record, so the jury's not going to know where he's pointing at.
No, it'd be further up the road.
So Ms. Gilman, if I could have Exhibit 73. Can you recognize what's depicted now in Exhibit 73?
Yes, I do.
That secondary position that you observed the vehicle in is visible in this photo.
Yes, it is.
So if you could, sir, just direct the jury's attention.
He's
to where about
pointing at the area near the
In
fire
this general
hydrant
area right here.
trees.
and the third positioning that you saw the vehicle in, can you describe where that?
Yep, it'd be further up the road. I'd say, give or take, right there.
Thank you, Ms. Gilman. You can take it.
Yep, Brian Albert Jr., for those in the chat pointing out, Brian Albert Jr. also didn't see a Jeep. A lot of people. The only people who have mentioned the Jeep are this witness
So, sir,
and Brian
you
Albert
meet, the resident of
Sr., and I
34 Fairview.
don't remember if his wife did.
Um,
Yep,
as far as the
Yannetti.
weather was concerned, what was the weather? What, if anything, had changed between the times that you had looked out and the time that you came out to go home?
The snow was starting to accumulate.
So the storm was starting to pick up a bit. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Marlib said
When you
Cutwater
came
is
out
the
of house,
best. Cutwater is very
vehicle was
good.
in the driveway, correct?
That's correct. Yep.
And again, if you could,
Court's
you're
almost done for the day.
driving. Who else is in the car, and where are they in the car?
I'm in the driver's seat. My wife is in the passenger seat, and Julie and Sarah are in the seats directly behind us.
Do you recall who was seated where?
He's
I don't
already
recall
he said
who was
no.
in what seat.
And you back out of the driveway, and then you go. Do you recall where you were going or who you were dropping off first?
Yes, I back out of the driveway and proceed heading up towards Chapman Street.
And so with the passenger side of the wife's vehicle, would that be facing closest to 34 Fairview at the time that you're driving away from it?
Yes, that's correct.
And your testimony as far as the storm picking up a little bit, do you recall anything did you have to clear off the car, windshield wipers on, or anything like that in reference to the weather?
Yes, I brushed the car off. I had to wipe the car off with my hand and clean off the windows before I pulled out of the driveway. And then obviously setting the windshield wipers as I was driving away.
Now, that area over where the secondary position that you observed that dark SUV in over by the flagpole, do you recall any sort of like street lighting or anything, ambient overhead lighting in that area?
I don't recall it, no.
As you're driving away from the house, do you recall whether or not was there any conversation or music playing or anything like that in the car as you're driving away?
Yeah, it was chitter chatter. You know, my wife was turned towards me, like turned in, talking to the girls behind me. I know at one point somebody was joking about, I don't know, peanut butter and jelly sandwich or something. Something about bread. I forget what it was. And then I drove up the street.
And as you were driving up the street and away from the residence of Fairview, what, if anything, did you observe abnormal on the side of the road? Were you looking at the side of the road?
I was not. I was focusing on the snow coming down, the windshield wipers, and driving up the street.
And fair to say you didn't see anything in the yard or anything like that?
That's correct.
So you drove each of the two young ladies home.
Jace, I'm confused.
Yes, it is.
You know about what time it was that you...
Did he just say you drove 3 young ladies home? Jace in the chat said, EDB, you don't seem convinced. I'm confused. Did he just say 3 people that were being dropped off?
got home yourself?
Hold on.
That's correct.
Fair to say you didn't see anything in the yard or anything like that?
That's correct.
So you drove each of the
Each.
two young ladies home, is that
He
correct?
did say 3.
Yes, it is.
You know about what time it was that you got home yourself?
He did say 3.
I got home, give or take, somewhere between after 2:10, 2:15-ish. I don't know the exact time, but somewhere in that vicinity.
He did say 3.
And when you got
Did he
home,
say the young ladies?
each
Maybe.
of your 4 daughters,
Sounded like 3.
Natalie, were they all home at that point?
The kids were home, correct.
And when you arrive in the house, you and your wife, where did you see?
Well, first went in the kitchen. When we walked in, my wife proceeded upstairs before I did. I was in the kitchen for a few minutes and then went upstairs and went to bed.
And did your wife go to bed around the same time as you?
Yes, she might have already been laying in bed before I physically got in the bed, but yes.
And as far as when you fell asleep, was your wife still awake, or had she already?
How would he know when he fell asleep?
She was still awake. We were both awake. She actually wanted to watch a show, which I had no desire to watch, and said I was going to bed. We talked a little bit about my younger daughter, about she was trying out for a basketball team. So we talked a little bit about that. And then that was it. I went to bed.
Turning your attention to the morning of the 29th. The morning of the 29th. You woke up at some point, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And what, if anything, do you recall, or what woke you up that morning?
I woke up to screams in my bedroom.
Or may we approach this briefly?
Okay.
Okay. We're sidebarring at woke up to screams in my bedroom. I'm going to zoom past this sidebar.
So
We're not going to know today.
So we will send you home. Please make sure you follow those 3 cautions.
They're
Do
excusing
not
the jury for the
discuss
day.
this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you
That's a
happen
dramatic place
see,
to leave.
hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know. Tomorrow's a full day. We'll see you tomorrow.
They're done for the day.
All rise for the court, please.
I wonder if they're going to put anything else on the record. That is a dramatic place to end court for the day. I woke up to screams in my bedroom on 1/29/2022 as the end of this witness's testimony. Though Jen McCabe was described as calm by law enforcement, we heard her call 911 also was kind of joking and calm, but that's quite a cliffhanger for the day. How did you wake up to screams in my bedroom? Court is a full day tomorrow, and chat, you are not going to like what I have to say next, which is I am going to be late tomorrow morning because I'm speaking to a bar association that I planned months and months and months ago. I want to see what gets put on the record. The attorneys look like they are still at sidebar. So the jury has left the room. The witness, I don't know if has left the room yet, but the attorneys are still at sidebar. And I'm going to zoom, hoping that we get something else on the record before this feed ends. Nope. The judge is like, I'm out.
All rise.
Nothing else is going on the record today. The prosecution, defense, were all talking as they were finishing that up. And that is it for day 13. Interesting. Interesting. All right, let's see if we can do a brief recap for the afternoon because we are done with court for the day. I'm going to get to some Q&As and we'll talk about what time we're starting tomorrow. Members, remember, we have a members only this evening at 7 p.m. So for all of you that just became members today, because this is an incredibly generous chat, you are welcome. You will see it. There will be a membership tab on YouTube and you will get a notification in YouTube that the members only is live this evening at 7 p.m. Central Time. I also notify you in the app that there are members lives or members videos, and those members videos, I will tell you to check your member spaces. So if you're a member here on YouTube, you check on YouTube and you will see that. So with all of that, let's do a quick summary and we'll talk about scheduling tomorrow. If you have the app, you will not miss a moment because we will notify you when we are going live. What a wild day today. At the end of the half day, day 13, Thursday, May 16th, Tuesdays and Thursdays are half days in this court. We are in the middle, it seems, of the direct examination, maybe towards the end, the direct examination of Matt McCabe, husband of Jen McCabe, brother-in-law of the homeowners at 34 Fairview, because his wife is sisters with Nicole Albert, married to Brian Albert. Hopefully the connectedness is getting a little bit easier as it is being repeated over and over and over again. The whole beginning of this testimony was not super needed. And then we got into whether or not, then we got into the time leading up to John and Karen arriving at 34 Fairview. This is the first witness who we have heard testimony from that was in the car while the conversation was going on between Jen McCabe and John O'Keefe, as John O'Keefe and Karen were heading to 34 Fairview, where they had not been before. So asking, where are we going? Asking for directions. And then Matt McCabe testified that he saw a dark SUV outside of 34 Fairview, nearer to where the mailbox was, then down by the flagpole, then down by the trees by like the neighbor's house or the end of the property line. He also said at one point his attention was drawn outside when Julie Nagel was going outside to talk to her brother. And at that point, he saw a vehicle back by the driveway, a Jeep by the mailbox, and then another dark SUV. He testified that he never saw lights on inside that SUV, but he kept wondering, well, where is John and why haven't they come in yet? And kept checking outside, and said that period of time where the dark SUV was outside was like 12 to 15 minutes that he was checking. And then the SUV left and he was like, okay, but no one went to check. And we know that there was communication between Jen McCabe at some point and John O'Keefe's cell phone. I don't think John O'Keefe responded to that, but we haven't gotten all the way into that yet. It's hearsay, and there were objections getting into that. At the end of the cross-examination of Colin Albert, we did see the videos that the judge was going to rule on before the break. Both of those came in and he was cross-examined on them. There was a brief redirect, and it seems that the beef with the hockey team was over girls talking to the hockey team, and then his friends were salty about it. That was the testimony that came in. At the end of day 13, I still have a lot of questions. Multiple witnesses talk about Julie Nagel's brother showing up. The witnesses all in that Ford F-150 and Brian Albert Jr. and Julie Nagel, none of them mention the Jeep being there that is presumably the Jeep that belongs to Brian Higgins. But Brian Albert Sr. and Nicole indicate that Brian Higgins got there at the same time they did and then parked. This witness says they see a Jeep. There are so many things in controversy that it's hard to actually know what we know. That it was snowing, that there was a light dusting of snow, that the Canton basketball team lost their varsity basketball game, that everybody went to the waterfall at some point and left. All were gone before 12:17. And after that, everything is very, very confusing. It's very confusing to me that this witness kept looking outside like, why haven't they come in yet? And then the curiosity all just stops. Okay. But then apparently one of the girls getting driven home in Matt McCabe's car, Julie Nagel, said, hey, don't you guys see something? Did I see something in the yard? And knowing now that they were looking for John O'Keefe and saw the SUV, that doesn't raise any curiosity at all. I have so many questions. And then the judge ends promptly for lunch. So the last testimony before they went to sidebar and broke from lunch is of Matt McCabe saying, how did you wake up on the morning of January 29th? Or at some point, did you sort of wake up on the morning of January 29th? And he said, I woke up to screaming in my bedroom. And that's where we ended day 13 of the Commonwealth versus Karen Read. I imagine on Friday, we will finally get to the awaited testimony of Jen McCabe. But for now, you've got questions. So let's get to those. What a weird day in court today. What just an odd day in court. Scheduling wise, for the almost 30,000 of you still here, tomorrow morning, I will be starting just a little after 10 a.m. Central. I think I will start and go all the way through because we will catch up, I would imagine, over the lunch break hour. But we are going to just roll through the best we can tomorrow. So I will talk to the team and the moderators about that. Maybe we will take a quick little break and maybe not cut the stream and do it all in one stream tomorrow, but I'll talk to the team about that. But I will be live late because I will be talking to a bar association event that I said yes to ages and ages and ages ago, and I don't want to miss them. So I should be done and live with you just after 10 a.m. Central tomorrow, which will be 11 a.m. in court. So we will miss some of the morning, and I will remind you all tomorrow, no spoilers, because I will be watching it fresh, even though we will be substantially behind time tomorrow with that. So Z asked, will this bar association be streamed on YouTube like past years? No, it won't. This is I think a paid CLE for this bar exam. So attorneys are paying to do the CLE training to access that. So this is not a publicly available talk, but I will talk if you guys are curious about the types of things I talk about to bar associations in the member stream if you guys want to know. And we'll talk to you more about that in other times, but we're going to be talking about, well, high profile cases like this. So we're going to get into your questions. Alexandra Rojas said, Emily, you are in my YouTube, or you are on my YouTube studio. I am in YouTube studio. That is an interview I did with YouTube about fan funding and memberships. So anyone who has a YouTube channel that goes into their YouTube studio, that interview is in the YouTube studio. So you are welcome to go over and give that video some love. That is up on YouTube. Let me see, I can pull that up if you guys want to see the name of the video, but that is an interview I did with Bengali. He is absolutely lovely. And I did that interview with Renee Ritchie, the YouTube liaison, as well. I was really happy to sit down and have a chat with them. I always enjoy Renee Ritchie, and that is, let me pull that up real quick and I will show you what video it is. Do I have that at the top of my fingertips? No. Should I? Probably. Do I? I don't. I don't. Emily, do you know things? I only sometimes know things. I only sometimes know things. So this is up on the Creator Insider channel. So let's see. I can add that here. Let's see. So this is up on the Creator Insider channel over on YouTube. So if you head over to Creator Insider, you can see that. But that is my face on the thumbnail with Bengali, who's one of the executives on YouTube in charge of monetization and fan funding. So we'll put the link down below if you're curious to see it. But this channel has not just interviews, but conversations with all different types of executives at YouTube, talking about policies on the platform, talking about how things are done on the platform, talking about, the algorithm with Todd, who is the YouTube algorithm. So if you're interested in more inside baseball about YouTube, the Creator channel on Creator Insider is a YouTube run channel that has quite a lot of information. If you just want to go over the video and be like, we love Emily, that is also very nice and appreciated. So up to you, your choice as always, but that's there if you want some more of the creator side of the things that I talk about, because I don't cover a lot of that here unless it's in the members content because the members ask for it. So with all of it, today was so weird. Music to My Soul said, can we watch more of your early tech coverage tonight? I don't know if we will have time, but I will think about it. I will think about it. We're going to probably, I imagine, have a lot of questions tonight. So we will see. Bridget said, oh my God, they didn't message Karen when John didn't reply, or odd. I don't think that they did, but we haven't gotten into all of that yet, which is strange. Barbara, thank you for the gifted memberships. I appreciate it. Monica said, at this point, I'm feeling really bad for Lally. He also tried a 2017 case, a hit and run, and lost. I think because of that, they're putting him up for slaughter in a way. I don't know if the office would do that. I mean, DAs lose cases. I didn't look into his record at all. It's odd the way this case is unfolding. It's I can't even parse it well to explain. The way that it's presented, I think maybe makes it harder to understand than it needs to be, or maybe the case is just that bad. And there won't be any understanding. I'm trying to wait to see what's happening, and it is odd. Rare said none of their stories match up or make sense. The timeline's all over the place, overlapping each other. It makes my head spin. If there was no foul play, why doesn't the timeline make sense? There would be some natural variances in timeline when everybody has been drinking. So that's not super weird for me. It's weird when everyone matches up on, it was exactly 12:10. That's stranger for me. All the cell phones being gone is stranger to me. The investigators not seeming to want to question the people that were at 34 Fairview, even about what they heard that night to try to solve a case, doesn't make any sense to me. Someone is found in the snow. The 911 call was an unconscious person in the snow. So there's a lot of questions. Wouldn't you want to ask everyone what they saw, what they heard, what they did, what they know, who they spoke to, just to try to figure out WTF happened? And there seemed to be no curiosity at all at this point. So I've got a lot of questions for investigators, just a lot of questions for why they did it. So, or why they didn't do it, or why they did it this way. Why? And the phone stuff is just, there's nothing stranger to me than a preservation order coming down like the day after a phone disappears. Nothing good can come from that. Did anyone get door knocked? Does no one have a Ring doorbell in the entire neighborhood? Are we going to see that at some point? Why aren't we seeing that ahead of things? If there is video from Ring doorbells, we would have more of a timeline. And we saw all the Ring videos from the victim's home. But did no one door knock anyone in the neighborhood? And that's wild. It's just this investigation. I am really, really beginning to suspect that we're not going to know exactly what happened, even at the end of this trial. I'm so confused. Miss Squirrel, thank you for the gifted memberships. Sammy spills the tea. Got my earbuds charged up for Allen's Cross of Party Boy Colin. I mean, there was a lot of drinking going on. Bell said I saw on NBC 10 Boston, 100 plus witnesses for the trial. That's total. The prosecution's witness list has over 80. The defense witness list has a substantial number of witnesses as well. Could this trial go over 8 weeks? It could. It could. I don't know what that will do to my sanity, but it could. Becca said, why did Jennifer McCabe's daughter say Colin wasn't at the Albert house when John was? That's what I want answers to. Being JJ's daughter, she's privy to more private conversations. And neither side asked about it. I don't know if the defense is just going to like grab it and hold on to it and argue it later. I don't know what was meant. I think there's multiple interpretations of what was meant given the question that elicited it. Could it mean we know John O'Keefe showed up at the house? We're just getting to the point when. That witness knew John O'Keefe showed up. Everyone knows John O'Keefe showed up at 34 Fairview. The controversy is over. Did he go inside the house or not? Because instead of just proving how he ended up at the lawn, the prosecution's been running down side quests and we don't know how he ended up on the lawn. So at some point he was in fact there. I don't know if there means into the house, if there means onto the lawn. I don't know. And nobody followed up on it. So the jury gets to take it as they will, which means also you get to take it as you will. It means in the context of the trial, you get to decide what it means. Just like the jury gets to decide what I hit him means. These statements, I don't think any of them are definitive or clear. And if it's odd. Colleen said, good morning, EDB. Did you notice Allie McCabe shake her head when she said no to deleting text message? text messages. I did not notice that. Buttercup said, what a long, strange trip it's been. Grateful Dead. It applies to so many things today. BC said, based on everything we have heard about Proctor so far, do you believe he will be the Furman of this trial and plead the fifth? I think there's a possibility that he could. We'll see what that looks like. Cindy said, finally got my red gavel. Congratulations, Cindy. Could a shoddy investigation be a reason for reasonable doubt? Cindy, yes. Yes, yes. If you don't think that investigators, if the jury at the end of the day doesn't think that investigators asked enough questions to know what happens here, and they're left with questions, how can they say beyond a reasonable doubt who did what, if anything, sort of? You know, when you look at the cases that you might have watched, the cases that we've covered together, by the time you get to the end of the prosecution's case, generally you're at, okay, I'm interested to see what the defense has to say, or you're at, good luck with that, the business trial. And right now we're all at, what the fuck? 13 days in, what the fuck should not be the overriding sentiment. I am trying to see what's going to happen. Maybe the expert evidence will make it more clear. Maybe it won't. If opening statements had been more clear, we would at least know what's to come. The entire Hannah Gutierrez trial was over at this point. Sarah Moore, thank you. Thank you so much for the gift of memberships. I'm going to find myself sighing audibly and often. The chat, the what if anything's not contagious, I was being snarky. Timbo said, was the ruling on harassment coming in bad? I think there's disagreement over it. I see how the judge got there. I don't know if it's prejudicial to the defense. I also think when the judge found the door had been open today for the videos, the judge was kind of applying the same, is the door open standard with, yeah, you asked about it, or you asked about it closely enough that the door's been opened. So I think the judge was consistent in both of those rulings. Whether people agree or disagree, I think the judge was consistent on both of those rulings. I don't know. The door, I don't think, was opened like a wrecking ball, but the judge is like, no, she needed to explain that answer. That answer's weird. The answer was weird. The answer of Colin hadn't become relevant yet is a weird answer. And the defense kind of hammered on it to make it look like the witness was being evasive or snarky. But that's going to be, again, open to interpretation. There's so much weird in this case, and it came up with Colin again, too. So, I don't know. The court wanted to keep out any mention of the feds, and that came in, too. I don't think that's helpful for the prosecution at all. So, there are things that have come in that are not helpful for both sides. I am waiting to see things that the prosecution brings in that are super helpful to their side, because I'm still sitting here going, okay, well, that cuts two ways. And if everything cuts two ways, isn't that literally the definition of doubt? Yes, Emily, it is, because the jury instructions say if there is more than one reasonable explanation for a thing, and I forget the exact language the jury instruction uses, but if there's more than one reasonable explanation, the jury instruction says they need to take the interpretation that points towards not guilty. So if there is more than one reasonable interpretation of I hit him, the jury instruction says they have to take the explanation that points towards not guilt. If there's more than one reasonable explanation of anything, they have to take the one that goes towards doubt. So that's why I keep harping on the prosecution needing to make it more clear, and it's not clear. And there's times it feels like the prosecution's almost throwing away the statement in the way they asked the question. And this might be a stylistic difference between me and this prosecutor. It might be a preference difference on me. It might be because the contrast to Alan Jackson and Yannetti is so stark between the style of the prosecutor and the style of the defense. But even when he says, and you didn't see anybody in the lawn, right? And the witness is like, right. It's just like a throwaway where the intonation and the pacing of the defense points out what they see and points out what they think is important. But if people are over the defense making everything something, then they might appreciate the style of the prosecution. It really depends. If there are jurors put off by the defense style, then they might welcome the prosecution's style. I find him hard to follow. This case has been hard to follow. So it's okay if you're stuck with me on the I've got questions. Yep. That's where I'm at. How do I feel about this case? I have so many questions, and I'm getting frustrated that I have so many questions. Is it possible that the prosecutors are asking about Trooper B so they can call him instead of Proctor? They can call both. It's going to be real hard, I think, for them to avoid calling Proctor. And if they don't call Proctor, the defense will, and that's going to be terrible. It will be bad if they choose not to call Proctor. Very, very bad. Crafty Crafty said, when defense keeps saying we've never met before, are they trying to allude to previous Fed testimony? Is there another reason? I think there's another reason, and I think it's to show like we've never talked before. You haven't chatted with me. We haven't told you what to say. We haven't asked you questions. You are a prosecution witness. You've talked to the prosecution, but you haven't talked to us. We're the defense here. And I think that's appropriate. That's not a surprise to me. It happens in quite a lot of trials. Excuse me. Tiana Ruth said, Emily, do you think this, did you know that this is Lolly's first criminal case? I can't believe that that's true. It could be, but it would be very surprising to me to give a new prosecutor a high profile case with experienced and high profile defense attorneys. That's a recipe for disaster. So one would think the office would do that differently, but I don't know. Scout November Light said, ready for this day of trial, sipping Coke Zero from a basic evidence cup. Red Solo cup. May need to add something stronger than that. Today is a lot. Finally joining live. Thank you, a Frenchie in London. Good to see you. Watch the podcast. Who determines what is exculpatory evidence? I think this is referring to Idaho, and potentially exculpatory evidence is what we're talking about. And the determination, well, initially gets made by the prosecution, then gets made by the court. But generally, the prosecution has to turn over basically everything. There are very few things the prosecution doesn't turn over to the defense and doesn't have to. And some of those are like attorney conversations and things like that. But potential evidence has to be turned over. In Idaho, they're talking about the entirety of surveillance videos, which is staggering to me that those haven't been turned over yet. Mello said, question for anyone, did they find John's phone or is it with his shoe? That's not in evidence yet, so I don't know the answer to that. Julie said, are the feds going to find the truth? I don't know if the feds are going to find the truth or if they're just going to find a really bad investigation. Wait, what? Wait, what? I don't think there could be a worse investigation than SLED, and I heard about the blood and plastic cups and paper evidence bag. Shocking. Yeah, the evidence bag not being sealed is. You know what? Wait, what? Here's the question I have. What kind of bag did they use to store John O'Keefe's shirt? And we're assuming that the shirt that was swabbed is John O'Keefe's shirt. That's not in evidence yet. I am making an assumption here, but isn't Stop and Shop a grocery store? Could they have stored it in like not a sanitary bag? If it's a grocery bag and if it's a used grocery bag, Could that be where some of the pig DNA came from? Or is it from bacon bits? Or is it from something else? I don't know. We haven't seen the shirt. We know nothing about the state of the shirt. But if they stored it in a grocery bag, isn't that a problem? But we don't even know where they swabbed the shirt. Did they swab it from the front? Did they swab it from the arm? Where did they? We know nothing. So, yes, as you bring up the paper evidence bag that is a grocery bag, I have questions. I think the Commonwealth might be at risk for boring the jury to death. I wonder if they could be charged with that. Unfortunately, no. They make me want to scratch my brain from the inside with a knitting needle. I understand that, Rachel. Lauren said, you see Aphrodite, Karen Reed, no ancillary spoilers. I did not see it yet, but I saw that he did it. The chat mentioned yesterday that he had done that. So feels like they've been getting a genealogical tree and not trying a case. Yeah, it seems like who, if anyone, is someone sort of related to. Yellow Pill said, but would that strike the bit of him being there when John was there? Yellow Pill, I'm sorry. I don't know what point of the testimony that's pointing to. I apologize. It's been a long morning. It's been a long week. This trial feels longer than any other trial that I've sat through. And I think it's because I am so confused. Becca said, looks like John's brother finds Yanetti's objections to CE's objections kind of humorous. I've not been watching the brother's face a lot, but I will. Nikki said, my husband walked in yesterday at the end of trial. I was on the couch with empty pop bottles, empty ramen noodle cup, and little Debbie wrappers still in my sweatpants. He was like, what's happening? You're like, I am in the most confusing trial ever. Jen Jams, you are welcome. Did you catch what Allie said, though? She said Colin wasn't there when John was right after. I did. We definitely talked about that at the beginning of stream. And again, Arlene said defense came in hot and prosecution is trying to put out those fires with Snow and White Claw. And that is a terrible, terrible way to try a case. The prosecution should be trying their case and not trying to stomp out defense fires. The defense's job is to poke at things. If the prosecution's case is good and presented well, there is little to poke at. Thank you for the gifted membership. Maybe I'm missing something. Colin said that Allie picked him up from Mike's and from Albert's. The text could have been for her to pick him up at Mike's. Allison, it's a very good observation. Allie didn't say she picked Colin up at Mike's and took him over to the Albert's house. He's the only one that testified to that. And it could have been. And we haven't gotten into the rest of the Life 360 tracking data at all. Crime scene tape said in the Stephen Smith case in South Carolina, they said he was hit by a car because his shoes were knocked off. How was O'Keefe hit by Karen Reed and still have his shoes on? Crime scene tape, I will speculate on this or talk more about it after we hear from the pathologist, but he did have a shoe on and a shoe off. I would really like more information on pathology. And we don't have that yet, other than the things the defense has argued, which is we don't have all of it yet. I have so many questions. Christy said, currently on an hour ride to a children's museum with a busload of fourth graders. Have fun. Y'all keeping me sane. I will replay crew later. Christy, I hope it was a great field trip. Becca said, I'm just waiting to see what he remembers from 2.5 years ago, but absolutely can't recall what he remembers from just a month ago. There were definitely points of, I'm not saying shit. I mean, I don't remember shit in Colin's testimony. The knuckle story doesn't make any sense to me. Paulina said, I don't believe it for 1 second that he didn't talk to his parents, and him not caring is a bit strange. It's odd to distance it as opposed to, yeah, I talked to my parents about how stressful all this is. We talked a lot, but I didn't talk about my testimony. But that wasn't the answer. Mo Reality Show says he has the same shirt on from yesterday. I didn't notice that. Scorpion said that is the most disheartening part. No one cares. We've seen a little bit of that. We've seen some people that have cared, but it's been a week since then, and the testimony from the last 2 days feels very cold. Red Hot Chili Peppers fan says, I agree, Emily. I do not like the nonchalant feeling that a person's died on their lawn. and somebody that I had thought most in the town seemed to respect. No one seems, not no one. A lot of the most recent witnesses don't seem genuinely impacted by that. We saw some of that with Matt McCabe. At one point, I thought he was genuinely choked up when he was talking about those last conversations with John O'Keefe. We saw that with others early on in the case. I don't see, especially with the younger witnesses, it's just been like, nope, whatevs. It's tremendously off-putting to me. Greg said, I've never talked to anybody in my entire life. Yes, and you didn't send a super chat either, Greg. No one knows. It's odd. Chris said, the clearest takeaway I have from this trial is that the victim and their loved ones deserved better than this. Chris, I 100% agree. I can't imagine what the victim's brother and parents are feeling sitting in court. I can't imagine the frustration and the outrage. We've heard that voice. We've heard that voiced from victims' families in other cases that we've covered. We're hearing it a lot in Idaho. The frustration, the anger, just the distress that they're not getting answers, that they're not getting a lot of communication. And it can feel that way for victims' families, that they're just to the side of the whole prosecution and to the side of the rest of it, that this case is just focusing on all of this and that they get lost in it. And it's frustrating. It's very frustrating. And from all the testimony we've heard, it seems that Karen Reed had a good relationship with John O'Keefe's niece and nephew. So they lost their mom, they lost their dad, they lost their uncle who was their caregiver, and Karen Reed, who was driving them back and forth to sporting events, taking them to see friends, who was a part of their life. I'm tremendously frustrated. Ashley Elizabeth said, John O'Keefe deserves better than all of this. Yes. Mello says, but he said people talk about him online. Either he talked to someone or went online to know. Yes, though I think that point in time is before we got to testimony today, but yes. Joe W. said, I feel like crying. How do they all not care? It comes across very cold. The testimony of John O'Keefe's brother at the very beginning of trial said similar things about Karen Reed, though. Said that right after this happened, the morning of the 29th, she came into the victim's home, went upstairs with her dad, got some things and left, and they didn't hear from her again. And we haven't heard more testimony about that. But all of it is odd. Brian Allman said, yeah, this has an easy answer. Yeah, we talk all the time about lots of things, and I don't recall any specific conversation. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't know how the jury will feel about the combative nature of cross-examination with some of the witnesses. We'll see. Jenny said, it's incredibly sad to me that none of these people seem to care about the actual reason that they're there. Someone died. Their only concern is themselves, and I don't think Colin and Allie speak anymore. It felt like there was a little bit of that, but nobody asked further about it, so we're not going to know. Amorous butt tile. It's like, cue the theme from The Godfather. This is so weird. The only person who seemed to give a shit is on trial. Greg, and it also said disgusting. The evidence we have is that we don't know what Karen Reed was drinking, but clear liquid. That she and John O'Keefe had fought about her being generous or spoiling the niece and nephew and over Dunkin' Donuts. That there may have been an argument over someone having an affair, that there is insinuation of text messages between Karen Reed and Brian Higgins, that everyone was having a lovely time that night, that Karen was looking forward to going on vacation with John O'Keefe, that there seemed to be some frustration about balancing very busy kids and a relationship, and that Karen Reed was asking their friends who were married, who had lots of kids, about how they balance that. Not like in a fuck it, I'm out way, but in a this is hard way, which anyone who tries to balance kids that are active and busy in a relationship knows is just facts. It's not easy. But asking friends, how do you balance that, seems like someone who wants to be in a relationship. So we'll see. Allison said, is there a code brown for bullshit? I mean, no, because the lights won't go brown, but fuckery and audacity kind of generally cover most of our categories of bullshit. Rachel said they have absolute disdain for the defense and Karen. This is a family closing ranks. It's backfiring big time. There are definitely moments where it feels like they are going to fight the defense at every stage, but not every witness has been like that. And it makes it more stark, the witnesses that are like that. There are some witnesses who have been very open on both direct and cross-examination, and there's some who feel like there is a battle going on with the defense. And I know the defense has made many more public statements in this case than have come into court. And I would only imagine that that plays into it. But I've tried to keep out of all of that and just watch what's happening in court. And the jury has no context for why these individuals are battling each other. Jen Goods, said, what does being harassed by media or outside people have to do with the case? It's not their fault. She has a right to a defense. Media should be kept out. It's context at this point for at least some of the answers. It was context, and it was context for Colin Albert's answers as well. So the context is in now, but then again, so are the feds. Kiki said after that slip of the tongue from Allie, he has had all night to go over his words and be extra careful today. Unreal. He used more words yesterday. I don't know if they watched testimony from yesterday or not. He said not. We will see. Cheeky accountant says, if Falali knows Colin is lying, is he obligated to say anything about it? Yeah. He can't elicit perjurious testimony. He has to turn over all statements Colin has made. If Colin has made statements that are inconsistent, then that is a problem. So JD asked, what about district attorney lies on news media? I have not seen any of the statements made in this case. So as to the witnesses that we were talking about, I was talking about the battle between them and the defense attorneys. If we get into defense witnesses who are battling with the DA, then I will talk about that. So I don't know what the DA has said. But what we have seen is definitely a battle between the two. Lori said, Emily, is that standard jury instructions? What I was talking about earlier is from the model jury instructions that are generally adapted. Sometimes the language shifts a little. They haven't given out jury instructions yet. They haven't, but I think it gives context to what the state has to prove, which helps because reasonable interpretations go to the defendant. So I think it's helpful to keep that in mind because the attorneys are keeping that in mind. I think the layer tops are to conceal his breathing. I don't know. I don't know if it's hot in the courtroom or cold in the courtroom. I don't know how hot it is in Massachusetts today. It is warm here in Middle Tennessee. Thank you, Amy, for the gifted memberships. Let's see. Casey Cat said, my bet is some of the families are not quite as close as they used to be. It is disturbing. Not one of the bunch seems to have cared about John O'Keefe from the start. We've gotten a long way away from testimony from friends of the victim. Doc V says, I appreciate keeping a jurist perspective now. You might feel different afterwards when you learn about outside things happening. I might. Still, Proctor was absolutely wrong to investigate this. Yeah, absolutely agreed. The more that comes in, the more convinced I am of that fact. Can Lolly not call Proctor and also say Proctor can't testify because of work product rules? Not because of work product. Lolly can choose not to call Proctor. I don't strategically know how that will go. The defense can still call Proctor. But no, the investigations are not covered by any sort of privilege. Though if there are Fifth Amendment issues like self-incrimination issues, then that has to be put on the record in front of the jury. So if the defense calls him up and he just starts pleading the Fifth, how does that look for an investigation? Not good. Not good at all. So Chell Cam said we need a cat cam. I do my best. They move around so much. There's not like one place they stay. How is this whole investigation not poisonous fruit? Without getting directly into the FOPT rules, I don't know enough about what was at the top of the investigation and how they got into stuff to know if it tainted the rest of it. I think there are horrendous and obvious conflicts here. But the shit's out of the horse. Like, the investigation has been done. But I imagine that's why there's investigations, into the investigations. Serious question. Are the Canton police bad at investigating crime or bad at framing people or both? Y'all ain't right. Canton turned this over early on. I don't think the red solo cups are great, but Canton turned this over to state police pretty early on. I'm surprised Canton didn't push back on state police more to come out and investigate the scene that morning. But state police said, no, we're not going to. And Canton pretty early on said, we can't investigate this case. So as appalling as the red solo cups are and what have you, I do give credit to Canton realizing very early on that they shouldn't be investigating. That didn't stop some of Canton PD, Lank, from going in and asking everybody what happened the night before all together that night, that morning. Oh. So it's not good. So Fred sounds like he loves trials and hanging out with mom. He definitely loves hanging out in the office if I'm the only human home. Oh, Fred is insulted. He just meowed at me and came and jumped up on my desk to tell me what. Amanda, the Lawnard tumblers are shipping out now, so I hope you enjoy it. The iridescent tumblers are up in the Lawnard shop. They're fun. I like them. June Rittenhouse, thank you very much for the chat. Becca said, how was Proctor able to get away with not interviewing some of the witnesses at all, or a year or more later? I have no idea. And I don't think he's gotten away with it. It looks really bad at trial. Just really bad. One vintage witch said, I'm making cheesy pull-apart garlic bread, and this is keeping me entertained and awake after my overnight shift. Thank you. You're welcome, because I had seen a later chat saying that the bread turned out amazingly, and now I know how long we've been streaming today. June, why does it bother me so much that the answers like yeah and nope are okay in court? Like yes sir just sounds much better. Witnesses are where we find them. And I don't think it looks good when the attorneys are the ones that are like, can you not? But reminding a witness gently that they need to answer yes or no for the court reporter is appropriate. It's not happening here. Destiny said we could do a code blue for bullshit. Maybe. Yellow Pill said, oh, thank you. I meant that the testimony about Colin being harassed, I forgot her name. She meant, yesterday from Allie McCabe. She mentioned Colin being there when John was there. If they strike her testimony about that, then that's outright. Yes, if they struck all of her testimony about the harassment, it would have also stricken the statement Colin wasn't there when John was. But they did not strike that testimony, and that statement stays in. Yes. Can Officer John O'Keefe's family sue the Canton cops? I don't have enough information yet to answer that question well or thoroughly. We just don't have enough information yet, but it seems that state police are the larger issue here. They're the ones who took over the investigation, and Trooper Proctor is the one who took over that investigation, even though he seems to be hopelessly intermingled and conflicted as to this case. So this country girl's life said, welcome to Canton. We don't remember anything. Some. Poison Elf said, can we guarantee they used sterile swabs for the DNA? We don't know yet because that's not been put in evidence yet. We'll see. Oh my God, Lolly put me to sleep. Woke up because you read my super chat. Arlene Navo, thank you so much. Celeste said, seems like this town split like the Hatfields and the McCoys and will never heal, which is really really sad to me. But it definitely has caused a rift. But I can imagine if you think that, I don't know. I'm sure there's a lot of people in the middle that are like, this investigation is ridiculous. What is happening? But those who think Karen Read is being framed, I don't know what evidence will be presented or has been presented that would change their mind. Those that think she did this 100% before any evidence comes in are going to think that the defense is playing games and this is all being spun one way or the other. And then I think there's a lot of people in the middle that are just like, this investigation is wild. What are you all doing? Why has no one been questioned? And what is happening? But I can't imagine people that are on either side before the trial starts, vehemently on either side before the trial starts, being able to change their mind with the evidence as it's coming in, which is where coming into this trial, just looking at what's being presented to the jury. And now, of course, we have a few of the sidebars outside the presence of the jury, which gives us a little bit of a glimpse into the broader world of this case. Everyone who's coming into it cold, I think, is stuck with what's happening. Or at least that's what I'm seeing in the chat day in and day out, is those coming in cold are seeing what's happening. What in the world is happening? What is this investigation? So it's not going to change the minds of those that are diabolically opposed, but a lot of other trials that we've seen where people have made up their minds strongly before the trial starts are in the same place. The judge also in jury instructions will tell the jury, do not state your opinion. The language is generally in the realm of too strongly early on. As you go into deliberations, keep an open mind and have a conversation. So even the jury instructions say, don't proclaim where you stand too early. Listen and talk to each other. I'm glad we get to talk to each other. The jury can't talk about the case until it's done. I don't know how you remember things without talking. I don't. May now said, can all those police officers suffer some types of consequences for their actions in this case? We know that there's a federal investigation into this case. So that is seemingly on the table. Say What Now says, does anyone else wonder how John was backed into when she only pulled forward based on testimony? Did I say diabolically instead of diametrically? Something like that. My brain is very tired. We haven't gotten into the data from her car yet. I imagine based on the prosecution's opening statement, because the prosecution said how far and how fast Karen Read backed up, that there is data from the car. So Danielle said, I know this is a lot to ask of you, EDB and other members, but my dad literally just died. I'm so sorry. And was wondering if you can help give him a shout out or a cheers tonight in the stream. He knew how much I loved you. Greatly appreciated, EDB. Danielle, neither heart. Yes, absolutely a cheers to your dad. And yes, we can do a cheers in the members only stream, but a hug to you. And I am so sorry for your loss. The Law Nerd chat has been through quite a lot of loss. So you are not alone in how disorienting that is. So a cheers to you and a shout out to your dad. Cena, aka Potato Supreme, said the prosecution did nothing to convince me, but conspiracy theories are evaluated by how many people have to keep quiet to keep it a secret. I mean, fair. Yellow Pill said, have we progressed from side quest to alternative storyline? I don't know if we're in an alternative storyline or if we're just operating in totally different timelines at this point. Thank you all for the shout outs to the mods, including Casey Katz shout out. I know a number of you have also done that. You notice his brother is looking mad at the defense. His brother looks mad to her a lot at the trial. But I haven't particularly noted a change in facial expression because I'm normally focused on the witness, but I'm also monitoring the chat. Emily watched John's sister-in-law during cross-examination. She's far less outwardly dismissive towards Jackson and Yannetti than 3 weeks ago. Isn't that an interesting shift to see? Can the lead investigator plead the fifth? As to some things, if they are potentially damaging, yes. How is that possible They are there to serve the people. Jill Jacks, I don't know everything this investigator has done other than what's been talked about by the defense in opening statement. I know that there's a federal investigation. I believe there is another investigation, like an internal affairs investigation. Pleading the fifth, just as a general matter, goes question by question. You can't just get up on the stand and be like, I plead the fifth. It will go question by question by question. I imagine we will hear more about that when we get to this trooper, if the prosecution calls him. Always Jojo said, I wonder if they downloaded the infotainment center in CARE's vehicle. Yes. They should show where she was. Yes. That was in the prosecution's opening. And when they did the jury view, the video that we saw from the jury view is her whole dash has been taken out. Billy said there were cars backing up on the driveway. There were multiple cars on the driveway. It seems like a fairly large driveway, but yes, there were multiple cars. JJ with a dog, why are screenshots allowed instead of originals subpoenaed from the carrier's platforms? I don't know. No. I'm trying to make my brain work and it's like a hamster wheel at the moment. They would still have the records even if the phone is gone. I think the reason that they allowed the screenshots of the text messages is because both parties laid the foundation for this is an accurate representation of what my texts were. This was provided, and then it was cross-examined on. So the cross-examination will go to the weight that the jury places on the evidence, not whether it's admissible or not. And the court gave the jury a limiting instruction each time those came on, that the jury, if they don't find it to be a truthful representation of the conversation, that the jury can disregard it. So the jury is not obligated to take that as, fact. So it will go to the weight, not the admissibility. But the foundation was laid because those witnesses testified about it. Different than the photos with Katie McLaughlin, where she's like, I didn't take these. I didn't post these on social. I don't know who took them. I don't know when they were taken. This person said, yes, I texted this. So this reflects my memory. Hopefully that helps. Just a sub. Emily, if you could, would you want to be prosecuting this case? Just a sub. Fuck no. No. If I change my mind on that over the course of this trial, I will tell you. No. If I can tell you why I think the prosecutors, I still can't wrap my mind around what prosecutors must have shown to a grand jury to get an indictment on second-degree murder here. I don't know. No. If the defense said in opening that there are text messages of Trooper Proctor saying that he was searching through Karen Reed's phone, hoping to find her nudes, and was disappointed he hadn't found any. If this was me, this is how this would go. Me, Trooper Proctor. How do you think I am going to explain this to a jury? What the fuck were you thinking? You can't actually do that. And you have ruined any chance of a prosecution for this case. So, do you want to have a conversation with me? Should you have a conversation with my boss? How about your boss and my boss have a conversation and figure this out? Because I don't know how the fuck I'm going to explain that behavior. What are you doing? You can never. What? No. I actually might not have that conversation. I might actually have gone to my boss and said, excuse me. Someone else is going to have to figure out how to explain this to a jury because I am not doing that. Nope. Are you joking me? If that doesn't come in, I might change my mind. If we don't have evidence of that, I might change my mind. If that was all hyperbole by the defense in their opening, I actually will be kind of mad about it because that's a big bomb to throw out. And you better be able to back that up in court. But the prosecution didn't object. And you can object an opening. And if there's no veracity to that, you would have thought that the prosecution would be jumping up onto their feet saying, objection, Your Honor. That's not what's going to be proven. There was no objection. So, and that's before you get to red Solo cups. That's before you get to photos of them like changing evidence out of the red Solo cups into something else in the bay where they're processing the vehicle. That's before all of that. That's before a federal investigation. That's before a filing. So you've got a messy timeline, a messy lead investigator, phones that have been rehomed. Mess. Billy's momzilla said there were cars backing up the driveway. Yes, there were quite a lot of cars in the driveway, which might be why the Jeep was on the street, but nobody else saw the Jeep. It's weird. Alyssa said 3 months, time flies with the wonderful law nerds, except in this trial, we have slipped into an alternate universe where time does not pass at all. Silverstein 57 said, what about chain of custody? We're not there at all. We haven't even gotten to a chain of custody and who things got handed to. We've gotten to none of the scientific evidence at all. Colleen said, EDB, there's been a circular conversation happening around this family. I'm not buying today. It's stuff and connections, not facts. That we have a lot of connections. The connections to me at this point solidly establish that Trooper Proctor should not have been the lead investigator. I don't think anything's going to change my mind on that. Just, again, the appearance of impropriety is too strong. Even if there was no impropriety, the investigation makes it harder for me to overlook that. The jury knows vaguely that there was another proceeding and vaguely that there's feds. But the appearance of impropriety to the jury, I can't imagine how any of them are like, this is great. This seems fine. I can't imagine. Nikki McSeven said, how did they expect to overcome reasonable doubt? I wish I knew. I wish I could explain. I can't at this point. This has done more to shame the PD investigation and everyone but Karen Reed. What is the point? I hope we will find the point at some point. I think there has to be more here. I don't know when we're going to get to it. Fred agrees. I think we got that answered. Sam said Colin's videos didn't come off as he's a fighter. To me, it came off like he's an entitled cops kid who gets away with it, whatever he wants often. I think that's a reasonable interpretation. That he's like, pull up, knowing that they're not going to. So it's easy to be tough behind a screen. Maybe. And the jury really gets to make that call about what to think of that video in context. But the story about bracing yourself, slipping on snow, and scuffing your knuckles, nope. I can't wait to see how everyone else sees that testimony. It's bananas for everybody that recaps the case and looks at the case. Yeah. Get out of here, Gear said John calls 2 times to find the house. You see him pull up but not come in, but you don't go outside or call him to say, hey man, you just passed the house. Yeah. It's weird. I think I heard Dr. B. Dr. B? I want to ask him what he thinks about the knuckles. Isaac said cops totally botched the investigation. Prosecution rolls with it, which is like not their job. Real shocker is the trial is so weird and confusing. Real shocker. Yeah, it's shocked Pikachu face over and over and over again. Greg said McCabe might be the most confusing testimony we've heard. So confusing that I personally got an uneasy feeling about it. So far, the beginning part of his testimony made sense. Everything in Matt McCabe's testimony made sense to me up until the point where he's like, yeah, and he never came in. And then you did what? Like up until that part, I was like, this makes sense. I have questions about the Jeep. Be real nice if somebody had a ring camera and we knew where cars were. But like everything up till there, I'm like, okay. And then we get to that part and I'm like, wait, what now? So odd. One thing that is missed is that the Proctor family is one of the founding families of Massachusetts. I don't know if that, I don't know anything about that, but I don't know if the jury would know. Maybe they would, maybe they wouldn't. It's probably not going to come up in this case, but they definitely are well interconnected with the witnesses in this case, or at least this Proctor is. What are you doing? Fred, what are you doing? He's fretting. EDB, there are charges and zero facts to follow up so far. What in the ever-loving Leonard is going on? I mean, I just keep going, but there has to be something more. Sparkly Cupcake makes an excellent point in the chat. Runkle dissing White Claw when he drinks Malort. Those are just facts. Though I imagine when I do get to see Runkle in Nashville and we all scratch our heads together, we'll probably just drink whiskey. Though I might make him take a picture with a White Claw. He is going to deny it. How'd he see tire tracks but not John's body? Well, either he didn't see tire tracks, John's body wasn't there, or some combination thereof. Sam said, knowing what we know so far, what do you think is the most likely thing that happened to John? Sam, I don't even have speculation at this point. I'm trying to wait till we get to how he is injured, what his injuries are, and what his cause of death is. I just don't have enough information. I have no idea. But 13 days into the prosecution's case, having no idea what happened to a murder victim is real weird. Teresa Leggett said, question, curious if there could be a directed verdict at the end of the prosecution's case, not enough evidence to continue. We're not at the end of the prosecution's case yet, but we will have more conversations about that as we get there. Like Queen said, just had a jump scare. A spider just dropped down from the ceiling, literally inches from my face. I would have screamed. All the screams. Could underage adult drinking invalidate testimony? The jury gets to decide how much weight to put on the witness testimony, or decide if they find the witnesses unreliable or not credible. But drinking can factor into how reliable or credible somebody's memory is. So the jury can be like, with how much they were drinking, I don't know if I believe their timing. I don't know if I believe you that you were home. Everybody was somewhere at 12:10. I don't know if I believe that. Everybody had been drinking. So yeah, the jury can decide, but the jury can be like, Samantha Killian said, I thought his daughter said they had a team dinner at home that night. She did say that the hockey team had a dinner at their house that night. The jury is instructed to avoid social media to prevent bias. Yes. Is it possible the defense is letting in the harassment because it brings public sentiment and an alternative theory into the case? That's very well possible as to why they didn't object when the question was asked of Colin Albert, what are people calling you on the internet? I'm surprised the prosecution elicited it. But it's in now that the internet is calling him and his family murderers. That is now part of this case because the jury has heard it because they were asked about the what was being said about him online. Okay, it's just like when the Amber Turd came into court, I was like, who is eliciting this and why? But the shit's out of the horse now. Kathy D said, what a bad look for the Commonwealth when the lead detective has yet to make an appearance, or the ME for that matter. I'm beginning to wonder what the ME is going to say that we have not seen the ME yet. Because the defense argued today when they were arguing their motion that the injuries are not consistent with being hit by a car. They said that in their opening. When the defense is saying in their opening, the injuries on the victim are not consistent with being hit by a car, and 13 days in, the prosecution hasn't shown how the victim died, it just leaves the question lingering. Lisa G said it's nice to see people dressed appropriately for court, especially young people. It's true. Linda Yates said that gives me Murdoch flashbacks. What is with all these underage drinkers? Why are the parents allowing this? I don't know. Casey Cat said, honestly, if I was on the jury, I would now be wondering why the world thinks the family is involved. Mm-hmm. Mike Mahoney said, could the judge tell him to move on and get to the point? They could. Was good to chat with you on Simply Stream. It was good to see you as well. I was bummed I had to bail on Simply Stream and do other life things. What time is it? I've got it. I can't miss an appointment today because I have to get my hair done. My youngest, this hair needs a haircut desperately. And my youngest keeps shading me about my glorious grays. I'm not covering all of them up with purple though. Some of them are staying. Is the internet's suspicion of Colin good for Karen Reed? I don't know how it will play to the jury. It gives the defense more room to argue. And the defense, we know, wants to argue a third-party theory, so it gives the defense more room to argue because now it's in. LJ Peach said, I was of the understanding that the Fed investigation covers more than Proctor and possibly the DA. It might. I don't think we know for sure, or at least I don't know for sure. It might. It very well might. So before White Claw, there was Zima. Nick Mick, yes, there was. Susan said, as a former social worker, I would excuse myself from cases where I might have remotely known one on the case. Why wouldn't Trooper Proctor excuse himself? Right. Why wouldn't you? And I imagine the defense argument is going to be because he didn't want to, because he wanted to point the investigation a different direction. That's the defense argument. How does the prosecution rebut that? It's a small community. Everybody always knows each other. He's worked other cases where he knows people, what I think would cause those cases into question. I feel like I'm playing Defend the Indefensible on the vidIQ channel again. How would the prosecution defend the indefensible in this? He knew he could separate work from his connections with the family. The family has no involvement in this. There's no evidence that John O'Keefe ever went into the house, so they were never really subject to the investigation. So there's no reason to not be there there's no reason to recuse yourself because the victim never went into the house, so nobody in the house is under suspicion. So why would he need to recuse him from the investigation? I mean, I still think you should, which is hard because I still think he should recuse himself because that's where the victim was found. So it's hard to even argue it. I'm not sure how they argue that. And I am really struggling to see how you even argue that. Because again, knowing the people in the house where the victim was found should be enough to be like, hey, I know this whole family. I'm out. I think that's what most would do. It's not like the state police has 4 people. I imagine the state police agency is large. I'm altering some suits for bowls. Fangirling. Very nice, Madeline Palin. I'm sure it will be a lovely conversation. I'm sure. I hope the suits turn out nice. Are they for CrimeCon? Bowl's going to be a CrimeCon. I'm definitely not wearing suits to CrimeCon or ever again. Leather jacket, yes. Suits, no. Band shirts, yes. Suits, no. Sneakers, yes. Suits, no. Maybe Doc Martens. I kind of want to buy another pair of Doc Martens. The ADHD is strong this afternoon. Bet Colin gets an upgrade real soon. Jen, I was actually surprised he had his phone still. Kyle said 31 years with Dallas Fire Department, hundreds of motorpeds. The multiple trauma from different directions are absolutely wrong for that. No DMG to Fender either. Kyle, I have heard the defense argument. I don't disagree with you. Yeah, I don't know. Yep. Yep. I mean, there was a time when I did nothing but vehiculars. So Kyle, I'm with you. Not for 31 years. Thank you for your work. I mean, I'm waiting to see not the defense's perspective of the coroner's report, not the prosecution's perspective. I am waiting to hear that evidence. But I did a lot of vehicular prosecutions. I can't imagine 6 more weeks of this either. I have an image of their screenshot, the Ali Collin text that absolutely proves it's been edited. How can I share it with you to see? The Pharaoh Papas, I will look after trial if you want to send it to my public email. I don't know if the defense will bring it up in trial. If the internet has interneted, I'm sure the defense will be well aware. I imagine we will get text experts at some point. The texts look weird. Also, the Life 360 data, if I had to put stock into data, a screenshot of text between two individuals or the Life 360 data, I think right now I'm at the Life 360 data, but we haven't seen the rest of that come in yet. I imagine we'll see that in the defense case. I can't imagine that we won't have an expert to validate that data in the defense case and explain it more. Brian said he parked in the spot that both Sarah L. and Matt said McCabe parked in. Someone moved Brian's car. I don't know. But yes, a lot of people said they parked in the same spot. Jennifer said a Jeep Wrangler with a snowplow attached to the front that very few people seem to remember. I have a lot of questions. I have a lot of questions about that. Can you please explain why all these witnesses get to guess what Karen Reed was drinking, but none of them knew? It's not being offered to prove the fact. I don't think it's enough to prove the fact. They said, I would assume it's this, but I don't think that's enough. I don't think. It's not enough to prove that Karen Reed was even drinking that night. We're not there yet. Spicy Farmer said, EDB, I have so much to do, but I'm stuck to my couch. Today is good. Love your commentary. Thank you. Today is a lot. I knew it. Vacation tomorrow, and we are at the Good Witness. Tracy, I understand that's going to happen to me in the next weeks because we have a lot. I have a lot coming up in the next few weeks, and so that's going to come up. Greg said Emily's face of, I know it's true, but I don't want to say it right now, is priceless. I don't know which part that is, but I am trying to keep an open mind, and there are times it is harder because so much is so strange. Jay said, does Lolly choose to go to trial? I mean, yes and no. I've never worked for this DA's office. I have worked for a very large DA's office. I don't generally, at some point, if it is your bar license, which it is when you go into court, you have to be the one who has the belief in the case and choose to go to trial on it. I don't know if others in the office said, I'm not trying this. I don't know if the boss of the bosses said, you're going to trial on this, but there's always room for conversation about it in most offices. And at some point, if the office retaliates against you, you generally have room to sue for retaliation. If you're like, I'm not taking this case to trial, can you imagine that lawsuit? Just play this out. Not with this DA, not with this case, but with another DA, another case. A line deputy goes to head deputy or elected DA, and they say, you're trying this case. And they say, I'm not trying this case. I don't think there's enough evidence there to go to trial. Ethically, I am not trying this case. And they say, if you don't try this case, you're going to get fired. The appropriate response is, fire me then. And then you turn around and sue for retaliation and win. And I have seen DAs in LA win millions of dollars against the county of LA. Some hundreds of thousands, some millions. Some have said, fine, retaliate against me, I'll sue. And then the office went, oh yeah, we're not going to do that. So at some point, it is your job as the lawyer to stand in your ethics and say, no. That's the job. You know that that's the job when you sign up to take the job. I don't know what happened here. And I don't know, we're not at the end of the prosecution's case yet. So I don't know what other evidence is going to come in. If people are expecting John and saw Karen's car idling outside, why did they not go outside to talk to them or ask why haven't they come in? Becca, I agree with you. Why didn't anyone why didn't Julie Albert return her best friend's missed call at 5:55 in the morning? She went to go get donuts. Didn't call her best friend back? And then sees her best friend's car parked outside her brother-in-law and sister-in-law's house and doesn't worry? The behavior is not consistent for me. Rare Gem said, Emily, my thoughts exactly. No one asked where John was if he never showed up in the house. Make it make sense. I think the defense argument on that is going to be, it's because he went into the house. I'm waiting to hear the rest of testimony on this witness to be like, you keep looking out the window because you're waiting for someone to come in and they never come in and all of a sudden it's fine. Weird. And people didn't just start calling. There weren't multiple texts like, where are you guys? Why did you leave? What happened? Everything okay? Chris Crafts and Coffee said at the end of this, we are going to know what brand of toothpaste everyone uses. Yes. And their favorite drinks. When does the Commonwealth rest? at the end of their evidence, but I can't tell you when that's going to be because I have no idea. We are 38, 39 witnesses in. We're almost 40 witnesses in, and we have no scientific evidence yet. And none of the investigators yet. I don't know, guys. This one is weird and frustrating and hard to follow. It's just a strange case. And the way it's being presented to me is hard to follow. Megoris, I hope I pronounced that properly, from Norway, and has a lot of ice in the winter. That would hurt your wrist joint too, I believe. Yeah, if you're going to land like this, you would think there would be more damage. Is it much more natural to land on your forearm and use the entire length as a cushion, or even back? Knuckles make no sense. Yeah, hand out like this, which could break your wrist. Arm like this. The falling in the snow makes no sense. Like the way that happened makes no sense. Getting more from the half days than the full ones. Sometimes it feels like they speed up because they know they don't have much time, doesn't it? All right, chat. I have got to roll and get some lunch. I appreciate you. I'm going to try to do some summaries. We have been doing summaries for all of you over on the Quick Bits channel. The Lawnard tumblers are shipping now, but are only on sale for a little while longer. So lawnardshop.com, or you can click in the app, because that is in the app for you too. They are on sale through May 24th, so you can go grab those with some of our other new merch and all of it. So Lawnards, these are shipping now, so if you order them, you will get them soon. You can put water, you can stay hydrated. Crystal Light if you like. I've been using Element, which not sponsored, but God, would I say yes in a heartbeat? Yes, because it's hydration and I love it. Or White Claw with ice, like whatever works for you to get through this trial. Y'all, Knuckles to break the fall is where we're at the end of the day. Oh, and woke up to screams in the bedroom. It's been a long one. So Lawnards, I'll see you tomorrow. Reminder, I will be a little bit late. So it's going to be a real hard day for the mods, as we say, no spoilers in the chat. If you watch the trial and have a preview of what's coming, totally, I'm not going to judge, but no spoilers, because I'm not going to have an opportunity to watch, because I will be talking. It is the thing that I do. All right, Lawnards, I will see you tomorrow. Thank you for being with me. These half days are just a lifesaver, aren't they? Bye, guys. You can stay up to date with everything I'm covering and fast notifications on our free iOS and Android app at lawnardapp.com, or search the App Store for Lawnard. You can also follow me around social media, and don't forget to check out my podcast, The Emily Show, with quick bits dropping every Monday, summarizing everything I do here on the live streams on Tuesday and Thursday, for when you just have time for the quick bits. Thanks for being a Lawnard.